Chapter 201, Fluffy's Offspring. The 8 eyes of the acromantula trembled in unison, and its 2 large pincers twitched as if they had touched some kind of switch, creating a rapid tack-tack-tack-tack sound, all in sync. Let's test the enlargement ability again. Felix Harp first stunned it with a stunning spell, then conjured a thread-like blue magical energy with his wand, flicking it onto the ugly head of the acromantula. Under his control, the acromantula rapidly expanded in size 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Felix paused and walked a circle around it. Enlargement works as well, and this magic is fully under my control. But it feels rather impractical. Felix observed the scene. Who would enlarge their enemies on the battlefield? Just to make them into conspicuous targets? Clearly, there were better ways. Felix returned the acromantula to its original state. After a thorough inspection, he shrank it down to the size of his thumbnail. He took out an ordinary, transparent glass bottle from his pocket and put it inside. "Mr. Acromantula, would you mind staying in there for a while?" He then waved his hand to dispel the swirling sphere. A dozen seconds later, 11 unconscious giant spiders lay around him. Seemingly, they were knocked out by the transformation. Carefully, he left magical marks on 3 of the acromantula. With these marks, he could easily locate their nest. The location where the acromantula had been lurking was too close to the school. Considering their reckless attacks on humans, the danger was significant. It would be best to have them move a bit farther away. Keeping company with giants wasn't bad. It was convenient that they were on the other side of the forbidden forest. But not today. He had just come up with an even better idea. An hour later, Felix Harp held a small black dog with 3 heads in his arms as he knocked on Hagrid's cabin door. Hagrid seemed to have just finished eating, with tomato sauce smeared on his beard. He hummed a tune softly. He opened the door, revealing a hearty laugh. "Felix, your suggestion was really good. The students are responding well. Wait a moment." He suddenly roared, his eyebrows and beard shaking vigorously. Fluffy. Tears welled up in Hagrid's eyes. Felix Harp smiled at him. "Exactly, I brought Fluffy. And he's got children." "Hey." Felix Harp looked at Hagrid with question marks filling his mind, and a headache starting to throb. The next moment, he was pulled inside by Hagrid's massive hand. "Come in quickly, don't let the little one catch a chill." Hagrid pushed him onto a chair. His large figure moved around the cabin in circles, muttering non-stop, let me think, what do 3-headed dogs need when they're young? First, a fireplace, and some raw meat, luckily there's a bit of that left, and of course, music can't be left out. His father loved it when I played the flute for him. Merlin's beard, Fluffy actually has children. I was completely kept in the dark." Felix Harp remained puzzled for a good dozen seconds before he grasped the reason behind things. He interrupted the busy Hagrid with a wry smile. "Hagrid, do you remember that magic of mine? During the summer vacation, I turned a whomping willow into a potted plant." Hagrid gradually halted his steps and spoke with uncertain tones. "Of course I remember, don't tell me." His gaze turned toward the small black dog in Felix's arms on the opposite side. It was wagging its tail frantically and looking at him with pitiful eyes. He felt an intense sense of familiarity. "Yes, I brought you Fluffy, just as I promised." Hagrid muttered something incomprehensible and then snatched the 3-headed dog from Felix's embrace. He scrutinized it closely. The little creature was only half a foot tall, not even filling half of Hagrid's palm. Its body was like draped black silk, and its 3 heads were no bigger than walnuts, emitting pitiful whimper sounds. Hagrid's hand trembled. "It really is Fluffy. Look at these paws, this nose. His second head is a bit smaller, it was even smaller when he was born. I thought he might be deformed." Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, returned to the embrace of his old father. Its 4 plump paws clung to Hagrid, refusing to let go. Fluffy's 3 heads greedily sniffed the scent on Hagrid's body. After a while, it suddenly turned its head and barked at Felix with a woof. "It's that guy. The one who suddenly turned me into a tiny thing. Oh my!" Hagrid laughed even more heartily. "That's what he used to be called as a pup, learned it from Fang. But when he grew to twice Fang's size, he stopped calling. You're happy, Hagrid, and that's all that matters. I'm not sure if I did the right thing, didn't think it through too much." "You're too kind, it's exactly what I wanted." Seeing that Hagrid couldn't really intercede on its behalf, Fluffy seemed to settle down completely. It lay on Hagrid's shoulder, quite spacious for it now. Soon enough, its 3 heads began to compete for the raw meat that Hagrid handed over. Slow down, it's all yours, Hagrid said with a cheerful smile. Before leaving, Felix Harp took the rare opportunity to remind him, Hagrid, if Fluffy grows to about 1/3 of its normal size, you should send him back. His recovery rate will accelerate from then on. I've strengthened the spell, so you should be able to keep him for about a week. Got it, Hagrid said contentedly. Leaving Hagrid's cabin and returning to the castle, Felix Harp suddenly remembered that he still had a glass bottle with an acromantula inside in his pocket. He couldn't help but hesitate. He really didn't want to go back again. Or maybe just squash it, after all, no one would notice. But in the end, Felix Harp decided to return to his office with it. Lying on the sofa, he lazily watched a movie, but he couldn't remember anything by the end of it. The side effects of the Room of Thought are quite significant. Felix poured himself another dose of potion. For a moment, he felt slightly better, his headache wasn't as severe. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the crown of Ravenclaw, placing it on his head. A faint, cool sensation radiated from it, soothing his weary mind. It actually works. Felix felt like his reasoning had taken a vacation and finally come back. Sitting up from the sofa, he carefully reviewed the events of the day and couldn't help but cover his face. So reckless. He quickly went to his work table and layered protective spells on the glass bottle containing the acromantula. Very well, now even a 3-headed dog will need some time to break through, he said with satisfaction. It's good timing to record the duration of the spell and compare it with the data from Hagrid's side. But then he suddenly realized a serious problem: if I'm not feeling better tomorrow, how am I supposed to teach young wizards? Felix stared at his reflection in the mirror. He was wearing a wide, deep brown men's hat on his head. Professor's new style? Hermione asked, knocking on his office door on time. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Chapter 202, The Time Turner. What's the matter? You seemed a bit angry when you came in just now, Felix Harp said. He appeared almost the same as yesterday, except for the large, deep brown hat perched on his head. Professor, I already know what that very intriguing magical text is, Hermione emphasized heavily. This morbidly fascinating vocabulary was mentioned last night by Professor Harp himself when he suggested she explore the power of individual magical texts. Tell me, let's hear if your guess is correct. Felix's mouth curved into a smile. It represents the strength of Aurochs, Uruz, she uttered a strange sound, her hand glowing with a faint white light as she looked at him with suspicion. Just as I thought, cough cough. You must have had an interesting experience, Felix remarked. Indeed, it was quite fascinating. I woke up early today to avoid everyone, trying out magical texts in a corner of the common room, some failures, some successes. Her face wrinkled with puzzlement and confusion. I don't know why, but Fred and George also sneaked out early, tiptoeing like they were avoiding someone. I was using this magical text at the time, heard them walking, lost control for a moment, and I just, Hermione expressed with frustration, I broke the armrest of a chair right in front of them. Felix struggled to hold back a laugh and consoled her, it's not a big deal, only the 2 of them saw it. That's no longer the case, Hermione said mournfully, they told Lee Jordan. Lee Jordan was the commentator for the school Quidditch matches, known for his big mouth around the school. Felix had watched a few Quidditch matches last year and was quite impressed by him. Everything will pass, well, maybe. Felix changed the subject, let's get to today's main topic. Today we won't be teaching in the thought chamber. It's under renovation, too noisy. Hermione looked at him with a puzzled expression. What was the professor talking about? Exploring the power of individual magical texts can help you become more familiar with the texts themselves. Otherwise, having a large number of them won't be of much use. This has been my recent insight, Felix said, conjuring a bright red magical symbol on the tip of his index finger. The symbol bounced and hopped in front of the young witch. As the magical symbol returned to his palm, Felix closed his hand around it. Hermione half suspected that Professor Harp had squashed the little thing, but he slowly opened his palm, revealing a cluster of small flames burning quietly. To achieve this level is quite sufficient. Hermione, who had been slightly discontented before, was now completely captivated by the new knowledge. Soon, she started asking one question after another under his guidance. With his guidance, in less than half an hour, Hermione mastered the magical text symbolizing illumination. A pure and gentle light emerged from her hand, albeit thin and faint. Your foundation is solid, Miss Granger. You could certainly play a greater role in the Magical Texts Club. Hermione was taken aback by his words, then excitedly asked, Professor, is the Magical Texts Club starting? Yes, it is. The announcement will be made next Monday. Hermione was eagerly looking forward to the Magical Texts Club. According to the professor's previous statements, he would focus on practical knowledge of ancient magical texts. For the remaining time, Hermione practiced on her own while Felix flipped through a hefty tome, his fingertips constantly tracing various magical symbols. However, Hermione seemed unusually tired, yawning incessantly. She heard the professor's voice. Did you use the time turner today? Startled, Hermione looked over. Professor Harp was peering at her through the pages of the heavy book, his gaze scrutinizing her. What? Oh. She took a while to calm down. There's never enough time. I have so many assignments to write, extra magical text practice, and reading some reference books. I've already used up 6 hours just this morning. Felix Harp shook his head. I can imagine how busy you usually are. Are you planning to make one day into 2, or perhaps 3? Hermione didn't say anything. Actually, I suggest you drop 1 or 2 subjects. No, I don't want to give up, Hermione interrupted him, her tone firm. If that's the case, you might consult Percy Weasley. As far as I know, he obtained 12 certificates in his OWLS exams. Hermione nodded, acknowledging the suggestion. She was indeed curious about how Percy managed to use the time turner. It had only been a week, and she was already feeling exhausted. Can you tell me what it feels like to use the time turner? Hermione noticed Professor Harp hiding his face behind the heavy book and asked calmly. After thinking for a moment, she described her experience. I felt like I was rapidly moving backward, like flying, but in reality, I hadn't moved at all. Do you think the surroundings were moving? Yes. Besides that, what else did you feel? I heard some strange sounds, as if there was a drum pounding in my ears. I tried to speak, but I couldn't hear anything, just saw some blurry patterns, a bit like clouds. Thank you, Miss Granger. Your answers have satisfied my curiosity, Professor Harp said after a short exchange. After the brief conversation, the office fell silent. It remained so until Hermione left. After she was gone, Felix Harp set down his book. The Mysteries of Time. The next day marked the start of a new week. After his first class, Felix Harp took the opportunity to visit the headmaster's office and handed over the 3 sneakoscopes to Dumbledore. Clever design. I suspect some trace charms are involved. Oh, not just that, I can also see elements of Nick's techniques. It seems like you've been in frequent communication lately, Dumbledore said. His silver-white beard was twisted up as he peered through the half-moon lenses at the pocket-sized sneakoscopes. You can tell? Felix Harp asked, surprised. I was quite the alchemist in my younger days, and Nick offered me some pointers. Unfortunately, I didn't continue down that path, Dumbledore said regretfully. Suddenly, Felix Harp remembered the introduction to this old man he had read on a chocolate frog card a long time ago. One line echoed in his mind. Effective collaboration with partner Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. So, the headmaster was skilled in alchemy as well? Felix thought about the glimpses he had caught of the put-outer. He realized he only had a superficial understanding of Dumbledore's past. Yes, he knew about defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, containing Voldemort, and a series of papers he published in his youth. But what else was there? He knew the headmaster liked sweets, enjoyed chamber music and gobs tones. Felix couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. No problem, Felix. You've done excellently, Dumbledore said once he was satisfied. After confirming everything, Felix took his leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, Headmaster Dumbledore. Other than expressing my gratitude, nothing else, Felix, Dumbledore said. Oh, by the way, your hat is quite charming. Felix left with a stern face, refusing to respond to the comment. As he departed, he caught a glimpse of the portrait of Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black gesturing at him, seemingly subtly reminding him not to forget their conversation from a week ago. Chapter 203, The Magical Script Club's Recruitment. Later in the afternoon, a brand new poster was hung on the bulletin board, and from quite a distance, one could clearly read the title on it: Recruitment Notice for the Magical Script Club. A group of young wizards gathered around the bulletin board, and an enthusiastic student read aloud for everyone to hear. We are recruiting the first batch of members for the Magical Script Club, with the following requirements: choose any one of the three, selection will be based on merit. Roughly master 30 practical ancient magical scripts, to the extent of repairing magical puppets, or be proficient in one practical ancient magical script, see illustration below. Independently create an alchemical item. Focus on exploration of ancient magical scripts and complete a 7-foot-long essay, alternative reference book list attached. Selection time, the last Saturday morning of this month, location, Ancient Magical Script Classroom. Head of the Magical Script Club, Felix Harp, born on September 7, 1993. Beneath the poster, there was a moving image and a lengthy book list. Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed to the front of the crowd, carefully examining the text and illustrations. I think the first requirement is the easiest to fulfill, Ron said, staring at the end of the first item. It's the last sentence, just needing to be proficient in one practical ancient magical script. His words elicited a chorus of agreement. Not at all, Hermione retorted sharply. She pointed to the animated image on the bottom left of the poster, a young wizard holding a magical symbol, which promptly transformed into a burst of flames. It's the most difficult of all the requirements. In fact, I believe the third requirement is the simplest. Are you kidding, Hermione? It's a 7-foot essay, 7 feet. My eyesight is just fine, Ron. In fact, I've written longer essays. Many students recognized this assistant from the ancient magical script class, especially those who had taken the elective for more than a year. They were familiar with her handwriting. Privately, many people complained that the second-year Gryffindor was the actual professor of the ancient magical script class, because her delicate handwriting often appeared on the assignments for this class, spanning 5 different years. Miss Granger, I hope you can explain the meaning and difficulty level of each requirement in detail. 7th year Percy appeared. He had a badge on his chest symbolizing his role as the head of the Boys' Student Council. His tone was dignified and formal. Your words will be a powerful reference. Ron whispered to Harry, look at him, he's like the spokesperson for the Ministry of Magic, just missing the protruding belly. Harry glanced at Percy, then imagined Percy with Uncle Vernon's belly, a mental image that made him burst into laughter. Seeing everyone's attention on her, Hermione said nervously, oh, of course. Professor Harp's Magical Script Club places greater emphasis on practical magical scripts. His 3 requirements revolve around this point. The first requirement assesses proficiency in practical magical scripts. Based on what I know, I've seen your assignments. Many students from 5th year and above meet the criteria, except for that last sentence. The second requirement is understandable, but to meet the professor's standard, you definitely need to use more alchemical symbols and practical magical scripts. The third requirement examines the understanding of practical magical scripts. Personally, I think it's the simplest way and the best choice for students below 5th year. After a dozen minutes, Hermione finally broke free from the crowd and found Harry and Ron waiting at a distance. My goodness, this is the first time I've been treated with such enthusiasm, Hermione said, unsure whether she was pleased or annoyed. Ron muttered to the side, I wouldn't mind trading places with you. Let's go, we should head to the Great Hall for dinner, Harry suggested. At that moment, a voice interjected. Thus, you Muggleborns have just stepped into the limelight. Draco Malfoy appeared seemingly out of nowhere, wearing a sickly expression on his face. By his side stood Pansy Parkinson, along with his unwavering lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. Shut your mouth, Malfoy. Maybe you should be more concerned about explaining to your dear old dad how you are hanging out with your Death Eater friends, Ron sneered. Draco's expression darkened. Ron had struck a nerve. Ever since his thoughtless comment last Tuesday, after 3 days of brooding, his father had sent a strongly worded letter, forbidding him from mentioning any topic related to the Dark Lord. Get this person out of your memory, understand? Otherwise, I'll bring you back. That's how the sentence in the letter went. Draco paid no attention to Ron. He looked at Harry and said, if I were you, I'd spend more time with that big oaf. You might only find him in Nocturne Alley in the future. Harry replied without hesitation, Hagrid won't get fired. Just wait and see, Potter. Draco smirked coldly and turned to Hermione. You Muggleborns have a bit of cleverness, but what else can you do besides rote memorization? I can do a lot more. Do you want to try? Hermione produced a strange syllable from her mouth, and a faint halo appeared over her palm. She's also ranked first in all subjects on the second-year Answer Sheepskin Parchment leaderboard. Yes, to you, that's nothing. Oh, right, she might even become one of your examiners if you want to join the Magical Script Club, Ron taunted him. Draco felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He spoke slowly, what a shame, it seems you've won the Daily Prophet's grand prize in fortune-telling, making you noticeably more confident. Draco, don't pay attention to these lowlifes. My grandfather's servants are wealthier than their entire family. Being on par with them is the greatest humiliation I've ever faced in my life, Pansy Parkinson said haughtily as she pulled him away. Ron furrowed his brow and said incredulously, are they insane? Why is their presence always so unpleasant? Even after dinner and back in the common room, Ron was still bothered by the incident. Ruined my good mood for the day, Hermione. I mean it, if you become one of the examiners in the selection, hey! Keep your cat away from me. Less than 3 feet away from him, a ginger-furred, squashed-faced big cat was crouching down, its gaze fixed on his pocket. Hermione grumpily picked up her cat. Crookshanks, behave. She sat down on the other side of the small round table. Harry looked down at a piece of parchment covered with names and various lines connecting them. Hermione glanced at the content and worriedly said, Harry, are you still preoccupied with that fugitive? I just can't understand how my dad could pick that guy as his best man. Harry pounded the table in frustration. Even though nearly a week had passed, he couldn't forget his anger at that moment. Hermione tried to console him, saying, people can change, Harry. Curious, Ron asked, I remember you said you were going to talk to Professor Lupin on Saturday for information. What happened? Harry sighed dejectedly. I didn't meet him. Professor Lupin was sick. I knocked on his door for ages, and he finally replied in a hoarse voice. But he didn't outright refuse you, did he? Try again when you get the chance, after class, or maybe the next weekend, Ron suggested. Harry nodded, he was thinking the same thing. There was supposed to be a lesson in dark arts defense today, but Professor Lupin looked too worn out. Harry didn't want to ask for a favor while the professor was teaching, he was afraid Lupin might collapse during class. Chapter 204, Correspondence and Research. Ron leaned over to look at the parchment, surprised, and said, why is my dad's name on here? On the parchment, the names of James Potter and Sirius Black occupied the center, branching out to various related individuals from their names. For example, James led to Harry, and from Harry, various sources of information emerged, like Mr. Weasley, Minister Fudge, and Professor Lupin. Harry explained, before we got on the train, Mr. Weasley warned me about Sirius and made me promise not to seek him out. He must know more. Should I write a letter to my dad? Ron asked hesitantly, clearly nervous. I think. Potter. Come over here, Professor McGonagall entered from outside, motioning to Harry. The two of them spoke quietly in the corner, Harry's voice growing more excited. After a while, he returned, placing a disillusionment charm on the table and using a quill to add a new name to the parchment, Professor McGonagall. She knows too, but treats me like a child, he said with frustration. Hermione looked at the tiny disillusionment charm and suddenly said, this was made by Professor Snape, commissioned by Dumbledore. It contains a strand of Sirius Black's hair. She had promised Professor Snape not to reveal this earlier, but since the charm was already in Harry's hands, there was no need to hide it anymore. Harry chuckled in exasperation, so, everyone is trying to keep me in the dark. Don't be that way, Harry. They have their reasons. But we can also investigate the past ourselves, can't we? Hermione said. Ron widened his eyes, do you even know what you're saying, Hermione? This is important, Ron. We might be able to glean valuable information from it. Like what kind of magic Sirius Black was skilled in. In case we cross paths, it's better to know something rather than nothing. Hermione assigned tasks with confidence, Ron, write to your dad, and Harry, focus on Professor Lupin. What about you? Ron asked sensitively. I'll ask Professor Snape if he knows anything. But chances are slim, he was already out of Hogwarts when Harry's father attended. Hermione counted on her fingers, oh, and there's Hagrid. Remember? The night Malfoy got hurt, we went to comfort Hagrid, and he ended up kicking us out. Ron nodded approvingly, that's a good move. Hagrid is a blabbermouth, he'll spill the beans. Harry suddenly reminded them, Snape definitely knows as well. He hated my dad and probably Professor Lupin too. Maybe we could. That's a good idea. Let's go ask him. Dear Professor Snape, were you ever beaten to a pulp by someone named James Potter when you were in school? We're interested in learning about one of his friends. Harry was left speechless. Neville walked in, holding a letter in his hand. He looked around and approached the trio. Grandmother's letter, addressed to Professor Snape. I don't know if I should give it to him. Neville's round face showed hesitation. Felix Harp saw this letter the next day. In front of Neville, he opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. Neville stared at him, unblinking. What did she say? She's inviting me to Madame Putafoot's tea shop this weekend for a conversation, Felix Harp smiled. Neville swallowed nervously. See, can I come along? It's about me, isn't it? He managed to get out the script Harry, Ron, and Hermione had prepared for him the day before. Oh, no, you can't. You're not allowed in Hogsmeade yet. You agreed just like that? Without putting up a fight? Harry exclaimed, eyes wide. I. Neville stammered, I think Professor Harp made a valid point. I'm really not allowed in Hogsmeade Village. You could have asked him to take you along, he's a professor. I didn't think of that at the time. Neville scratched the back of his head. Harry stewed in his frustration. Meanwhile, Felix Harp was engrossed in observing a glass jar. 3 days had passed, and the acromantulas inside were now the size of walnuts. I know you can understand me, Mr. Acromantula, Felix Harp said. Wizard, what do you want? The acromantula growled, its massive pincers clicking menacingly. A lot of things, but I need your cooperation. Impossible, wizard, you cannot insult me. It snapped, waving its pincers angrily. If it had maintained its original size, this would probably have been quite intimidating. Felix Harp smiled, I should remind you, you attacked me first. I spared you because you're still useful. If that changes. The acromantula grew nervous, recalling the fear of being tormented, shrunken, by this wizard, so, you'll let me go. If you're satisfactory, why not? Do you look appetizing to me? Fine, I agree. It quickly changed its tune. Next, I will use magic to gradually stimulate you, aiding your recovery. You must describe the corresponding sensations. Understand? Understood. In Felix Harp's view, a blue magic resided within the acromantula, appearing highly organized, like chains obstructing its body's restoration. Yet, this magic was dissipating at an excruciatingly slow rate. After all, this magic was a finite resource, and the acromantula was inherently magical, containing its own magic and struggling to shed the constraints on its body. As the process progressed, its speed accelerated. From the data collected over the past 3 days, the transformation took place between 5 to 8 days. If I could have my magic automatically absorb free magic, could I maintain existence indefinitely? Felix Harp speculated, though it was entirely unrealistic. At least, currently, he couldn't even touch his shadow. Felix Harp carefully probed. The blue magic remained stable, seemingly disinterested in its former master. Instead of using a resizing spell to undo the magic, he infused his magic into the acromantula, helping it resist and erode the blue chains. Threads of blue mist emerged from the acromantula's body. Soon, it had shrunk to the size of a watermelon. But it didn't dare move, letting Felix Harp prod and poke. Every few minutes, Felix Harp would inquire about its sensations. How does it feel? I feel nothing. After a while. Now. It's like stepping into a den from sunlight. My body feels much more comfortable. The acromantula favored cold and damp environments. It was uncomfortable before. The transformation process was painful, extremely disorienting. But after a while, I couldn't feel it anymore. I thought that's how I'd remain. The acromantula spoke. Felix Harp looked at it in mild astonishment. He knew acromantulas could communicate in human language, but he didn't expect them to express themselves so clearly. Do you guys chat in English and hold tea parties? Or did Aragog teach you? Felix Harp asked curiously. I don't know what you're saying. It's Aragog who taught us, the acromantula replied. Felix Harp understood somewhat. Wild acromantulas definitely lacked this ability. Being linked to Aragog, who was raised by Hagrid, made all the difference. This led him to some new thoughts. Perhaps he could domesticate them? When he delicately broached this idea to Hagrid, the latter burst into laughter. Hogwarts is already doing that. I visit every month or so to check on Aragog. He's quite old, he might not have much time left. I also extract some venom from the acromantulas. It's good stuff, and a portion of the school's expenses come from it. But Aragog never lets me take too much, he's concerned about his descendants' hunting needs. Felix Harp stared at Hagrid in astonishment. This was completely different from what he'd imagined. Hagrid cheerfully added, "Finally, there's something you didn't know, Felix. Most of the intelligent creatures in the Forbidden Forest maintain connections with Hogwarts. Dumbledore assigned me this responsibility. Like unicorns, I bring them some herbs and remedies. They don't mind me taking a bit of their hair. The good stuff is taken by Ollivander, what's left isn't very useful. I use it to make pads, rags, and such. Very practical. Or the centaurs, they act as a barrier for the Forbidden Forest, alerting me if werewolves, giants, or dangerous creatures approach. If they encounter something they can't handle, they inform me. They're skilled healers, different from wizards, but they're useful sometimes. As for centaur divination, that's not my expertise. Plants are the same. Professor Sprout scatters seeds into the Forbidden Forest every year." Chapter 205, the 17th Dueling Lesson of Flitwick. For young wizards at Hogwarts, the dueling class held on the second and fourth Thursdays of each month was not just a class but a grand competitive social event that invigorated both the body and mind. In the eyes of many, this class had the potential to rival even Quidditch matches. At least here, they could actively participate instead of being mere spectators on the field. The Great Hall was bustling with people. Before the professor arrived, students gathered in small groups, engaging in spirited conversations. Harry saw Percy enthusiastically recounting how he achieved 12 Owls certificates, and Hermione's eyes lit up beside him. "I'll be back in a moment," Hermione told Harry and Ron. They watched as she navigated through the crowd, speaking in hushed tones to someone. Percy, who was nearby, initially paid little attention, but his eyes soon widened. The twins quickly moved past the crowd and headed toward a corner of the hall where 4 long tables were arranged. As they passed the twins, Percy stopped to warn them, "I don't know how you managed to evade my sight, maybe you used a tracking spell or something." The twins exchanged a glance, and Fred winked, saying, "Did you hear that, George? A tracking spell. What a productive day it's been." George made an exaggerated bow, hand placed behind his back. "Noble behavior, Percy. Just to contribute to the grand mischief-making cause, we'll make sure to leave you with a name. About as big as a palm. No, the size of a badge will do. We'll just write Big-Headed Boy, and it'll be crystal clear." Harry chuckled softly from a distance. Quickly shifting his gaze, he looked at Ginny beside him. Her face turned quickly red, seemingly as though she might faint into the arms of her good friend, Luna Lovegood. "Do you need me to tell you a cheesy joke?" Luna said, her wide eyes staring off abruptly. Harry was used to her eccentric manner, he knew she was always like this. "Do you have any profound insights, Luna?" Harry hurriedly glanced in Percy's direction. They were now standing beneath a suit of armor, speaking in low voices. "Your mind is all jumbled up, probably infested by a group of migratory botflies," Luna said earnestly, shaking a bracelet on her wrist. "I can help you get rid of them." "How do I do that?" Harry said, catching a glimpse of Professor Flitwick's figure at the entrance of the hall. "You need to calm down first, become less attractive to the botflies." "Thanks, but I don't think my mind has those peculiar things in it," Harry interjected quickly. Professor Flitwick and Snape entered the hall, as expected. No, there was another professor, Professor Felix Harp, whom he had overlooked. Hermione returned hastily from a distance, and the young wizards positioned themselves by their houses as the professors entered. Felix Harp gave himself a sonorous boost and boomed, "Welcome back to dueling class, young wizards. I see many familiar faces and quite a few new ones." In front of their respective houses, rows of students looked on with curiosity and restraint. Among them were the first-year students of each house. Harry noticed a young witch named Romilda Vane who was gazing intently at Professor Harp. "Before we begin today's lesson, allow me to introduce our third permanent dueling professor, Phileas Felix Harp." The diminutive Felix Harp took a few steps forward. He was dressed formally in a crisp suit, elegantly twirling his wand as if it were a conductor's baton. Lively cheers erupted from Ravenclaw, accompanied by bursts of sparks that converged to form the symbol of the eagle, emblematic of Ravenclaw House. Harry thought they must have taken inspiration from the parchment designs. The two looked remarkably similar. Students from other houses were also clapping fervently. When it came to popularity, Felix Harp was undoubtedly the most favored among the 4 house heads. Thank you, Felix Harp was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with the Ravenclaw crest and dabbed his eyes. I'm overwhelmed today, it's like standing at the podium for the first time. Today was Felix Harp's special day, and both Felix and Snape deliberately downplayed their presence, allowing Harp to shine. After bowing to the 2 professors, Harp began to exhibit his spellcasting skills, turning it into an art form in his hands. After a few minutes of showcasing his skills, Felix Harp got down to business. He flicked his wand, causing billowing bronze-colored smoke to emanate from its tip. The smoke coalesced into vague humanoid figures, standing on a gilded stage. These bronze figures were paired off, facing each other as if engaged in duels. Each pair featured a shorter wizard, presumably Felix Harp himself. The young wizards carefully counted. There were a total of 17 pairs. Felix Harp's high-pitched voice echoed, "Allow me to retrieve memories of my moments of glory. This dates back more than 60 years. After 17 duels, I earned the title of Wizard Dueling Champion for the year 1931. He waved his wand, causing the first pair of bronze figures to come to life. The tall wizard cast a spell, while the shorter figure retaliated with a head lowered, quickly defeating the opponent with a single strike. Felix Harp acted as a commentator, saying, "Did you see that? My opponent underestimated me. He thought my small stature meant I was likely not skilled, but this was one of the easiest victories I achieved. Short-lived, yet brilliant. There's much to learn from this. First lesson, never underestimate your opponent in a duel. Many of you might think this, but only a few wizards truly embody it. And what else? Yes, seize the opportunity. I didn't remain defensive, I counterattacked opportunistically. This also reminds us that wizards are most vulnerable when they're on the offensive. You must protect yourself and leave room for maneuvering. Now, it gets a bit tougher. Anyone knows? A hint: it's related to my unique height." Felix Harp looked expectantly at the young wizards in the audience. Harry's eyes brightened. He had heard a similar expression from Professor Snape. He was the first to raise his hand. When called upon, he said with excitement, "Craft a combat style that suits you best, leveraging your personal traits." Felix Harp smiled, "Excellent, Potter. Yes, personal traits are crucial. Each of us is unique, you must accept everything about yourself, the good and the not so good. I used to be troubled by my height and build. Most of the time, I had to look up in duels. Being shorter had its disadvantages, too. My movement speed wasn't as fast, and my arm length was limited, making it easier for opponents to gauge the range of my spells." The young wizards listened attentively, curious to know how Professor Harp resolved these challenges. "But I emerged from that shadow. I embraced my imperfections, and eventually, my height became an advantage. Few wizards have experience dueling someone of my stature. They often make mistakes dealing with me, either due to mentality or habit. My build made it easier for me to dodge spells. I no longer focused solely on speed but developed a more agile footwork." Felix Harp spoke with a touch of sentiment, prompting enthusiastic applause from the audience. He heard someone from his house shout, "Headmaster, you're the best." He couldn't help wiping his eyes again. "Next, let's move to the second duel. I encountered someone quite intriguing, and we later became friends." Over an hour passed. Using his personal experiences, Felix Harp painted vivid dueling scenes, leaving the young wizards feeling enriched. Harry even thought he could put down these words without changing a single one and hand them over to Professor Snape. But such things were just wishful thinking. Felix walked to the center of the gilded stage, smiling, "There's just under half an hour left. After consulting with the 2 professors, we've decided to switch to practical guidance. Students will select a professor for one-on-one guidance. After a whole year and a summer break, many of you should be confident in your abilities." He surveyed the room, observing the eager faces. "Well, then, let's show what you've got." Chapter 206, Guiding the Battle. Young wizards gazed at each other, but not a single one volunteered to step onto the stage. Below, a cacophony of whispers filled the air. This was a chance to face off openly with a professor, but the question remained, who should they choose? Felix Harp chuckled softly. Who among you is willing to give it a try? Opportunities like this are rare. Harry felt a tickle inside, his lips dry. He had undergone Professor Harp's special training during the summer break, and he knew very well the vast gap that existed between them. However, he could never quite quantify just how wide that gap truly was. And just now, a sudden thought occurred to him. Could he gain the insights he desired through one-on-one guidance? In the midst of his hesitation, the first person stepped forward: Percy Weasley. He bowed with solemnity. As the head boy of Gryffindor, I'm more than willing to set an example for others. Excellent, Weasley. Which professor do you choose? Felix encouraged, his gaze fixed upon him. Professor Flitwick, Percy replied without hesitation. He had made up his mind before coming up. Among the three professors, Snape was universally recognized as unfriendly to Gryffindors, and while facing him might not be life-threatening, embarrassment was inevitable, ruling Snape out. Hagrid didn't use his magic frequently, but his disarming charm from last year left a deep impression. Percy worried that Hagrid might use a spell of that magnitude on him, ruling Hagrid out as well. With this consideration, Professor Flitwick seemed to be the most suitable choice. He had an affable and gentle personality, wasn't overly strict with young wizards, and rarely deducted points. Flitwick had displayed ease in guiding students during dueling lessons the previous school year, never leaving them feeling disheartened. I choose Professor Flitwick, Percy reiterated. Soon, Flitwick and Percy stood face to face. Flitwick reminded him, remember what I've told you before. He had spent over an hour detailing his own fighting style. Percy nodded. Both raised their wands and saluted, and then the duel officially began. Percy made the first move, sending a disarming charm soaring through the air, but Flitwick simply tilted his head to dodge it, his eyes focused unwaveringly on his opponent's wand. Almost simultaneously, a bright incantation shot toward Percy. Luckily, he had rehearsed before taking the stage. After casting the disarming charm, he instinctively jumped to the side, simultaneously uttering the incantation for the shield charm. Protego Armorum. The shield charm took form just in time to intercept Flitwick's spell. Nicely countered, Percy, Flitwick praised. He consciously controlled the pace of his attacks. Nearly 3 minutes later, he decisively employed an impediment jinx, defeating Percy. Flitwick critiqued, your spell work is quite proficient, and you possess your own logic, but it's evident that you lack practical experience. Your reactions under pressure were a bit hasty. Percy freed himself from the bindings, smoothed the wrinkles from his robes, and with formality, said, Thank you, Professor Flitwick. I'll keep that in mind for the future. He bowed and stepped down from the gilded platform, Gryffindor's young wizards cheering with excitement. We're the first ones. Percy, how did it feel facing the professor? Did you feel the pressure? Someone asked him. Percy explained, certainly, there was some pressure, but you don't have time to dwell on it. You must remain entirely focused. With the first person bravely taking the plunge, the young wizards became increasingly eager. Timidness faded away as swiftly as dawn, and soon the second student was standing on the gilded stage. Again, a Gryffindor student, Oliver Wood, tall and robust, was the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I choose Professor Harp. Felix Harp and him saluted each other. Wood mumbled, Professor, please go easy on me. You're the one I fear the most. Then why choose me? Hey, since I'm graduating soon, boasting about facing you sounds pretty impressive. Wood said, a bit sheepishly. Impressive, quite the choice of words. As the duel began, Wood still shouted enthusiastically, Expelliarmus. A beam of red light zipped past his hair, extinguishing the words behind it. The spell's force made his hair stand on end. He gazed at Professor Harp, wondering if being hit by that would literally cleave him in two. Looking back at him, the professor nodded with an encouraging smile. Soon, the students witnessed a complete domination. In the initial moments, Wood hadn't even managed to cast a full spell, his attempts constantly disrupted by silent casting. It wasn't until Wood closed his eyes, and almost recklessly muttered the disarming charm, that the duel regained normalcy. Professor Harp ceased preventing Wood from casting spells. They engaged in a back and forth, firing spells of various colors. Professor Harp employed the duel strategy he had discussed in previous dueling lessons, defense/evade counterattack. Each action had a theoretical basis, and with Flitwick's prior words in mind, they had a more profound understanding. Even the first-year students could sense something. 7 or 8 minutes later, sweat-drenched Wood conceded. As per tradition, Felix offered feedback. Wood, you lack fluency in nonverbal spells. Your dual intentions are too conspicuous, and you lack a consistent approach. In your recent performance, you cast 12 different spells. These included dueling spells like Expelliarmus and Protego, as well as minor jinxes like the Leglocker Curse and the Tickling Charm. Among them, you cast Expelliarmus 3 times, Protego twice, the Leglocker Curse twice, and the Tickling Charm once. It's not that you can't use minor jinxes, but you must choose your spells carefully. For instance, the Leglocker Curse can't directly control your opponent. This means you waste excellent opportunities for initiating and hitting your target. Moreover, your spells lack a distinctive impact, which indicates a lack of mainline spells. Wood humbly accepted the advice, wiping the sweat from his face. Next, Gryffindor students were eager to step up, but the other 3 houses protested. A Slytherin student took a stand, a 7th-year prefect named Geoffrey. Professor Snape, please provide guidance to a student, he respectfully requested. Snape laid down his fork and withdrew his wand from his black robe, his robes billowing as he walked to the center. Facing the Slytherin student, Snape evidently held back. Otherwise, according to his temper, he might have simply cast a spell to knock his opponent down. However, this time, he seldom attacked, choosing instead a defensive posture. Geoffrey's first spell hit the ground 3 feet away from Snape. With a cold expression, Snape scolded, "Are you worried about accidentally hitting me, Geoffrey? Use every spell you can think of to attack. Dueling is a serious matter." Next, Geoffrey began his attacks from various angles, sending spells of different colors towards Snape. The young wizards witnessed a spellbinding display of defensive teaching. Snape rarely used protective spells like Protego. His eyesight was exceptional, easily deflecting incoming spells. Confronting a cloud of seemingly dark mist, he pointed his wand at it, turning it into a cloud of white mist. Stepping out of the mist, Snape's vague face grew clear. He gradually approached Geoffrey, casually deflecting the spells coming his way and sending them off course. Soon, Geoffrey found himself backed against the stage's edge, forced to concede. "Absolutely fantastic! Did you all see that?" The Slytherin students erupted in enthusiastic applause. Harry couldn't resist his yearning any longer and rushed onto the platform. Snape looked at Harry, a sneer on his face, and spoke in a lowered voice only they could hear. "Couldn't hold back any longer, could you? Just like your father, always seeking the limelight. Maybe this makes you feel special, enamored with being seen as a savior." "I don't think of myself as special. Everything just seems to find me," Harry retorted. "Like Sirius Black, who escaped from Azkaban, I had no prior knowledge of him." "Don't mention that nauseating name," Snape replied coldly. Harry spoke with certainty, "I've seen records from your student days. You didn't get along, but there must be deeper reasons behind it." Snape's expression became enigmatic, his lips tightly pressed as if restraining spiteful words. Chapter 207, Harry's Duel. Harry pressed on, his voice determined. "You must know something." Snape waved his wand, murmuring mufflieto, rendering their conversation unheard by those around. He spoke deliberately, each word cutting through the air. "You're always meddling, Potter. A few praises and you believe yourself the chosen one. Were it not for your mother's sacrifice, you'd be nothing." A mixture of emotions churned within Harry's stomach: gratitude and sorrow. He was relieved that his gamble had paid off. Snape indeed held more secrets. Yet, his heart ached at the mention of his mother. What could there be that he didn't already know? Snape continued his unabashed mockery, depicting Harry as a mere survivor, a thief of unearned renown, causing his lungs to feel as though they might burst. His grip on his wand tightened, an urge to curse Snape with a bat bogey hex almost overwhelming him. The name of the spell seemed fitting for Snape, who resembled a rather unsavory, large bat. Snape noticed Harry's gesture, cold eyes narrowing with an intent that was far from benevolent. "Do you wish to engage, Potter? I'm willing to give you that opportunity." Harry drew in 2 sharp breaths, then stiffly replied, "No, I seek something other than you." He took a few steps back, turning to Felix not far away. With conviction, he declared, "I choose Professor Harp." Snape's expression displayed astonishment. In his calculations, Potter's nature should have been easily provoked, giving him an excuse to publicly chastise the young wizard. Truth be told, he was eagerly anticipating that moment. But this lad had actually declined. How dare he? Snape reluctantly retreated to the edge of the stage. Felix and Harry now stood face to face, their wands at the ready. In a low voice, Harry began, "Professor, if I manage to hold out for 2 minutes, would you promise me something?" Felix gazed at him and chuckled, "Like during our special training." "Exactly," Harry quickly affirmed. He hadn't really expected to glean information about his father and Sirius Black from Snape, that had been more of a fortunate accident. Now, he was executing his true plan. "Just like when I succeeded for the first time, would you join me to examine the Firebolt crossbow prototypes at Quality Quidditch Supplies?" "I went easy on you that time to boost your confidence," Felix remarked. "I know, but I've improved," Harry asserted. After a brief exchange, they both bowed to each other, then took 7 steps back and turned, locking eyes. Felix made no initial move, and Harry understood. It was like that time in the basement of the leaky cauldron. Harry swung his wand abruptly and shouted, "Impedimenta!" A rope-like charm shot toward Felix. He didn't wait to see its effect, quickly stepping back twice and following with a silent disarming charm. Felix stood smiling, the charm touching his body before rapidly softening. He then tilted his head, avoiding the red arc of light. Swiftly, he cast 2 spells, 1 crimson and 1 gold. Protego Armor. Harry had already prepared the shield charm. One spell grazed the magical barrier while the other struck his shield charm directly, producing a muffled bang. Harry mentally counted to 8, a pattern he had recognized during training. Professor Harp never knocked him down all at once, there was always a deliberate pause between spells. This offered him a glimmer of hope. Reaching 8, he dodged to the side, a powerful spell smashing his shield charm. Scrambling up from the floor, he aimed his wand and sent 3 stunning spells, Stupefy, Stupefy, Stupefy. Without any visible motion, a faint magical barrier shimmered before Felix, deflecting Harry's spells. Immediately, Felix extended his hand, and the protective barrier morphed into 7 or 8 blunt-tipped arrows, hurtling towards Harry. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows emitted a mournful, whining sound. Harry cast a freezing charm, suspending the arrows in mid-air, then lunged sideways. The arrows paused for a second or two, then continued on their designated path, striking the wooden floor with an oddly muffled thud. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Less than 30 seconds had passed, yet the intense exchange of offense and defense between the two was riveting to all who watched. Professor Harp appeared undoubtedly composed, and the young wizards around weren't overly surprised. But Harry's performance left them bewildered. His familiarity with dueling astonished everyone. True, Harry was often in a sorry state evading, rolling, awkwardly retreating. Yet, he managed to counterattack whenever gaps emerged, casting spells at a frequency exceeding that of his earlier classmates. His countenance remained calm, devoid of the panic displayed by the others. Harry dashed across the stage, seeking to increase the distance between himself and Professor Harp. 2 minutes proved lengthy, forcing Harry to strategize meticulously, something he had never contemplated before. Although aware his spells were ineffective, he continued retaliating, hoping to disrupt the professor's attack rhythm. However, what filled him with despair was Professor Harp's unwavering pace, casting spells roughly every 7 to 8 seconds, never disrupted by Harry's efforts. "I still have a long way to go. Speculating like this, I'm certainly no match for Sirius Black." Impatience consumed Harry, his inner voice urging him it wasn't yet time, yet his mind wandered ceaselessly. Mid-run, a binding charm caught him, causing him to stumble. His glasses flew off, and Harry looked up, dazedly catching a blurred figure on the opposite side raising a wand. "No!" Struggling, he lifted his wand, shouting, "Expelliarmus!" A brilliant red beam erupted, resembling a wrist-thick laser, shimmering with a faint white light. The spell spanned a dozen meters, meeting Felix's disarming charm head-on. Unfazed, Felix subtly enhanced the charm's power, equaling the strength of Harry's disarming charm. From the perspective of the young wizards, Harry was momentarily on par with Professor Harp. Their spells clashed fiercely, igniting crackling explosions and arcs of magical light. Half the hall buzzed with excitement. Is that Harry's disarming charm? How did he master it? Legend has it that he used this spell to defeat the Dementor attacking him. He's just a third-year student. Truly the savior who defeated the enigmatic figure. Do you think he can win? You're getting ahead of yourself, but I believe it's possible in the future. Severus Snape, stationed in the corner, watched in astonishment. He had never known Harry could wield magic of this intensity far beyond what he usually demonstrated. Suddenly, his attention shifted to another figure. Lupin. Lupin appeared weary, his graying hair even more conspicuous against his patched clothes. Snape wasn't sure when Lupin had entered the Great Hall. He stared at Harry with concern. Their eyes met, and Lupin nodded kindly before intently fixing his gaze on Harry. On the gilded platform, Harry struggled to maintain the charm. He couldn't gauge how much time had elapsed, each second felt like an eternity. Still, he yearned to endure a little longer. Perhaps he had already held on for 2 minutes? That way, Professor Harp wouldn't refuse his request. Harry hoped. Felix's incantations remained steady and formidable, maintaining their unyielding power. Helplessly, Harry watched his own magic pushed back. He gritted his teeth, his vision becoming hazy, the world spinning. He was familiar with this sensation. In the next moment, I should collapse onto the carpeted floor, uncomfortable but not overly painful. Thud. Harry crashed to the ground, exclaiming in pain. Tears welled up. Abruptly, he realized he wasn't in the basement of the leaky cauldron for special training, he was on the gilded platform in the school's great hall, lying on bare, hard wood. Harry! Harry! A gentle voice reached his ears as someone crouched beside him, but he couldn't distinguish who it was. He faded into unconsciousness. Felix Harp observed Professor Lupin rushing toward Harry in concern and halted from a distance. Chapter 208, Conversation with Lupin. Harry woke up in the hospital bed and opened his eyes to see the white ceiling. Here you go, Harry, he heard Hermione's voice, and he reached out to take at his glasses. After putting on his glasses, Harry's vision became clear, and he saw Hermione and Ron sitting nearby. Madame Pomfrey was preparing a potion on the small table by the bed, and Professor Lupin was leaning over, checking his condition. Across the aisle, Professor Snape sat calmly on the opposite bed, flipping through an issue of the Daily Prophet. Professor. Child, drink this first, Madame Pomfrey said, and Harry struggled to say, I think I'm fine. Oh, really? She said absent-mindedly, that doesn't stop you from drinking the potion. Hurry up, or I'll replace it with a draught of living death. Harry drank the liquid in the cup in one gulp, then turned to Felix eagerly, asking, Professor Harp, did I last for 2 minutes? Felix put down the newspaper, smiled, and said, that final move of yours was indeed quite impressive. I was actually timing it. It took Harry a couple of seconds to realize what the professor meant, and he showed a surprised expression. So, I. Yes, Felix winked at him, you can take your time considering your wish. Just don't make it too challenging, or I'll have to decline. Harry blurted out, I want to know about my father, and also about Sirius Black. He glanced at Professor Lupin next to him, who was looking at him in astonishment. So, in a hushed voice, Harry added, thank you for coming to see me, Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin kindly said, it's nothing, I happen to have some free time tonight. Harry, about your father. Madame Pomfrey handed him a blanket, it's a bit chilly at night, cover yourself with this. She then turned to the two professors, annoyance on her face, the patient needs rest, you both better keep it short. Professor Lupin adjusted, Harry, I know you have some questions. This weekend, you can come and find me. I won't disturb you for now. Professor Harp, shall we? Felix stood up, of course. The two of them walked out of the office together. As they turned a corner in the hallway, Lupin paused, Professor Harp, we need to talk. About Potter. Exactly, about Harry. Lupin said calmly, it's evident that you treat him differently. But don't you think some of your methods aren't suitable for a third-year student? What do you mean? Felix looked at him curiously. Summer special training, forgive me, I was with them in a compartment and overheard some. From Harry's description, he fainted over a dozen times during your training. Felix casually remarked, it's probably more than that. If my recorded data is correct, it should be 32 times. Lupin looked at him sternly, haven't you realized the seriousness of the problem? He's only 13. What does age signify? Will Black spare him because he's young and wait until he's of age? If you're concerned about his health, That's unnecessary, I've prepared adequately. Lupin suppressed his anger. Harry will be safe staying at the school. Moreover, not everything can be brushed off with being prepared. Have you considered his mental resilience? What were you doing at 13? Felix looked at him expressionlessly and said softly, in my view, your reasons are all excuses. At least I won't place my hopes on others and pretend that nothing has happened. Lupin calmed down, hesitated for a moment, and said, I don't intend for my words to come off as biased, but you come from Slytherin, and you were Snape's student. What are you trying to say, Lupin? Felix tapped the window frame in front of him. I'm in a hurry. Lupin took a deep breath. I care about Harry's safety more than anyone else, and your influence on him is just too significant. Unfortunately, Snape and his father were bitter rivals during their school days, and I'm worried Snape's attitude might affect you. Felix Harp's gaze shifted towards the window. Severus can't sway me, but I don't intend to change my teaching philosophy. Professor Lupin, you're being too broad in your concerns. What's your connection to Harry? Let's just part ways here. He took a few steps, silently counting in his mind, 1, 2, 3. I knew Harry's father. We were good friends, even beyond what that word implies. I am deeply grateful to him, Lupin suddenly revealed. Felix, with his back turned, curled his lips, then turned to look at Lupin. You expect to convince me with vague words. Harry's father, James Potter, he was a genius in school, a prodigy who excelled in everything he learned. He was at the top of his class. And as for Sirius Black? I mean Black. Lupin stood alongside him, gazing out the window. The night had fallen completely. I was an outsider back then, and James accepted me. James and Sirius, they were exuberant, outgoing personalities. They were very popular among their classmates. James even joined the Quidditch team. But, on the flip side, they also became targets of Slytherin. Felix asked with interest, can you elaborate? Lupin thought for a moment, choosing his words carefully. The Slytherin of that time might be different from what you've encountered. The theory of the Dark Lord was very popular, and many students joined the Death Eater ranks right after graduation. We privately called them Death Eater Reserves. Felix nodded. I have heard some of it. James and Sirius, at that time, Sirius was a good person. Lupin said with difficulty. They quickly became leaders of Gryffindor, with James's carefree attitude, fondness for pranks, but also his strong sense of justice, always standing up for his fellow students. Sirius, on the other hand, strongly resented his family's corrupt lineage. He didn't have any liking for Slytherin either. He even cut ties with his family at the age of 16. I just didn't expect that he would ultimately betray James. He shook his head and didn't continue. And Felix understood what he left unsaid. He sighed emotionally, a righteous young man turning into a dragon of darkness, how can one not lament? Lupin continued, James and Sirius made enemies among many, certainly, some due to their pranks. They were indifferent to that. Peter and I also participated to some extent. Looking back, I find my own foolishness hard to believe. Are you trying to tell me about your own youth? Felix asked. Almost there. James and Sirius had a nemesis at the time, our current potions professor, Severus Snape. They had their confrontations, even escalated in the last few years. Because of Harry's mother. Felix interrupted, inquiring. From the information he had gathered, it seemed there were complex emotions at play. Forgive me, but I privately dug up some information. Lupin looked at him, his eyes complex. After a pause, he continued, You're a true Slytherin, Professor Harp. I mean that without any offense, but you clearly know some inside details and yet remain silent. Felix cut to the chase, my knowledge is limited, I can't grasp the entire picture of those times. However, it's helpful in sorting out some uncertainties. Please continue, Professor Lupin. Lupin said somewhat speechlessly, it's far more complicated. I was one of the few who understood the situation back then, Professor Harp. I hope this conversation between us won't be leaked. At least I won't be the one to share it. Felix's gaze slid to the corner of the corridor, revealing a playful smile. But what if someone was here? Harry's mother, Lily Evans, she was good friends with Severus even before entering Hogwarts. And James and Sirius, they connected instantly, the kind of bond Harry shares with his two closest friends. He smiled, saying that was perhaps the most beautiful memory of his life. As I mentioned before, James and Sirius quickly became prominent figures, gathering a large following. As for their relationship with Severus, it was somewhat akin to Harry and Malfoy today. Snape embodied many traits James disliked: unkempt, into dark magic, a Slytherin, and a bother to his classmates. Why a bother? I recall you said Snape and Harry's mother were good friends, Felix asked. That's true, but you can't expect 11 or 12-year-old boys to calmly analyze situations. Plus, James and Sirius. He paused, they were impulsive personalities. The conflict between James and Snape escalated quickly. James hexed Snape, and Snape countered with various spells. Lily always stood by Snape's side, disapproving of everything James did. That's how it went for a few years. Then, James started to have feelings for Lily. He smiled. Suddenly, he became interested in her, the same Lily he had been at odds with for so long. He tried to approach her, but why would she pay him any attention? James soon changed himself. He became less arrogant, less boastful, and overall, he showed a more mature side. Their conflict with Snape shifted to the shadows, away from Lily's sight. We didn't find it inappropriate at the time. Snape was already displaying remarkable talents in potions, favored by Professor Slughorn, who gave him many opportunities. We all agreed that if he graduated, the Death Eaters would gain a powerful ally. Meanwhile, due to some severe incidents, Lily broke off her friendship with Snape. James took the opportunity to step in, showing her abundant care. Forgive my choice of words, but it's close. About a year later, in their 7th year, James and Lily became a couple. His relationship with Snape became even more convoluted, conflicting personalities, differences in beliefs, and emotions further entangled. If you ask me, Snape's most hated person was James, maybe next to Black. It was he who acted as an inside source for the Dark Lord, revealing the location of the Potter family. Merlin, I didn't know how to tell Harry. James trusted him so much, even made him Harry's godfather. Lupin's eyes turned red as he spoke. Professor Harp, Lupin looked at him earnestly, we haven't interacted much, but I can tell you're a dedicated professor. Many of my students like you, even though they're not old enough to take your elective courses. I'm sharing these past events with you, hoping you won't be influenced by Snape. Please believe me, my feelings for Harry are sincere. Felix fell silent for a moment. Professor Lupin, you're overthinking. Harry is a student I have high hopes for, and I'm equally excited about his future. Lupin departed, and Felix's gaze turned to the corner. He sighed lightly and left from the other direction. Around the corner of the corridor, Harry sat silently on the ground. Ron and Hermione looked at him with mixed expressions. This scene was difficult to break down, so I apologize for the lateness today. Chapter 209, Lady Longbottom. Back in his office, beneath the starry Hogwarts sky, the atmosphere was unusually serene. The forbidden forest in the distance appeared even darker than the night itself. Felix Harp, meticulously observing the 8-eyed acromantula within the large glass enclosure, recorded the latest data. Wizard, when do you intend to release me? The acromantula's coarse voice sounded. Soon, once the experiment is concluded, Felix replied absent-mindedly. After the routine teaching day of the following Friday, the second weekend since the start of term arrived. Felix Harp, attired neatly, arrived punctually in the village of Hogsmeade. He deliberately passed by the main entrance of the school and, flanking the wrought iron gates, encountered a Dementor's presence. The creature was even more sinister than he had imagined. It exuded an icy chill that caused his body to involuntarily stiffen and his mood to sour as he approached. As Felix deliberately cast a patroness charm in his mind, the Dementor's influence waned, and the hooded figures in their tattered cloaks seemed to lose interest in him. Yet, his aversion to these creatures only intensified, accompanied by a strong urge to destroy them. Pushing open the door of Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Felix Harp entered the place that Hogwarts students whimsically dubbed the romantic destination. To some extent, there was an air of vague beauty about the place. The interior was misty, with its layout winding and confined. Every ornament was adorned with slightly gaudy lace trimmings. Felix wasn't particularly fond of this decorative style, but he had to admit that the proprietor had created a suitable atmosphere. Apart from a few young wizard couples, he noticed a few solitary patrons enjoying their tea, which eased his tension. Approaching the counter, he spotted a smiling, plump middle-aged witch. Madame Putafoot. It's me, dear. What can I get you? Madame Putafoot said, her hair arranged in a black bun. Could you check the reservation information for me? Augusta Longbottom, 10 o'clock. Madame Putafoot lowered her head, perusing the records only she could decipher. Indeed, that's correct. She told me herself. 10 o'clock in the morning, at the window-side alcove, you're 15 minutes early. I know. Start with a cup of coffee, please. And which specific spot? Right to your left, along the aisle. Next to that small round table, there's a lace bow menu. Felix Harp took his seat and gazed at the dim window. His index finger tapped against it, causing a palm-sized area to frost over, revealing a clear view outside. He contemplated his thoughts in silence, reflecting on his conversation with Lupin on Thursday night. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon the trail of Harry and the others, prompting him to lead Lupin into recounting stories of the original order. Who knows if Harry can endure this truth? Yet, brutal reality is better than comforting lies. Whether he falters or rises, it's his choice alone, and he can't blame anyone else. After around 7 or 8 minutes, he saw an elderly woman with a large red handbag appear at the street corner. She entered the establishment and immediately inquired aloud if Putafoot was here yet. Madame Putafoot pointed to his location and said a few words. Subsequently, the elderly woman strode over with purpose. Felix Harp stood up and shook her hand. Greetings, Lady Longbottom. Hello to you too, Professor Harp. We've met during the summer. Lady Longbottom extended her withered, talon-like hand. Afterward, she removed her tall hat adorned with the emblem of an ancient beast, setting it along with her red handbag aside before taking a seat across from him. Madame Putafoot brought over a cup of tea, just as you prefer it, Lady Longbottom. Oh, Putafoot, you're always so considerate. Lady Longbottom remarked, looking at the coffee in front of Felix. She suggested, the black tea here is quite nice, I quite enjoy it. You should give it a try. There'll be a chance, madam, Felix replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the two delved into the main topic. Felix said, Madam, you should have received my letters. Neville's wand seems to be an inheritance from his father, and it doesn't seem to suit him. Lady Longbottom stirred the dark, rich tea with a small spoon. You're right, dear. Felix paused and tentatively said, perhaps I'm not familiar with the Longbottom family's traditions, but maybe. No perhaps about it, Lady Longbottom firmly pressed her lips together. It's Neville's choice. That slow-reacting, timid round-faced boy? Felix found that a bit hard to believe. He looked at her calmly, maintaining silent composure. Lady Longbottom thought for a moment, it's not a shameful matter. My son and daughter-in-law were tortured into madness by Voldemort's followers. They've been residing at St. Mungo's for years. Neville grew up with me, and before he started school, I used to take him to visit his parents at St. Mungo's every other week. Wait, you mean his parents are still alive? Of course. Lady Longbottom proudly declared. They were tortured by 4 Death Eater scum, subjected to the Cruciatus curse. Few can survive that, but they are strong, Frank and Alice. I must say, they are strong. Her voice boomed, attracting a few curious glances. The Cruciatus curse. Felix repeated softly. That's the curse, one of the unforgivable curses, that can make you wish for death, Lady Longbottom explained. Frank and Alice are the bravest people I've ever known. They didn't give in to a single word. I'm proud of them. It's just a bit regretful. Voldemort is already dead, yet I still remember Frank saying he'd celebrate the victory. She lifted her teacup to shield her face. After 2 or 3 minutes, she composed herself. Aside from slightly reddened eyes, her expression grew even prouder. We've strayed from the point, wasted your time, Professor Harp. It's nothing. I admire those with unwavering determination, Felix said. Thank you. Where were we? The wand? Oh, right, the wand. Probably when Neville was about 4 or 5 years old. He returned from the hospital, ransacked the place, and found his father's wand. I had hidden it away. Its core is unicorn hair, particularly loyal. I thought it was a passing phase, so I allowed it. But he clung to it ever since. When it was time to buy a wand before school, he refused, insisting on using his father's wand. Did you not try to persuade him, madam? I did try. This child is usually quite timid, but he's particularly stubborn about this. Besides, before school started, he managed to perform a simple spell with that wand. Considering his previous performance, it was almost a miracle. So I agreed. Felix pondered and suggested, perhaps you could get another wand, just as a backup. Lady Longbottom's expression turned stern. I don't think changing wands would help him much. His report card from this summer has made me ashamed. He hasn't inherited his parents' talent at all. I even thought he might be a squib until he accidentally displayed magical ability due to an incident. Felix said gently, but, as you said, he wasn't a prodigy to begin with. Even slight influences can bring about significant changes, let alone a wand. He retrieved a stack of parchment from his ring. These are Neville's performances in spellcasting classes, recorded by himself. The data on there is unexpectedly honest, and it's given me a clearer understanding of his situation. From the data, it seems that Neville takes 3 to 5 times longer than an average person to learn a spell. It's hard to say if the wand has anything to do with it. Lady Longbottom carefully examined it, flipping through page after page. Alongside Neville's handwriting, there were markings and comments from another person. After a while, she looked up. You've convinced me, Professor Harp. Neville's fortunate to have met you. Truly. Felix shrugged. I'm also curious about his performance with a new wand. Also, Lady Longbottom, I have an unfavorable request. Chapter 210, The Patient. Half an hour later, Felix Harp and Madame Longbottom stood in front of an old-fashioned red brick department store. The sign above displayed its name as Wonders Limited, appearing decrepit and desolate. The dusty door bore a large sign that read Closed for renovations. Felix gazed through the shop window, observing several tattered plastic mannequins in front of him. One was particularly ugly, its movements askew, eyelashes sticking to its face, clad in a green nylon skirt. I suppose this place has never really opened, he remarked with a confident tone. Don't talk nonsense. The Ministry of Magic put quite a bit of effort into finding the right place, Madame Longbottom said absent-mindedly, her hands nervously twisting the thin rope of her bright red pocket. Are you truly certain about this, Professor Harp? I've experienced too many disappointments over the years. I can't provide you with a definite answer, madam. This is a makeshift measure I came up with. After all, my request might seem less conventional, Felix explained. Madame Longbottom pursed her lips. You mentioned a magical outburst, are you sure there's no danger? Are magical outbursts during a young wizard's growth dangerous? Felix retorted. Madame Longbottom's expression turned serious. You're tapping into my blind spot. My experience tells me that every young wizard goes through this phase, and it's more worrying if they don't. But causing a controlled magical outburst? She shook her head, finding the notion incredible. Felix clarified, Madam, it might be due to my unique constitution, but I've experienced magical outbursts more than once, and though it's an uncomfortable process, I've also benefited from it. In fact, I realized its value quite early and formulated some hypotheses. However, this experience is solely mine, without any corroborating evidence. It wasn't until this summer vacation that I finally encountered an exceptionally rare case. Madame Longbottom pursed her lips. If you can cure, no, I won't ask for more. But I need Dumbledore present. I trust him. Felix's lips curled into a smile. Absolutely, madam. Madame Longbottom turned to the particularly ugly mannequin and said, I'm here to see Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. The mannequin nodded slightly and waved to them. The two then walked through the shop window glass and entered the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Felix found himself in a waiting room, curiously looking around. Several male and female wizards sat on wobbly wooden chairs. 2 healers in green robes were jotting down their symptoms. To the left and ahead was an inquiry desk where a golden-haired woman stood, a long queue in front of her. Behind her was the emblem of St. Mungo's, intersecting wands and bone patterns. The walls were adorned with portraits of healers and some informational labels. At that moment, a middle-aged wizard showed his right hand to a healer, a black kettle clamped tightly onto it, dark green blood seeping from the wound. He was angrily exclaiming. Can't you see it, curse? I've been cursed, sent as an anonymous birthday gift, don't let me find out who. Ouch, this stupid kettle, he kept shaking his arm. Stay still, you're making it hard for me to see, a young healer with a writing pad examined carefully for a moment. You need to go to the 5th floor for curse injuries. Felix read the directions on a sign, Artifact Accidents Department 1st floor, cauldron explosions, misfired wands, broomstick collisions, etc., Magical creatures 2nd floor, stings, burns, punctures, etc., magical bugs and diseases 3rd floor, dragon pox, vanishing sickness, lymphatic fungus, contagious ailments, potion and plant poisoning 4th floor, rashes, vomiting, uncontrollable laughter, etc., spell damage 5th floor, unremovable curses, miscast spells, etc., tea room and gift shop 6th floor. We're going to the 5th floor, Madame Longbottom said to him as they ascended a crooked staircase, arriving at the platform of the 5th level. They passed several double-doored rooms, until they reached a long chamber. All the doors here were locked. A healer wearing a wreath of gold and silver flowers emerged from a closed ward, smiling as she greeted, Madame Longbottom, here to visit your family? Let me take you in. Thank you, Mariam. Healer Mariam chanted Alohomora, leading them into the room. They passed several beds and went to the furthest end. There were 2 beds enclosed by floral curtains. She drew back the curtains, saying cheerfully, Frank, Alice, your mother has come to see you again. This was the first time Felix Harp had seen the Longbottom couple. Both were dressed in pajamas, their faces gaunt and worn, half-grayed hair. Frank Longbottom, Neville's father, sat bewilderedly at the bedside, seemingly lost in thought for eternity, occasionally shifting his gaze. Alice Longbottom, Neville's mother, on the other hand, displayed more noticeable reactions. She held a bag of snacks in her hands, reading it with care. Neither of them reacted to the healer's words. She's actually just looking at the patterns above, the healer explained, most of their memories are gone, as you might understand. Mariam. Madame Longbottom said, could you give us a moment? No problem. She closed the curtains and left. Madame Longbottom walked to the bedside, gripping Alice Longbottom's hand, stroking her thinning hair. This is also one of the after effects of the Cruciatus curse, aging them faster than usual. I worry that they'll be gone before me. If you don't mind, madam. Felix Harp asked in a hushed tone. What? Oh, of course, do you need me to do something? Madame Longbottom nervously inquired. Nothing at all. Felix snapped his fingers gently, and suddenly, the room spun, everything inside twisting in a whirl of colors and shapes, like an abstract painting. But soon, everything returned to normal, or rather, not normal. Felix's expression turned serious as he attempted to lead Neville's father into the pensieve, and he did manage to accomplish it partially. In his own half of the space, there was no issue, but the other half was vacant, filled only with a shattered world. His gaze rested upon a serene expanse of black, as tranquil as the cosmos, darker than the thickest ink. Memories floated in midair, fragmented and torn like a curtain rent asunder. Felix stood at the edge of the room, observing this exceedingly bizarre scene. Faint glimmers of fluorescent light intermittently illuminated sporadic images, a mix of men and women. An infant with a round face, Madame Longbottom, several menacing visages, Dumbledore, an unattractive man with a false eye, Lestrange, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to a grown-up Potter. The most frequent appearance was that of a woman with a round, friendly face. She looked very young, her gaze extraordinarily gentle. Despite the changes in appearance, Felix recognized her at a glance. Alice Longbottom, seated on the bed beside. Chapter 211, Source of Confidence. After a considerable time, Felix Harp emerged from the room of thought. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had been lost in thought for just over 10 minutes, but Lady Longbottom held her breath, her lips trembling as she inquired, how did it go? I saw Frank suddenly go completely still. Felix Harp rubbed his temples, sitting somewhat wearily in a nearby chair. It's a colossal undertaking, but well, I've found a way to heal, he said, his smile radiant. Lady Longbottom let out a suppressed shriek. She covered her mouth tightly, her eyes welling up with mist. She took a few steps back and sat on the bed. Is it true, Professor Harp? Mr. Harp, I hope. Oh, I don't want to ask for too much, just if they could remember something. No, my dear lady. I came prepared with a plan before I arrived. So, it's either helpless or theoretically entirely curable. Felix spoke with a relaxed tone. Though it might sound immodest to say so, what worried me the most was having to deal with shattered souls. If it were indeed the case, even with the guidance I once received from a great wizard, the chances of their recovery would be slim. But luckily, the worst-case scenario didn't come to pass. I just need to assemble a puzzle, possibly with the aid of some emotional power. Lady Longbottom composed herself. She spoke cautiously, may I understand your treatment concept? After all, Frank and Alice have already been sentenced to the kiss of Dementor by St. Mungo's most authoritative healers. She had initially intended to keep these thoughts to herself, to appear as if she wholly trusted Felix Harp. This way, she could spend the next few months with hopeful anticipation. However, being a strong-willed witch who had sent her own son and daughter-in-law into battle, she had her convictions. Of course, and please do not resist, Felix said, again employing a persuasive snap of his fingers, drawing her into the room of thought. After a moment, she suddenly looked rejuvenated. This is the room of thought, a powerful memory magic? It's a marvel. I already believe you can do it. I need to find Marilyn. Oh, please refrain from doing that for now, madam. I don't want too many people to know about this yet. It hasn't succeeded yet, has it? Not everyone will accept the guidance of an outsider. Felix Harp gently cajoled. You're right, Mr. Harp. Lady Longbottom seriously considered his suggestion. She didn't want unnecessary complications, avoiding interference from St. Mungo's. However, she planned to consult with Dumbledore. It had less to do with trust and more with Dumbledore's role as a founder of the Order of the Phoenix, having the right to know. Moreover, he could assist in any potential gaps. Mr. Harp, in your estimation, how long will it take to see results? I can spare a morning every week. Honestly, I'd be willing to devote more time. It's a fascinating subject. Perhaps once successful, my room of thought magic will reach an incredible level. Felix's voice gradually faded, nearly inaudible. He had always believed that the room of requirement was Ravenclaw's room of thought, so he had been considering how to manifest it in reality. On the night he had restored the shrinking charm and acquired the runic orb, he had touched a fragment of this realm from the room of thought, he had extracted thousands of runic symbols, but reproducing that unique state had proved elusive. Now, he saw hope anew. Felix turned to Lady Longbottom and said, I cannot promise a precise timeline, but I believe, at the latest, around Christmas time, they should recognize their family. I'm looking forward to it, Mr. Harp. This might be the best Christmas gift I've ever received. I don't mean to dampen the spirits, madam. But we'd better maintain cautious optimism to avoid any unforeseen setbacks. Isn't that your motto, to remain vigilant at all times? It reminds me of a friend, someone quite pessimistic about the future. No, I just prefer to have a hand in shaping the future myself. As they walked out of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the two of them discussed the matter of creating artificial magical outbursts. Felix Harp hadn't yet fully thought it through, but he offered some general ideas. My approach might hurt Nawi's feelings, so I need your approval, Felix said, feeling somewhat sinister, yet he spoke his mind. If I didn't have some understanding of you, I'd think. Besides, aren't you worried about Nawi misunderstanding you? She couldn't help but ask. Felix shrugged. I'll ask for his forgiveness afterward. I don't care how he judges me. Lady Longbottom gazed at him with mixed emotions. I might never understand a Slytherin's mindset, even a good one like you. According to your words, if successful, that child might awaken even greater talents, at least not being too far behind others. She added, and you might bear a lifetime of misunderstanding, Mr. Harp. That child is more stubborn than you might imagine. Felix calmly reminded her, Madam, I don't mean to parade my innocence. In fact, I'm consulting with you on how best to harm a child, even if only temporarily. I am his grandmother, and I have my reasons, but you? What if others find out? Some would vehemently criticize you, I know those tedious folks. Yes, yes, Felix murmured softly. But I won't let the judgments of others hold me back. Upon his invitation, he and Lady Longbottom used apparition to arrive at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They made their way into the castle. She looked nostalgically at everything within the castle. I got stuck on this revolving staircase during my school days, A&D. I remember that ugly giant stone monster outside Dumbledore's office. They soon arrived at what she referred to as the ugly giant stone monster. Felix Harp extended his wand, and a silvery beam of light passed through the gap in the stone creature, disappearing. After a moment, the silvery beam returned, transforming into a silver-white swallow. It landed on Felix's shoulder, held its head high, and emitted a crisp voice, iced lemon juice. The stone creature suddenly came to life, rotating to clear the way, revealing the spiral staircase within. Let's go, Dumbledore is waiting for us, Felix said. They pushed open a gleaming oak door, and Dumbledore was smiling as he looked at them. He stood up from his chair. "Lady Longbottom, your presence surprises me." Lady Longbottom pursed her lips. "Dumbledore, I need to tap into your wisdom." She began to narrate what they had discussed. Dumbledore listened in silence, occasionally showing a look of surprise, but he didn't attempt to interrupt her. He remained quiet until she finished, then smiled and said, "So, I'll be able to see two old friends soon. As for artificially inducing magical outbursts..." He frowned, looking at Felix. "I've reminded you that any research into magic itself could result in extremely dangerous consequences." "It's with my agreement," Lady Longbottom insisted. "Nawi, that child, I believe he would make the same choice if he knew. It's just that we cannot inform him in advance." Dumbledore fell into silence. After a while, he sighed and said, "I respect your choice. Perhaps I'm overly cautious. From my perspective, what you're doing isn't excessively risky, even though it might." He looked at Felix and asked a similar question, "Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood, Felix?" Felix spoke calmly, "This benefits everyone, and it particularly benefits me. So, I don't mind pushing it forward despite the opinions of others." Behind them, the door closed. Dumbledore's expression grew serious as he stared at Felix. He said in a low voice, "Are you confident about treating the Longbottoms?" "Frankly, after the tragedy, I've tried multiple times to mend their shattered memories, but their situation is dire. I've been utterly helpless." Felix chuckled softly, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I've received selfless assistance from Lady Rowena Ravenclaw." For him, apart from the Room of Thought magic, there was something he hadn't disclosed to Lady Longbottom, a memory node inherited from Lady Ravenclaw herself, or one might say, a soul node. This was his greatest source of confidence. Chapter 212, Worries and Speculations. As Felix Harp stepped out of the headmaster's office, he was still contemplating Dumbledore's final piece of advice, never attempt to toy with people's hearts. Shaking his head, he made his way to check on Hagrid's giant dog. That creature must have grown to about 5 or 6 feet by now. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, many were still discussing the recent events. Right before their eyes, Professor McGonagall had dragged away Navi Longbottom with a fearsome-looking old woman. From the helpless expression on his round face, it seemed he was about to face the gallows. "That's Navi's grandmother. I met her during the holidays," Harry explained. "She's quite strict with Navi." Hermione whispered, "Professor Snape must have convinced her, so she's taking Navi to get a new wand." The three of them were aware of the incident involving Professor Snape's suggestion for Navi to change his wand, and they had even helped Navi send out the letter. Ron astutely pointed out, "He should have done it ages ago. You have no idea how great it feels after I got my new wand. By the way, Navi's grandmother seems quite authoritative. Why aren't his parents here?" Harry replied, "They might have been killed by Death Eaters." Navi's grandmother mentioned it briefly, saying that Navi's parents were tortured by Death Eaters without revealing any information. "Death Eaters?" Ron said with disgust, "Truly a bunch of heinous criminals." "Yeah," Harry said with a touch of bitterness, "just like that Sirius Black." Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Since Thursday night, Harry had been acting rather strangely. Ron said, "Harry, I've already sent my letter, but my dad hasn't replied yet." "Well, thanks," Harry replied listlessly. Glancing at the time, Hermione said, "Sorry, I'll be right back." She hurriedly left and returned about 7 or 8 minutes later, yawning and looking around, passing their seats twice. Ron grumbled, "Hermione, I thought you were Navi for a moment there. Your memory seems to have deteriorated a lot." "What?" "Oh, I was lost in thought. We were discussing Thursday night's information." "Harry, let's go over it again. Honestly, I don't know what's bothering you so much." Harry said in frustration, "I've always wondered why Snape hated me so much. Just a little over 10 days ago, I thought it was because he and my father were arch-enemies at school. Then suddenly, my mother got dragged into it." Hermione opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Ron said, "You've been overthinking this, Harry. If you think about it, it's pretty understandable. Snape and your mum were neighbors and had some kind of relationship. He might even have had a secret crush on her. But they drifted apart after being sorted into different houses. Your dad and Snape, on the other hand, are a different story altogether." He concluded, "Basically, Snape knew two people, a neighbor and an enemy, and they just happen to be your parents. Harry said, it still feels weird. I never thought I'd be connected to Snape in this way. Just old relationships and grudges from the previous generation. Don't dwell on it too much, Harry, Ron advised. If I wanted to, I could claim any Death Eater as a relative. I mean those pure blood. If I obsessed over that all the time, I'd probably go mad. He made a disgusted face. But, according to what you're saying, if Snape liked my mother, Harry couldn't help but shiver, as if he were covered in slimy flow powder. Why didn't they end up together? Ron looked puzzled. Is there a connection? Are you secretly hoping Snape would become? Harry frustratedly covered his mouth, and Ron teased, still brooding? Letting your thoughts run wild. Harry, with irritation in his voice, retorted, if you say that again, I'll stuff Uncle Vernon's smelly socks in your mouth while you're sleeping. Then, he stammered for a while, trying to explain his uneasy feelings but eventually gave up. I just feel off, that's all. Hermione pondered beside them. Harry, I think your worries are completely unnecessary. They couldn't possibly end up together. Why? Harry asked urgently. These past few days, he had been plagued by this strange sensation, even surpassing his hatred for Sirius Black. He was eager to find more evidence. Because of the war, Hermione explained. Don't forget the context. That was the era when the Death Eaters were rampant, and Slytherin House was practically a training ground for new Death Eater recruits. So what? Ron asked with interest, taking out a pack of juice-flavored jelly beans and offering them to Harry and Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you think about the issue of allegiance? Do you really think it's child's play? According to Voldemort's ideology, Harry's mother was Muggle-born, the lowest of the low, naturally opposed to Voldemort. And Snape, is he pure blood or half-blood? She looked at Ron, unsure. Ron thought hard. I don't recall a Snape family. Maybe he took his father's name. Then he should be a half-blood, Hermione continued, but either way, he aligns with Voldemort. Harry interjected logically, he doesn't. If he were a Death Eater, he wouldn't have escaped Dumbledore's notice. Fine, Hermione revised her statement. According to Professor Lupin, Snape at least partially agreed with Voldemort's ideology, right? Think about it, Harry. How could they ever be together? They belong to completely opposing factions. Suddenly, it all made sense to Harry, and his question that had been bothering him was resolved. They quickly transitioned to a heated discussion about how Sirius Black managed to escape Azkaban. The only thing that can ward off Dementors is the Patronus charm, but he couldn't possibly have his wand, Hermione mused. Ron speculated, maybe it's some advanced dark magic, something Voldemort taught him. Thinking of the stack of dark magic books in Professor Harp's thinking room, Hermione decided to ask him privately if he knew anything about it. By the way, Harry, have you been carrying that sneakoscope with you? Yeah, Harry said, taking out a walnut-sized gold sneakoscope from his pocket. It looks like it's broken or something. It's never reacted. Ron hastily said, don't even joke about that. If it did react, we'd be in trouble. The trio continued working on their homework in the common room. During that time, Wood came to find Harry once, informing him of the latest Quidditch training schedule. Wood took Harry aside, speaking animatedly in hushed tones. When Harry returned, Ron couldn't help but ask. He looked pretty pleased. What was that about? Exactly, Harry said cautiously, tucking a parchment full of training plans into his book. According to him, Slytherin's captain, that big bloke, might be kept behind by the professor. Wood's planning to keep an eye on that. After about an hour, Navi returned, his face not showing much expression. Navi, over here. Harry waved to him. How's the new wand? Navi mumbled, it's all right. He pulled out two wands from his pocket, one new, one old that seemed strikingly similar apart from their conditions. Hermione examined them closely. Cherry wood, needless to say. Unicorn hair core. As for the size, she measured, 13 inches. Am I right? Navi looked at her in surprise. Hermione said with a cheerful mood, I spent quite a bit of time studying wands last year. Chapter 213, Prestige. However, Hermione's good mood didn't last long. A fifth-year senior rushed over to her and inquired, I heard you can break solid wood handrails with your bare hands? This must be the effect of practical spell work. Can you demonstrate? Hermione stared at her in disbelief. Are you asking me to publicly perform handrail breaking? The senior student also realized her mistake and whispered, it's okay if it's done privately. I've prepared 2 copper cauldrons. Hermione felt uncomfortable and saw people beginning to gather around. She nervously said, I have something important to attend to, I need to go back to my dormitory for a moment and will be right back. Then she hurriedly left. Hiding in her dorm room for a while, she finally thought of a solution. This time, she was prepared. She returned to the common room, cleared her throat, and confidently said, regarding the proficiency level mentioned in the Magical Script Club announcement, it's something like this. She drew her wand and slowly traced a golden magical script in the air. A group of students gathered around, curious. The magical symbols gradually took shape, hanging in the air without dispersing, and everyone watched in silence. Hermione explained, getting to this point is already quite difficult. It's based on a rough grasp and continuous familiarity with the practical script's meaning, allowing it to exist steadily in a short period. After a few minutes, Hermione flicked her hand, and the golden script flew into her palm. This is a magical script representing light, which we learned in our 3rd year. The key is to manifest the magical meaning represented by the script. Symbols on her palm suddenly burst into a bright white light. The young wizards were entranced for a moment. Hermione sighed with relief, it seemed to be effective. At least no one asked her to perform again. Just then, the twins appeared suddenly. Fred inquired, Hermione, I remember you also mastered a strength-enhancing spell, which one is it? Hermione glared at him, not saying a word, but a halo suddenly enveloped her hand. She had better control over the magical script symbolizing buffalo strength. Fred shrank back a little, jokingly saying, you're not thinking. Exactly, just as you're thinking, Hermione affirmed, taking a step forward. Fred saw the situation turning unfavorable and hurriedly pulled George along, while many Gryffindor students burst into laughter. Lee Jordan, the twins' mischief-loving friend, cheered excitedly. Later, they returned to their seats and discussed in hushed voices. About 5 days had passed since the recruitment announcement for the Magical Script Club was posted. Many students planning to sign up had already taken action, but a few were still hesitating. This hesitation was essentially about not wanting to write a 7-foot-long essay, wanting to see if there was a better way. In most cases, the so-called better way meant finding a shortcut to quickly master a practical magical script. Ron was particularly infatuated with this idea, even though Hermione had told him at least 10 times that it was impossible. He remained stubbornly enthusiastic. Hermione reminded him and Harry in annoyance, there's less than 2 weeks until the end of the month. You can't expect to write a 7-foot essay in the last few days. Unless you're not planning to join the Magical Script Club. Remember, the first round of recruitment has the loosest requirements. It won't be this easy later. All right, Ron yawned, but both Harry and I couldn't borrow Professor Harp's book. We started too late. Hermione took out 2 identical books from her bead bag, bearing the title Exploring Ancient Magical Scripts. She handed them over, and the name Felix Harp was neatly printed on the cover. Here, you can borrow these for now. Ron gazed at her with admiration, Hermione, you're truly amazing. How did you know we couldn't borrow the books? Harry was equally incredulous, yet, Trelawney even said you had no talent in divination. She should see this. Hermione retorted, unamused, I bought these at Flourish and Blott's, not from the library's collection. You bought 2? Harry asked. One book for careful study, filled with my notes, the other for collecting, Hermione said matter-of-factly. As a result, Harry and Ron were vying for the book with notes, and in the end, they decided to read it together, rather than touch the blank Exploring Ancient Magical Scripts book. This left Hermione frustrated. In different corners of the school, young wizards had varying attitudes towards this matter, some had given up early, some were half-heartedly attempting it, and some were secretly striving. In the following days, Felix Harp seemed incredibly busy. Those who could catch sight of him during classes would find him leaving in haste as soon as the bell rang. After that, finding the professor was an impossibility. He also fulfilled his promise, delegating the grading of daily tests for 3rd and 4th years to his assistants, greatly reducing his workload. Felix had a number of recurring tasks, his unwavering communication with nearly headless Nick, which occurred about every 3 or 4 days, with Flitwick's involvement, Dueling Club had become less demanding, experiments on the shrinking charm had to be put on hold for a while, as the eight-eyed giant spider had expressed significant objections. Besides this, he spent most of his time in the library, researching memory charms. Many techniques were hidden within snippets of text, often overlooked even by the authors themselves, yet he managed to unearth them. He paid special attention to the materials left by Lady Ravenclaw. Her 12 volumes of manuscripts were pondered over repeatedly. The results were significant. Felix had nearly unraveled the intricate structure of the stabilizing memories that Lady Ravenclaw had left him. Ironically, what he originally sought was a patroness that could implant itself into the owner's mind. However, what Lady Ravenclaw offered far exceeded his imagination. This became particularly evident during the recent trips to St. Mungo's. In discussions with Dumbledore, he, who was usually succinct, expressed confidence. The healing method is quite clear now. First, memories should be roughly sorted by age to create a general outline, then, using memory nodes to stabilize them and prevent disintegration. As long as the completion rate exceeds 50%, the remainder can recover naturally. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Felix, you've solved a significant issue that has troubled the magical world. This method can be applied not only to healing the shattered memories caused by the Heartrend curse but also to certain stubborn memory injuries. Felix was momentarily stunned. I haven't thought about that yet, I've been busy lately. Mainly because no one around him had such a need. Dumbledore shook his head. An old friend of mine was attacked by Lohart's memory charms, suffering irreversible damage. He's not alone, there are many cases of abuse of memory charms. Most people can't receive effective treatment. Felix, this achievement qualifies you for the St. Mungo's Healing Badge and the Order of Merlin Badge. He implied with a wink. Felix instantly grasped the headmaster's intention. This was a golden opportunity to acquire prestige. With a bit of manipulation, he could be hailed as the Bane of the Heartrend curse, the Ender of memory damage, or even the Master of memory charms. Felix's heart raced. Among his public labels, Muggle studies expert and Hogwarts professor were widely recognized, offering tremendous convenience in normal social interactions. However, in the eyes of a few, he might still be seen as the ancient magical script trader or the Dark Lord Reserve and other unfriendly titles. The former referred to those old fogies from the ancient magical script society, while the latter was likely some pure-blood families he had intimidated. Though he despised mundane socializing and political maneuvering, he didn't mind expanding his influence. Whether it was the St. Mungo's Healing Badge or the Order of Merlin Badge, they were both highly renowned distinctions. Suppressing his excitement, he neither confirmed nor denied, saying, Dumbledore, some magic is crucial to me. I don't plan to share it publicly in the short term. Dumbledore understood this well and calmly advised, no one will force you to share your magic, Felix. In fact, most healers wouldn't be able to reach your level. With just the branch of memory charms, you're already standing at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. My suggestion is to develop a set of effective healing methods that are far below your own level. Chapter 214, Cedric Diggory. On the last Saturday of September, the recruitment assessment for the Magical Runes Club began. Hermione had woken Harry and Ron up early, and after the three of them had breakfast, they hurried to the Ancient Runes classroom. Harry looked tired, and Ron rubbed his eyes vigorously. He complained, Hermione, we arrived way too early. Besides, Harry and I only need to turn in our essays. Professor Harp won't grade them on the spot. Hermione looked at them sternly, of course, you went to help out. The essays you wrote. She pursed her lips, refraining from saying anything harsh, but her meaning was clear. Harry blushed slightly. He and Ron had spent 2 weeks barely scraping together 7 feet, and it felt like torture. The longest essay Harry had ever written was only 3 feet, from last year when Professor Binns assigned a composition about a comprehensive guide to medieval European wizards. If he remembered correctly, Hermione had turned in an essay that was 4 feet 7 inches long, and her handwriting was tiny. The door to the Ancient Runes classroom was tightly closed, with a note attached, the Magical Runes Club assessment location has been changed to Classroom 7 on the same floor. Beneath the text was a simple drawing of an abstract stick figure waving them forward. The location changed. Harry looked puzzledly at Hermione. She shook her head, I'm not sure either. It might have been a last-minute change. A voice came from behind them, a clear and crisp voice, hello there. The three turned around, and a tall and slender boy stood behind them. He had a striking handsomeness, with jet black hair and a straight nose. Except for his slightly pale complexion, there seemed to be no flaws. He extended his hand with a friendly smile and introduced himself. I'm Cedric, Cedric Diggory. Harry also shook his hand. I know you, the Seeker and new captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Wood mentioned you, and you also did well in the dueling class. Oh, right, I'm Harry Potter. Cedric chuckled. Can't compare to you, I suppose. There's probably no one in the school who doesn't know you. Are these two your friends? Yeah, this is Ron Weasley, and this is Hermione Granger. Both in their third year, Harry introduced Ron and Hermione. The two looked curiously at Cedric. They walked together towards classroom 7. With the addition of a stranger, Ron and Hermione were a bit more reserved in their conversation. Harry wasn't exactly the most talkative person either, but he could chat about Quidditch with Cedric. Harry found a topic. Cedric, are you a new addition to the team this year? I remember the Hufflepuff team had an older student as the Seeker before. Cedric laughed. I joined the team in my third year, and this is my third year on the team. Harry felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't remember a Hufflepuff team member like that. Luckily, Cedric explained his confusion. I used to be a Seeker. But last year, several older players left all at once, and it was hard to find suitable Seeker candidates. So, I stepped up, became the captain, and formed a new team. Harry began to understand. Wood had also mentioned in a previous conversation that the new Hufflepuff captain shouldn't be underestimated. They wouldn't have put a newcomer in such a position. Regardless of who the opponent was, he was confident in securing victory and lifting the second Quidditch Cup. The two then began discussing Quidditch tactics, which Ron and Hermione found rather odd. Hufflepuff's captain and Gryffindor's Seeker discussing Quidditch. Keep in mind, in just over a month, they could very well be opponents. Cedric said, honestly, I'm feeling quite pressured, being thrust into this role. I spent the entire summer reading various strategy manuals. Back when I was a player, I didn't have to think about these things. Harry also recalled the image of Wood desperately explaining various tactics to the team members last year. In the days leading up to the finals, the twins had thought Wood was a bit hysterical, perhaps needing a 2-day stay at the hospital. Now he suddenly understood Wood's situation. Harry casually mentioned a few Quidditch books he had come across for leisure last year, thinking they could be useful. Cedric happily noted down the names. One of them I haven't heard of. Thanks, Harry. Speaking of which, Harry asked, can a Seeker also be a captain? I've always flown solo, so I might not be considering the field situation. Cedric happened to have read about this aspect. These are two different strategies. Some teams fully ensure the Seeker's freedom to fly, not participating in team actions, allowing them to play freely. They believe this can help them catch the golden snitch more quickly. While some teams require their Seekers to occasionally engage in both offensive and defensive plays. Harry pondered for a moment. The latter sounds more demanding. Wood had never asked him to coordinate with defense, his only requirement was to catch the golden snitch as quickly as possible. Not entirely true, Cedric explained. For a prodigious Seeker like you, Harry, you can finish a match in half an hour. If my team had someone as talented as you, I would definitely give them absolute freedom, because it's difficult to close a 150-point gap in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Harry grasped the similarities and differences between the two strategies. Ron suddenly chimed in. Harry's fastest time was 5 minutes. He caught the snitch in just 5 minutes and broke the school record. Harry felt somewhat embarrassed as he recalled his performance against Hufflepuff last year. He discreetly glanced at Cedric, and true to form, the new Hufflepuff captain seemed a bit displeased. He quickly changed the subject. Cedric, did you also write the essay? Honestly, a whole 7 feet, Professor Harp's expectations are quite high. Cedric followed his lead. I met the first requirement, roughly mastering 30 practical runes. Turning a corner into a dim corridor, Harry was relieved to find they had finally located the deeply hidden classroom 7. He sighed with relief, thankful that he wouldn't have to resort to idle chatter anymore. The classroom door was slightly ajar. They peered inside, finding complete darkness, no sign of light. Did we get the wrong place? Harry wondered aloud. He had a bad feeling about this. The last time he had experienced something similar was back in his first year, when they accidentally entered the trapdoor concealing the Philosopher's Stone while trying to escape from Filch. Back then, they had encountered a 3-headed dog that, when standing on its hind legs, could reach the ceiling. He later learned that the 3-headed dog was Fluffy, Hagrid's pet, and its name was Fluffy. I don't think so, Hermione pointed at a note on the wall that read, Magical Runes Club recruitment assessment venue. The three exchanged glances, stepping hesitantly inside with uncertain feelings. To their amazement, the interior was a lush grassy field filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blooms. It was as if they had traversed through space, arriving deep within the forbidden forest. Taking a few steps, they spotted Professor Harp's figure. He was sitting on the grass, a small table before him. It seemed like he had brought all his tea things with him and was leisurely sipping tea. In front of him were over a dozen magical puppets, male and female, old and young. These magical puppets stood not far from them, rehearsing a play. "Look, that's the East, and you are the Sunday." As they approached, they happened to catch a line of dialogue. Chapter 215, Assessment. Professor. "Hello, Professor Harp." Harry, Cedric, Ron, and Hermione greeted. "Come and have a seat." Felix Harp nodded at them. With a wave of his wand, 4 small low tables rose from the ground, and the 4 of them took their seats. One by one, small teacups jumped into their hands, followed by an elegant, slender-necked teapot that gracefully inclined and poured out amber liquid. Harry sipped the tea. He rarely drank tea, but he found the taste quite pleasant. The long-necked teapot leaned over, wanting to refill his cup. He curiously scratched the teapot's belly with his finger, and it suddenly trembled, as if tickled in an itch. It shook and spilled tea all over the small table. "Apologies, Professor?" it suddenly became. Harry was somewhat puzzled. "Oh, it's not your fault." Felix Harp waved his wand, calming the teapot down. "I've been trying to make them more interactive lately, more autonomous, but sometimes they seem to get a bit too lively." Hermione asked in surprise, "You've given them intelligence?" "Not that exaggerated," Felix Harp explained. "It's more like a rigid response. Based on feedback mechanisms, he pointed to the small platform in front of them, are actually more advanced." The 4's gaze fell on the magical puppets. The play was still ongoing, and these actors seemed to genuinely possess their own intelligence. Some delivered their lines with full emotion, smoothly reciting their lines, while others seemed a bit perfunctory, pausing from time to time as if they had forgotten their lines, only to continue a few seconds later. The ones with no tasks at the moment would look around, appearing rather unprofessional. Like a peculiar-looking old man puppet, who held a jug of wine and occasionally took a sip from it. Harry stared for a while and finally confirmed that the little jug was purely decorative. He said with a quizzical expression, "Professor, do they also slack off?" He searched his memory for similar examples, like the portraits in the school, with their own interests. Felix Harp explained, "Their intelligence is similar to that of portraits, but fundamentally, they lack emotions. All their actions are designed. Of course, I didn't intend to give them human-level intelligence, just enough to understand simple commands." The 4 listened with mixed understanding. Ron said enviously, "Sounds a bit like house elves, they can help with household chores and such. I once hoped to have one to do my homework for me." Hermione said, "Ron, they wouldn't do such mundane tasks." "No, Hermione, you don't know. They do everything, they're versatile," Ron argued. "Don't believe me? Ask Harry, Dobby must have told him, right?" Harry shook his head. Dobby didn't talk much about his life at the Malfoys, but it must have been quite terrible. He looked at Felix Harp. "Professor, is Dobby doing well now?" The day before the start of the school year, Dobby resigned from the Leaky Cauldron and was currently handling some book publishing issues for Professor Harp. Felix Harp nodded with a smile. "He's doing fine. I'm actually considering giving him a raise." He waved his wand, ending the theatrical performance. "All right, let's get back on track. Are all of you planning to join the Magical Writing Club?" "Yes, Professor." Harry pulled out a stack of parchment. "This is my essay." Ron also took out a few slightly crumpled pieces of parchment from his bag, trying to flatten the curled corners. Felix Harp's wand tapped on them, immediately making them neat. Ron asked with great interest, "Professor Harp, what magic is this?" Felix Harp said casually, "Just a simple little trick, it might not even count as magic." He turned to Cedric. "Diggory, judging from your performance in class, you're definitely qualified." Cedric declined his offer. "I've been practicing in private for quite some time. I wanted you to see the results." Felix Harp had no reason to refuse. He took out a partially finished magical puppet from a ring. It only had shallow traces of magical writing on it. "You have about 2 hours, I think that should be enough." Cedric took it energetically and began to work earnestly. Felix Harp waved his wand, creating silence around him to prevent any disruptions. Cedric was initially surprised but quickly understood, smiling at Felix Harp to express his gratitude. The students participating in the assessment arrived one after another, all curiously observing the space. Several seventh-year students pointed and chatted, wearing nostalgic expressions. One senior student sighed, "We took magical writing practical class here last year. I found 3 hidden boxes and collected a precious magical manuscript." Harry and his companions busily recorded the information of the participants, spotting many familiar faces. Harry saw a few of his former teammates, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, you all came. He also noticed the twins approaching from a distance and joked, "Is today a team reunion?" "Oh no, Katie and I are here to give it a try." "Alicia is quite hopeful," Angelina said. "As for Wood, he didn't come. I guess he's somewhere hidden, studying new tactics. It's his last year, he definitely wants another Quidditch Cup." While speaking, the twins approached each other with shoulders linked, seemingly playing a game. When they got closer, Harry realized their legs were stuck together tightly. "We're testing the limits of the sticky hex with this spell," Fred winked. "Isn't it cool?" The twins exaggeratedly acted it out, but they lost control of the distance and ended up rolling onto the ground together. The 3 girls burst into laughter, and Angelina waved her hand, saying, "Oh my, don't make me laugh." Ron rarely saw the twins in such a misfortunate state. He approached them with a grin, squatting in front of them, holding a piece of parchment. "Excuse me, your chosen assessment task is..." The twins lay on the ground, and Fred laughed heartily, "Silly kids, we're just here to watch the fun. We got internal invitations long ago." Ron looked at them in surprise, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I think Hermione got an invitation too. But she wrote an essay like us," Ron exclaimed. Upon hearing Ron's words, Fred looked at George and pretended to be contemplative. "Shouldn't we reflect on ourselves a bit? This way, we might seem like we're slacking off." George sighed, "Thankfully, we came prepared." The 2 stood up from the ground and approached Felix Harp, taking out palm-sized heart-shaped blocks from their pockets. "Professor, do you remember the relationship mirror from last semester? This is the final product." Felix Harp toyed with the magical creation in his hand, which looked even more refined now, one side painted black and the other side painted pink. His finger touched it, and the heart-shaped block split into 2 halves automatically. "You've designed it as a pair? A clever concept." The interior resembled a miniature makeup mirror, but instead of a mirror surface in the middle, there was a carefully polished circular plane coated with silver powder. On the outer edge of the circular plane were carved some patterns. Felix Harp traced his fingers along these uneven grooves, sensing familiar traces. "Is this the magical circuit I taught you last year?" "Exactly, we used your suggestions and applied magical circuits to store synchronous magic. The effect is excellent, communication is more accurate, and the range is greater," Fred said. George added, "We also added anti-deciphering spells." Percy, who had appeared at some point, stood off to the side with Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw. Penelope said to Percy, "They seem to have come up with something remarkable, that relationship mirror." "You knew?" Percy said in surprise. Penelope calmly replied, "They slipped into the Ravenclaw common room a couple of days ago, promoting their new product and jotting down a few names of potential buyers. And you didn't shoo them away." "Why would I? Ravenclaw welcomes anyone who can answer the door riddle. Besides," she smiled, "I've put my name on that list too." "Penny, how could you?" Percy fell silent as he watched the twins in the distance, engrossed in conversation with Professor Harp, earnestly discussing things with excited expressions on their faces. Chapter 216, The Reason for the Escape? "You've considered this quite thoroughly. What surprises me the most is that you managed to be patient and revised it 7 times, praised Felix Harp. The twins grinned mischievously, "It's all thanks to you. You always give us a bunch of suggestions for improvements, making us feel like it's not good enough yet." Felix looked at them, "What's your plan then?" Fred said, "Right now, we're just promoting it within the school. Many people seem interested in buying." Felix pondered for a moment, "Doesn't the production process consume a lot of time?" "Your OWL exams." Fred pleaded, "Professor, please don't make it hard for us. We still have enough time." George added, "Yes, we've dropped some electives and even a few required courses. Astronomy. History of magic. Felix gave them a reproachful look. You can't force us, after all, we haven't neglected what we should have learned. Professor Flitwick even praised us, Fred defended himself and George. Felix couldn't really argue with them. Moreover, he truly believed that confining the twins wasn't a good choice. Providing them with a broader stage, watching them dance upon it, perhaps that was what he should do. With a thoughtful expression, he said, rein it in a bit this year. After the exams, I mean the OWL exams, I'll take you to see something. As Harry and the others stared in astonishment, the twins winked at them and departed, extending their antics. Just before leaving, Fred patted Ron's shoulder, silly Ronnie, you can jot this down on parchment, the assessment item is a pair of alchemical love mirrors, starting price 3 galleons, subject to change. Ron turned to Harry, did you hear that? Of course, Harry replied, still thinking about those love mirrors. Lost in his thoughts, he caught sight of the girl who made his heart race. Autumn Jong and her friend appeared. They glanced around, and several students were already sitting in corners of the area, engraving magical symbols onto parchment with magical puppets. Her friend gestured towards Cedric's figure, whispering to her. Professor Hagrid was surrounded by 3 to 5 students. He was shaking his head at a crucifix-shaped amulet, while the student next to him wore a disappointed expression. Autumn Jong approached Hermione, hello? We're here for the assessment. Hermione had just finished recording a form, she wiped the sweat off her forehead. Oh, please wait. She pulled out a fresh piece of parchment and smoothly said, names, year, and house. Autumn Jong, 4th year, Ravenclaw. Marietta Edgecombe, 4th year, Ravenclaw. Hermione jotted it down on parchment, the assessment you're participating in is. Harry. Unintentionally, Harry leaned closer. Stammering a bit, he said, I came to take a look, Hermione, to see if I could help. I'm all right, Hermione didn't notice his expression. She looked at the two opposite her and they quickly responded, essays, both of us have essays. Place your essays on that large table over there, next to the quills and inkwells. The results will be announced in a week or 2. Once Hermione finished speaking, Harry offered, I'll take you over there. Autumn Jong glanced at him and nodded. The 3 of them walked away together. Hermione vaguely heard Harry mumbling his self-introduction. Around 11 o'clock, a group of 3rd-year Slytherin students arrived: Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, as well as Crabbe and Goyle. Ron walked over excitedly and taunted, didn't expect to see you here, Malfoy. Are you eager to show us some marvelous ancient magic? After all, you are a Malfoy. Draco glanced at him contemptuously, Weasley, wherever Potter is, you're there too. Are you his lackey? Ron's expression turned astonished, he looked at Crabbe and Goyle, hey, guys, does Malfoy really see you like this? He doesn't even have friends. Impatiently, Pansy said, just register us already. I'm not interested in your clownish remarks. Ron's face turned red, sorry, you might have to write it yourselves. He pushed a stack of parchment into Malfoy's arms. On the other side, Daphne walked up to Hermione, hey, Gryffindor girl. Hermione stared at her, is that you? Her voice sharpened, full of aggression as she said, I didn't get a chance to ask you, do you like your magical puppet? During the first Ancient Runes class at the start of the school year, the two had competed for the same puppet design, and Hermione had gotten there slightly faster. Daphne proudly said, sorry, I found an older student and exchanged with her. Hermione fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up, my magical puppet is even more powerful. Nonsense. Wanna give it a try? Sure, you think I'm scared of you? Felix Harp wiped off the sweat that had formed. He had spent the whole morning evaluating dozens of peculiar alchemical creations, and except for a few that passed, the rest left him speechless. For instance, there was a small vial emitting a strong, pungent odor. The student who submitted it claimed it contained a magical protection charm that could repel rampaging werewolves. But Felix, after confirming multiple times, found it contained nothing more than a layer of pus from bubotuber tubers. It was quite dangerous stuff, so he confiscated it immediately. Cedric finally finished his work. Felix looked over his results and couldn't help but admire, you've mastered 52 runic symbols, impressive. You learned all of this on your own. Cedric said, I consulted older students, they gave me some pointers. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that Felix watched the last student leave. He turned to Harry and Ron, "You've worked hard." The two bid him goodbye wearily, they needed to catch up on sleep. Hermione, as the assistant for the Ancient Runes class, stayed behind. The two of them stared at the pile of essays. Felix sighed, "It's quite an extensive workload. We'll continue tomorrow." "Professor, should I come tomorrow morning?" "No, I have something in the morning, I need to visit St. Mungo's." "The magical hospital." Hermione looked at him anxiously. Was the professor sick? Even Madame Pomfrey couldn't help? "I'm visiting two friends," Felix said briefly. Hermione nodded, and then remembered her earlier question, "Professor, do you know how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban?" Felix thought for a moment, "I'm not entirely sure. He comes from the ancient Black family and was even a Death Eater. He might have possessed some highly secretive magic, which he could have employed. But why did he wait for over a decade to escape?" Hermione asked perplexedly. That question made Felix fall silent. Indeed, why did he wait for over a decade to escape? Did he only find the opportunity then, or were there compelling reasons for his prison break? Chapter 217, As You Wish. The next morning, as usual, Felix Harp met with Mrs. Longbottom at the entrance of St. Mungo's. He proceeded to treat the Longbottom couple, and as time went on, his skills of piecing together, categorizing, and sorting memories became even more proficient. At times, he felt like a skilled bookbinder, carefully handling the intricate memories. However, even then, he couldn't guarantee that there would be no omissions or gaps in the process of assembling memories. Some memories were destined to disappear forever, and he had no way to prevent it. In fact, his job was to construct a stable memory structure and gradually add memories to it in a logical manner. Once this process surpassed a certain limit, human self-healing mechanisms would kick in. As for how long it would take for full recovery, he couldn't assure. "Madame Malomar has become suspicious," Mrs. Longbottom said. Felix Harp replied calmly, "As a stranger who visits every week, some suspicion is normal. But we should be able to deflect it for a while. Whether it's discovered by November or before Christmas doesn't really matter." Mrs. Longbottom agreed, more concerned with the outcome than the process. When St. Mungo's finally noticed the significant changes, it would signify improvement in their son and daughter-in-law's condition. By then, no one could say a word. Moreover, Felix Harp smiled, "My paper is almost finished." "A paper?" "Dumbledore's suggestion, an article on restorative memory therapy. I'm planning to split it into 2 parts. The first part will be theoretical exposition and derivation, not likely to cause much stir. The second part will include the data from this treatment. It will definitely attract significant attention. I intend to release it around Christmas." On a muggy day in early October, damp air stealthily permeated the castle, leaving moist traces on the ancient walls. Every morning, cold mist emerged from the heart of the forbidden forest, carried by the wind to the school. Silver frost adorned the front lawn, and many young wizards who hadn't been mindful of the chill ended up with colds. Even Professor Lupin wasn't immune. He had to wrap himself in a thick scarf, and every time he spoke, the scent of Pomfrey's invigorating draft filled the air. On the same day, Felix Harp received 2 letters, both related to his upcoming book publications. In the first letter, Little Red Book Publishing reported tremendous news. His new book, Magic in the Muggle World, had sold over 1,000 copies, and for each copy, he would receive 3 galleons and 7 silver sickles. The initial earnings would amount to around 3,400 galleons. However, the letter also mentioned that the major buyers were various magical ministries and individuals interested in Muggles due to the reputation established by his previous 2 books. Many people, upon seeing the name Felix Harp, would immediately choose to buy. Of course, sales would experience a significant decline afterward, eventually stabilizing. Felix Harp was realistic. His books earned through a steady trickle, never becoming bestsellers. The other letter was brought by Dobby. The house elf stood before him, wearing his customary little suit, now much cleaner, and a brown soft hat. "Mr. Harp, your book The Adventures of Young Wizard Mick is complete. Mr. Enders sends his regards through me," Dobby respectfully announced. "Let's sit and discuss," Felix Harp invited, leading him to the office's sofa. He casually opened the letter. The handwriting was messy, perfectly matching Anders' style. "It's done. I can't describe how I felt at that moment. It's like crawling out of hell step by step and seeing the first rays of sunlight. If this book fails, I might be so disheartened that I'll strangle myself. But I doubt that's going to happen, haha. I've completed the ministry's paperwork. There were some people trying to trip me up, damn pure blood rubbish. However, I took Dobby out for a spin, and things worked out fine. I still don't know if someone helped me or if that family backed off. But anyway, Mr. Harp, you can expect the new book to hit shelves in 27 countries. It's divided into 7 volumes, priced at 13 silver sickles each, or a complete set for 6 galleons and 6 silver sickles. After deducting costs, we might make about 2 galleons. I admit we can't compete with professional books, but once it catches fire, our sales will outstrip them tenfold, I swear in my grandfather's name. Felix Harp couldn't help but chuckle at Anders' skillful way of slipping in requests. When it came to media friends, he pretty much only knew one Rita Skeeter. How she was faring now, he hadn't really been paying attention. Dobby, you'll have to make another trip to this place later. Take this note with you. Felix Harp tore off a piece of parchment and handed it over. The parchment sparkled with sparks, forming an address. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bag of coins from his pocket. Here are 60 galleons. 50 are for that woman, she'll understand. The remaining 10 are for your recent efforts. Dobby's eyes widened as he seemed to calculate his salary on his fingers. Dobby shouldn't be taking this much money, too much. He exclaimed, every hair on his head trembling, as if he might faint at any moment. Felix Harp said gently, your performance deserves this wage, and besides, I'll need you to continue working for me. Your tasks will only increase, not decrease. Dobby hesitated for a long while. It wasn't until Felix Harp finished his 3rd cup of tea that he reluctantly agreed. Tell me about what's happening with Anders. Yes, great and generous Mr. Harp. I'm there every day. Mr. Anders is very diligent, reminding me of the days I used to work. 2 weeks ago, he finished all the comic drafts and started organizing manpower for mass printing. Dobby helped too. Did anything unusual happen during this process? Felix Harp inquired. Dobby pondered for a moment. Ah, Dobby remembers. One day, Mr. Anders left the house all dressed up, saying he was heading to the ministry to register. He returned in a fit not long after. However, he didn't explain the reason. Later, Mr. Anders took Dobby out again and introduced Dobby to some of his friends. About 2 days later, when Dobby asked him, he said the matter had been resolved. Dobby found it strange, but couldn't figure out why. Felix Harp sighed. Never mind. The house elf cautiously looked at him. Did Dobby do something wrong? No, Dobby. Now, continue keeping an eye on Anders. If anyone troubles him, remember the person's name and appearance. Understood, Mr. Harp. Now, you can go to the address I've given you. Her last name is Skeeter. Oh, she might not recognize you or the dark mark emblem on you, so you'll have to mention my name. Is delivering the letter all Dobby needs to do? This is a transaction, and though I don't intend for her to refuse, Dobby confidently said, Dobby has done jobs like visiting strangers before. Then, his ears drooped. It was delivering letters to the Malfoy family. You're free now. Outside of work, you can do anything you want, Felix Harp said. He comforted the house elf before seemingly remembering something else. By the way, I need you to help me with a test. He waved his wand, and a silver-white swallow flew out from the tip. The swallow let out a gentle chirp and landed on Dobby's hat. What's this? Dobby's 2 slender hands held onto the hat, and his tennis ball-sized eyes peered upwards, but he could only see a silver-white beak. That's my patroness. Just keep it with you. When the time comes, it will disappear on its own. Dobby understands. Dobby will take his leave. With a soft snap of his fingers, he and the patroness vanished from sight. Felix Harp's gaze turned distant, and his deep blue eyes reflected various fleeting scenes. After 7 or 8 minutes, his eyes emitted a strong silver-white light. Simultaneously, in a resolute tone, he said, Rita, it's been a while. Hundreds of kilometers away. Rita Skeeter once again heard that voice which had always filled her with genuine fear, emanating from a silver-white patroness. After a moment, she respectfully and slyly responded, as you wish, sir. Chapter 218, Suspicions. Later that evening, Dobby returned to report the results to Felix Harp. Harp, the woman named Skit has agreed, and during this process, that little silvery bird on my head. I understand, Dobby. This is the test I mentioned to you, and its effectiveness has surpassed my expectations. As twilight fell, Felix Harp walked into the great hall with a cheerful mood. Which house's table should I choose today? He pondered, as it was one of his pleasures to always sit at a different table during meals. Ravenclaw, perhaps. The Eagles have been quite subdued lately. Out of the corner of his eye, Felix noticed the Slytherin players entering the hall, chatting and carrying broomsticks. He knew that Quidditch season was about to begin. Felix aimed for a group of Ravenclaw students and prepared to sit beside them. A slightly plump boy with freckles on his face was enthusiastically discussing something. I've been learning about kappas lately, yes, those water-dwelling creatures with webbed feet, like monkeys covered in scales. Professor Lupin is quite impressive. Felix inadvertently glanced at the teacher's table and indeed saw a slightly weary figure. Professor Lupin. Felix changed direction and sat next to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He greeted him warmly, Harp, Professor. Please pardon me, I'm still recovering from a cold. Lupin adjusted the scarf around his neck. October is indeed flu season. I remember it was the same last year, Felix smiled, adding some smoked beef and potatoes to his plate. Madame Pomfrey has been quite busy lately. Lupin's expression turned nostalgic. She's indeed a responsible school nurse. When I was a student, she helped me a lot. Felix's train of thought derailed. He thought Lupin was referring to the incident involving students from Slytherin last term, which inevitably would involve Snape. He decided not to bring it up and shifted to another topic. You must have received the curriculum for the dueling class, Professor Lupin. Miss Granger handed it to me last week. Lupin spoke thoughtfully, I've seen the disarming charm in the content, which happens to be useful against Grindylows. Indeed, Felix reached for a distant dish of sauce, passing it to Lupin. That should make my teaching easier. Oh, you're welcome. He said as their arms brushed. Looking down, he felt that odd sensation again. Ever since their first handshake, he had noticed Lupin's hand was densely covered in hair, much thicker and harder than usual. Lupin was completely oblivious. He continued, Grindylows have powerful fingers, but they're fragile. The trick to getting away from them is making it impossible for them to grasp you. The strongest and yet the weakest. Felix was intrigued. This somewhat aligns with Professor Flitwick's perspective. He also believes that wizards are strongest when attacking but simultaneously expose their vulnerabilities. So, when casting spells, it's best to be fast, concise, and allow room for improvisation. Lupin smiled. Professor Flitwick does have a wealth of experience. His dueling championship carries weight. Speaking of which, Felix began slowly. In his youth, Flitwick also aspired to join the ministry, but he was rejected due to his bloodline issues. Lupin paused, listening quietly. Of course, the reasons weren't stated so plainly, but everyone is aware of the ministry's ethics. Professor Lupin, how do you view the discrimination issue within the ministry? Lupin smiled gently. This sentiment isn't new. Even when I was a student, people criticized the ministry for its close-mindedness and inaction. But over a decade has passed, and it hasn't changed much. Perhaps it's time for the ministry to undergo some transformation. It's quite difficult, Lupin pondered for a moment. Unless there's a courageous minister in power. As for Fudge, he's a politician and a cowardly little wretch, he said bluntly. His everyday routine has drained him of all his courage. Felix was surprised by his attitude towards Fudge. He couldn't fathom where this aversion came from. After all, Fudge's conciliatory tone still had some popularity. At least, wizarding folk didn't desire a minister who would overly interfere with their lives except during times of war. They then shifted their conversation to Sirius Black. Miss Granger once asked me a question I couldn't answer, Felix said. She asked why Black, who had spent over a decade quietly in Azkaban, suddenly chose to escape. You see, once caught, a Dementor's kiss likely awaits him. Professor Lupin, you must know him well. Do you have any speculations? Lupin furrowed his brow. Felix's words struck a chord with his long-held secret confusion. An unrealistic fantasy surged within him once more. This notion made him relieve joyful times during quiet nights, but it also weighed heavily on his exhausted heart. Lupin, oh Lupin, what are you hoping for? Has your years of wandering truly muddled your mind? Yet outwardly, he only said indifferently, ever since Black's betrayal, I haven't been able to understand his thoughts. Such a pity, Felix said softly. Harry and the others still inquire about Black's secrets. They worry about encountering him one day. Lupin couldn't help but reiterate his stance, Hogwarts is very safe. Back in his office, Felix contemplated his conversation with Lupin. On a piece of parchment, he wrote Remus Lupin and Sirius Black, connecting them with a line and adding a question mark. He delved into deep thought. He knew very little about Black's information, apart from the stark contrast between his youth and adulthood. And Lupin. Felix couldn't shake off the unease he felt. Dumbledore trusted him, and Felix had glimpsed him in the memories of Frank and Alice. That much was certain, Lupin was almost certainly a member of the Order of the Phoenix. However, Snape didn't hide his malice toward him. In Felix's view, the only reason Snape hadn't cast a curse was Dumbledore's presence. Felix reviewed the records from that time. Snape had conflicts mostly with James Potter and to some extent with Black, but the number of times Lupin and Peter Pettigrew were involved in disputes was relatively few. Was he disliking the whole package due to one bad egg? But Snape seemed to have a favorable impression of Peter Pettigrew. At least, he referred to him as Peter rather than using his surname. Knowing his own head of house, this was already quite a rare thing. If Lupin died, Snape wouldn't suddenly change and start calling him Remus. Felix began jotting down his suspicions about Lupin. Gentle personality, Snape harbors extreme hatred toward him. Incredible abilities, beloved by young wizards, yet experienced poverty. Physically weak, easily succumbs to a cold, do Madame Pomfrey's potions have no effect. Unusual hair on his arms. Abnormal aversion to Minister Fudge. Felix marked Fudge heavily. The minister hadn't been in office for many years, and aside from maintaining a facade, his policies could be counted on one hand, and each one could be counted without much effort. Before long, he remembered Bill Weasley's complaints about the ministry last year. Take a look at the recent newspapers. It's all about lycanthrope's blessing, werewolf registry amendment, propaganda. Only registered and regulated werewolves have the right to purchase wolfsbane potion. The ministry is using my potion to reclaim scattered werewolves. Chapter 219, Opportunity Unveiled. When the term werewolf suddenly sprang into Felix Harp's mind, the previously inexplicable pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked together. Lupin had always given him an eerie feeling, and he thought it was because of Snape's words affecting him. Now, it seemed not to be the case. Felix had captured some characteristics of Lupin in his non-transformed state, the pupils, the hair, and the faint aura of a dark creature. Unfortunately, Felix hadn't even considered this aspect. Furthermore, Lupin had always given the impression of having poor health, but when was this impression most noticeable? Around the full moon. Especially in the last couple of days. Every ailment conveniently timed. It must have been just after the full moon had passed. Madame Pomfrey's skills were not to be underestimated. Too obvious. I can't believe I didn't see it. The clues were right in front of me, Felix murmured as he looked at the information he had jotted down on parchment, comparing it line by line. Lupin, destitute, because he never holds a proper job. To conceal his identity, he must always be ready to change locations and identities. He must have considerable expertise in concealing, but once is happenstance, twice is coincidence. What about 3 times, 4 times? For a werewolf, in a matter of months, those around him would notice the anomalies. No number of excuses can change one fact: a werewolf disappears during the full moon. His animosity toward the relatively new Minister of Magic, Fudge, is due to Fudge's oversight of the amendment to the Werewolf Registration Act. He tied the werewolf registry to the wolfsbane potion: no registration, no potion. This also explains why Lupin came to Hogwarts this year. He couldn't obtain this potion elsewhere to retain his sanity during the full moon transformation. Indeed, werewolf transformations were incredibly draining. Without the wolfsbane potion, they would violently attack anyone in sight, even if caged, descending into madness, striking and tearing at anything in their way. The aftermath was intense and often lasted 3 to 4 days, sometimes even a week, depending on individual constitution. With the wolfsbane potion, however, werewolves could remain rational during the full moon, find a hidden place to hide, and return to normal the next day, perhaps a bit fatigued but composed enough to avoid suspicion. It was 1,000 times better than being recognized as a werewolf. Felix recalled that 2 weeks before the start of term, Snape had been called back by Dumbledore. He had grudgingly mentioned concocting a disgusting potion. Besides wolfsbane, what other potion could it be? Felix couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. It was hard to imagine Snape, pinned down by Dumbledore, brewing a potion for someone he disliked. Severus's expression must have been amusing. There were other small details to note. For instance, Snape had once told him, "Lupin's true nature will shock you." It was undoubtedly an allusion to his being a werewolf. Before the start of term feast, Professor McGonagall, when introducing Lupin, had deliberately avoided looking at Snape. This implied she knew of their conflict, which in turn meant she also knew of Lupin's condition. Who else knew? Dumbledore must have known, and perhaps... Felix calculated the timeline. When Lupin attended school, Dumbledore was already the headmaster. For him to attend, he must have had the headmaster's approval. Perhaps the entire plan was Dumbledore's orchestration. He likely wouldn't leave it to chance, he would personally visit and persuade. To admit a young wizard werewolf to Hogwarts, a series of protective measures must be put in place, including a location for the werewolf's transformation and care and treatment after the transformation. The former, Felix Harp had no way of knowing. In theory, any abandoned classroom would do. With Dumbledore's abilities, he could easily cast various silencing spells to muffle the howls of the young Lupin during his transformation. Hagrid once mentioned that many werewolves are ostracized from the wizarding world and, disheartened, they'd rather live with wolf packs. But for a young Lupin, he couldn't have made that choice. The most plausible scenario is that his parents locked him in a room, muffling his cries with silencing spells to keep the neighbors from hearing. Felix wondered, could Lupin have a significant psychological aversion to silencing spells? As for the latter, Lupin had personally admitted that Madame Pomfrey had helped him a lot during his school years. Felix suddenly thought of an intriguing question: did Harry's father James Potter, along with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, know about Lupin being a werewolf? They probably did, Felix silently speculated, or else Lupin wouldn't reminisce about those times so fondly. He recalled the smile on Lupin's face when he spoke of his introduction to Hogwarts, his eyes seemingly glowing. This raised more questions in Felix's mind, not about Lupin, but about Sirius Black. From the information he had pieced together, there was a distinct shift in his behavior, even reaching abnormal levels. In his youth, Black was a valiant Gryffindor, vehemently opposed to Slytherin and even his own family. Though based on some restricted records Felix had glimpsed, this person seemed rather reckless. After graduation, Black almost immediately joined the Order of the Phoenix, becoming a stalwart against Voldemort and his Death Eater forces. From this perspective, he was a fearless warrior. When did Black start to change? Was it due to an inability to resist the pull of family ties, being influenced by his numerous Death Eater relatives, or perhaps he was captured by Voldemort himself in some operation and threatened with death and harm to his family? Or maybe it was simply the unbearable torment of the Cruciatus curse. Could it be? Transforming from brave to cowardly after tasting the bitterness of suffering. Felix suddenly felt disgruntled. If things were as he suspected, he despised this story. Especially when he thought of the Lestrange couple being tormented to madness by Death Eaters, not disclosing any information. This extreme contrast left him in inner turmoil. If he were in that situation, how would he choose? Would he betray his best friend for some reason? Suppositions that simply don't hold water, he murmured after a moment of thought. Felix suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. He realized he hadn't made any close friends during his school years. The first 3 years were spent studying and fighting. In 4th year he ignored everything around him while practicing spells, and by 5th year, everyone looked at him with awe. Speaking of which, during my school years, a few Slytherin girls did give me chocolates, but I suspected curses and threw them away. Did I miss out on something? Chewing over his past experiences, Felix laughed softly after a while. I'm quite bored, aren't I? Well. Sirius Black, whether it's for the hidden books in the Black family home or to ascertain whether you harbor a wicked soul, I will give you a chance to explain. Today we'll only have 2 updates. We're about to approach the main storyline of this school year, plus a near climax that the author has planned, allowing the author some time for meticulous arrangement. Chapter 220, New Ventures and Recruitment List. The Ancient Runes class for the 3rd year had found its rhythm. After delving into 2 sections of rather cryptic magical manuscripts, they were finally about to embark on their first genuinely intriguing lesson. Felix Harp stood at the podium. Put away your textbooks, for today we shall undertake a new endeavor. The young wizards and witches grew excited. I've been looking forward to this day. Dean Thomas exclaimed. Professor Harp's classes are always full of fascinating possibilities. I've heard that phrase for a whole year now. Felix had grown accustomed to the chatter of the young wizards. From his coat pocket, he withdrew a small wooden box about the size of his palm. He raised it towards the students and then placed the box on the lectern. A little experiment of mine, initially meant to test my mastery of practical ancient runes. But then I thought, why not make more of it? He produced his wand, tapping the lid of the small wooden box. Circular patterns of golden red magic woke from slumber, materializing on the surface of the box. With a deft flick, Felix layered the magical patterns one upon the other. A snap! The box was now open. What's inside? I'm curious too. A chorus of noise erupted below. Felix gazed sentimentally at the students. As a professor, he could easily distinguish the differences between the two houses. Gryffindor's students were more outwardly emotional, most of them craning their necks and leaning forward, eager to know what lay inside the box. On the other hand, Slytherin students were more reserved, their curiosity evident in their eyes, though many restrained themselves, except for a few who seemed a bit scatterbrained. It wasn't a matter of superiority, just a reflection of two distinct traits. In no time, a runic symbol leapt out of the box. Hermione recognized it at first glance. It was the runic representation of buffalo strength. She couldn't help puffing her cheeks in satisfaction. Thanks to the blabbermouth of Lee Jordan, her reputation had grown even more prominent lately, with the incidents of breaking the chair armrest and confronting Draco Malfoy being widely discussed. Numerous students from other houses had come, intrigued and chattering, wanting to witness her skills. Not many students could recognize this runic symbol at a glance like Hermione. Draco, for instance, felt a vague sense of familiarity with the symbol, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The next moment, a second runic symbol flew out of the box, followed by the third, the fourth. Hundreds of variously colored runic symbols soared out continuously before the box abruptly closed. The young wizards and witches stared with wide eyes at the runic symbols fluttering near the lectern, overwhelmed with awe. They turned their gaze towards Professor Harp, who was admiring the multitude of runes before him. Suddenly, he extended his hand and gave a push. The hundreds of runic symbols, previously gathered, scattered in all directions, filling up nearly half the classroom in just a few seconds. The young wizards and witches looked upward at the sparkling, multicolored magical symbols suspended in mid-air. They resembled the candles that floated in the air during hall banquets, yet these runes were much closer, easily graspable with a reach. Seamus Finnegan couldn't resist tapping the fiery red runic symbol in front of him with his wand, and it immediately emitted a burst of orange flames before drifting away. It startled Seamus quite a bit. Felix cleared his throat and swung his wand in a sweeping arc, causing the runic symbols to freeze in an instant. Next, I shall teach you a little technique to sense magic. During this class, you need to select the 5 runic symbols that resonate with you the most and record their shapes on parchment. Here's a friendly tip, this is related to your final exam's practical component. Other students looked at him with eager eyes. What are we waiting for? Seamus exclaimed loudly, followed by a chorus of soft laughter. Felix Harp explained the technique, it's actually quite simple. Touch the symbol with your hand and perceive the magic within it. The more you see, the more it matches you. You may begin. Ron muttered to Harry, sounds like something Trelawney would say. Harry couldn't help glancing at Hermione. She had a history of disagreements with Professor Trelawney and had often ridiculed terms like inner eye and second sight as unreliable. These were specialized terms used by divination professors to describe whether a young wizard had a natural talent for divination. Similar terms included the aura around one, and receptivity to future resonance. Unfortunately, Hermione was classified as someone without divination talent. Normally, when this name was brought up, she'd have plenty to say, but this time, Hermione didn't respond. She discreetly leaned into Professor Harp, asking something in a hushed voice. Harry's interest was piqued, and he tugged Ron along to join them. Is there a purpose behind this? He just managed to catch the latter half of Hermione's sentence. It's in preparation for the Ancient Runes Club's first activity, Felix explained. And also to explore a possibility, if wizards naturally have spells better suited to them, like Potter's disarming charm, he nodded towards Harry, then could ancient runes have a similar phenomenon? Hermione understood. So, you believe that everyone has their own perfectly suited ancient rune? Our task now is to find it based on intuition. Felix said, I'm only speculating, but it's worth a try. Harry couldn't help interjecting, Professor, have the results for the Runes Club come out yet? Ron and I. Felix looked at him. Your essays, barely passed. You've been placed in the second category. Second category. Harry heard this term for the first time. He planned to ask Hermione about it later, she would surely know. However, he understood the implication of barely passed. Both he and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, and, he heard Professor Harp addressing him, how's your essay on dueling systems coming along? Still working on it, Harry said sheepishly. He had taken lots of notes, but the essay was only about a third complete. Plus, his mind was now consumed with thoughts of first category, second category, and so on. Back at their seats, Hermione naturally provided an explanation of the grading categories. The professor has divided the assessment into 3 categories. The lowest one is straight elimination, as the professor puts it, those are the ones who are just trying their luck without any preparation. So, the second category is a pass, and the first category is outstanding. Ron guessed, which made a lot of sense. No, Hermione sighed, the first category is a pass. As for the second category, it retains the right to audit. Whether you attend or keep up with the club's lessons, the professor won't interfere. Ron's mouth fell open, and he couldn't help raising his voice, so you mean, we're just filling spots? Professor Harp believes, Hermione's tone grew louder too, that a minority among you might be able to keep up with the course. But most will fall behind and naturally drop out. At the moment, there are only 7 students in the first category, which is quite low. That's why the professor intends to select a few more from the second category. Harry couldn't help but feel uneasy. He had a strong feeling that he might fall behind. Perhaps he was just on a one-way trip? Chapter 221, The Gift of Divination? Let's hurry and find the right magical runes, Hermione reminded them, this class is very important. If you can find suitable magical runes, I can give you extra lessons. You've mastered all these runes? These aren't theoretical runes, but practical ones. Ron exclaimed in surprise. Don't be silly, there's no way I've mastered them all, Hermione said, but I've definitely learned faster than you. After that, Harry and Ron became much more enthusiastic. And it wasn't just the two of them, other young wizards were also intrigued by this novel way of teaching. Daphne Greengrass twirled around a slender, agile magical rune symbol in emerald green. I feel like it's trying to communicate with me, but I can't quite hear it. That's enough of a demonstration, a Gryffindor next to her said irritably, showing no results so far. Move aside, please. Neville reached out his round hand toward a fiery red magical rune. Step aside, Lumberton, Draco said, accompanied by 2 cronies. He greedily eyed the rune, which seemed to be the brightest of all symbols. Neville recoiled a step but then stood his ground. I was here first, he muttered. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Maybe you'd like to experience the power of the Leglocker curse again. Draco threatened in a low voice. What's going on? Felix Harp suddenly appeared, as he had been keeping an eye on Neville. Nothing, Professor, Draco said with an air of self-importance. Lumberton might not have performed well in potions class, he's just crying a bit. Neville clenched his fist, stubbornly stating, I'm not crying. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Malfoy, come with me, Felix said, leading Draco out of the classroom. Professor Harp, Draco said somewhat flustered. He wasn't afraid of losing points, but he dreaded copying 2 thick books again, the lesson from last year was still fresh in his memory. But he heard Professor Harp ask calmly, Malfoy, tell me, does bullying the weak bring you happiness? I. The fact is, ever since your last detention, I haven't heard you use that word again, have I? Draco wanted to be defiant, but he felt his thoughts were already transparent. No, he said softly. That word was mudblood. That's good, isn't it? I've always thought you were a smart student. I knew that from the moment you came up with the idea of using a scarf to drag a dark magic item. I believe you are capable of much more, Malfoy. Show me. When Draco returned to the classroom, Pansy Parkinson immediately approached. Draco, did you lose points or get detention? No, Draco said bewilderedly, the professor praised me. In the afternoon, the Magical Runes Club recruitment poster that had been hanging on the bulletin board for weeks was finally replaced with a long list of names. Only 7 in the first batch. A young wizard muttered, Hermione Granger, Fred Weasley, George Weasley 3 from Gryffindor alone. That's normal. Granger is the assistant for runes class. Rumor has it she's proficient in not just one practical rune, but over 100, and she can easily break the armrest off a solid wooden chair. And those twins, have you heard about the Mirror of East? Ah, well, I've already reserved mine, but I won't get it until Halloween. That was quick. I'm still hesitating. First come, first served. Who else is left? Hufflepuff only has one, Cedric Diggory, and he's truly outstanding. Besides that, Ravenclaw has two, and Slytherin has one. It's that head boy with the last name Geoffrey, the rather haughty one. On the third-floor staircase of the castle, Felix Harp was conversing with a girl who had wild, golden blonde hair. Her wand was tucked behind her left ear. Luna Lovegood handed him 2 pieces of parchment. What's this? Felix asked as he took them. It's my essay, but I've only written 2 feet worth. It's not enough words. You want me to help you pass with a shortcut? You're not old enough for that, Felix said with a chuckle. No, it's just that I was worried you might feel bad if you couldn't recruit enough people, so I wrote a little something. I went to see on the test day, there were a lot of people, so I didn't go in. Luna shook her head and explained, I also suggested to Ravenclaw students to sign up. Felix looked a bit puzzled. I've heard more than one Ravenclaw student say that a second-year student was going around promoting the Runes Club. That's right, that's my nickname, Loony, but I don't really mind. Thank you, Miss Lovegood. We're friends, aren't we? She looked at him as if confirming. Yes, Luna. Luna smiled. By the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. Felix looked at her attentively. As long as I know. The other day, I met a professor who kept inviting me to be her assistant. Felix suspected he had misheard. This approach sounded all too familiar. Which professor was trying to follow his footsteps in finding a shortcut? Who invited you? He asked. I don't even know her, I've never seen her before. Luna tossed her hair casually. Well, you can at least describe what she looks like, right? She was wearing a very pretty pair of insect glasses, and she had a shiny, transparent cloak on, and her wrist had more bracelets than I do, Luna described earnestly, emphasizing, many more. Upon hearing these descriptions, Felix couldn't help but think of Sybil Trelawney. But Luna's portrayal of Trelawney seemed overly positive. Was it safe to say they both were Ravenclaws? Felix stared at Luna, and inquired tentatively, how did you 2 cross paths? Luna Lovegood was only a second-year student. In theory, she wouldn't have any contact with Sybil Trelawney. That day, I was leaving classroom 7, thinking I had nothing to do. So, I wandered around the castle and came across a very interesting portrait of a knight on the 8th floor. He was looking for his lost horse, and we chatted for a bit. He told me there was a free performance to watch in the tapestry room on the North Tower. Are you talking about Trelawney? I didn't know she had a penchant for performing. Felix found it hard to believe, but indeed, Trelawney's residence was at the top of the North Tower, connected to her divination classroom. Luna nodded and then put on a slightly fearful expression. It's not clear. Dear, please don't press me. I can't say. Then she added solemnly, it's that kind of performance. Honestly, I'm not very good at it. Felix's expression remained stern. And then what happened? Did she spot you for sneaking a peek at her performance? No, apart from her looking somewhat excited. Maybe I interrupted her state. She later said I might have some sort of inner eye and invited me to be her assistant. Felix inquired, have you heard of divination class? Yes, Luna blinked her pale eyes, yes, one of the elective courses for 3rd years. But I didn't plan on taking divination. Why not? I prefer stargazing. A centaur friend of mine taught me astrology and gave me some dittany and flobberworm mucus. When heated, they attract a group of smoky creatures that twist into various shapes to make prophecies. Luna explained. Observing smoke shapes, basically. Felix guessed. And, I've already decided to take ancient runes and care of magical creatures next year. Their schedules might clash. Felix wondered about the irony of a young girl who wasn't keen on divination getting recruited as an assistant by a divination professor. The intricacies of Luna Lovegood's encounters never ceased to amaze. Chapter 222, Traces of Black. To be perfectly honest, Felix wasn't quite sure if Luna possessed the gift of divination. This young girl had always been quite unique, but his focus was on a different matter at hand, you still venture into the Forbidden Forest often? Luna paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to approach this question. Felix was curious to hear her response, but Luna drifted off into a dreamy state shortly after. Felix snapped his fingers in front of her, and Luna, as if in a trance, said, "Ferenz is a good person." Felix wasn't entirely certain whether her statement was in response to his earlier question, but he grasped the essence: the centaur named Ferenz would protect her. He cautiously inquired, "Perhaps I could meet your centaur friend? I happen to be heading to the Forbidden Forest this weekend to release a small creature." "Oh, I'm not sure." Ferenz mentioned that his companions are quite traditional, which, in my understanding, means they have a bit of a temper, Luna said. "I'll ask him beforehand." 2 more days passed. Hogwarts was shrouded in continuous rain, with dark clouds hanging low, stifling the air. The temperature had dropped significantly, and Madame Pomfrey had reminded the young wizards more than once to put on warmer clothes. There's really no need for her reminders. I mean, we're not idiots. Ron gestured towards the weather outside. Rain was falling lightly, pattering against the roof of the second greenhouse. Harry absent-mindedly handled a bean pod. Would love this. He thinks we're likely to face rainy conditions in our first match, and he's eager to incorporate this aspect into our training. Finally, he got his chance. Madame Sprout clapped her hands, capturing the young wizard's attention. She reminded them, "Be gentle in your handling, or they might retaliate harshly." But it was too late. Seamus Finnegan's actions were rather rough as he repeated an experience from their magical runes class. "You saw it too. I touched that fiery red magical symbol, and it reacted intensely. I guess, ow." The bean pod in front of him suddenly burst open, shooting out 7 or 8 hard beans, all hitting him in the face. One even accidentally struck Seamus, who joined in with a groan of his own. Madame Sprout hurried over, surveying the scene. Not following instructions, disregarding the teacher's words. "I really ought to deduct points from you, Mr. Finnegan." With Seamus and his friend, she moved to the corner. "Just a bit of ointment is needed. Honestly, if you were as careless while squeezing pus from bubotuber pus, you'd be in for a tough time." A bolt of lightning cut through the air, illuminating the somewhat dim castle. Felix lowered his wand, turning to his parchment to write and sketch. Inside a glass container beside him, a fist-sized acromantula spoke angrily, "You're not keeping your promise, wizard." Felix responded, "I promised to let you go before Halloween. I didn't specify the exact day. Besides, are you really not considering my offer? I could have you as my assistant." "What kind of assistant?" "Like that little girl." The acromantula had seen Hermione, the young witch had been quite fascinated by it until Felix revealed its true size to her. In its normal state, the acromantula was about the size of a small carriage, covered in tough black hair, with a small and grotesque head, and a pair of large pincers that always made a clicking sound. "Ah, close enough, but you need to continue cooperating with my research," Felix Harp said. The acromantula pondered for a moment and then shouted angrily. Felix found it noisy and cast a silencing charm on the glass container. "At last, I have detailed test data. The remaining work involves conducting some repetitive tests on other creatures, comparing results, and gaining a clear understanding." Felix folded a stack of thick parchment. He operated each ancient magic he currently held in the same manner. Flitwick greatly appreciated this cautious approach. That evening, light rain turned into a downpour, and raindrops the size of beans tapped against the castle's window sills. Half asleep and half awake, Felix heard a deep buzzing alert. He sat up abruptly, wand appearing instantly in his hand. He waited quietly for a few seconds, seeing no one. But he quickly figured out what had happened. He swiftly left his bedroom, pushed open the office window. Rainwater was swept into the room by the fierce wind. Beyond the window, it was pitch black, and the alarm sounded suddenly clear. "It's the miniature sneakoscope at the castle's entrance. Sirius Black is here." He somersaulted out of the window, a glint from his ring, and a firebolt broomstick appeared out of nowhere. The next second, he soared through layers of thick rain like curtains, disappearing in front of the office. When he arrived at the castle entrance, there was no one here, only a spot above the main gate continuously emitting golden light, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound. Felix pointed his wand at himself, and large amounts of mist spread from him, making him look like a boiling kettle. Just then, Dumbledore appeared, wearing a grey-blue pajama, no glasses, with a fiery phoenix perched on his shoulder. "Hello, Fox," Felix greeted. Fox let out a low cry. A tabby cat appeared from afar, transforming into a panting Professor McGonagall as it ran. "Any discoveries, Felix?" Dumbledore spoke gravely. "Clearly, I'm a bit late," Felix pointed at the broomstick in his hand. Among the three, he was closest to the castle gates. "I came as quickly as possible, but this rain has been quite helpful for him." "Sirius Black?" Professor McGonagall asked anxiously. "Clearly." Felix waved his wand, silencing the buzzing. "We should search the castle, Dumbledore," Professor McGonagall said sternly. "Phileas Flitwick, Severus Snape, Argus Filch." She recited names one after another, and 3 silver-white cats flew out from her wand, each going in a different direction. Dumbledore silently watched as Professor McGonagall's Patronuses disappeared. He crouched down to examine the ground at the castle entrance, his fingers touching the cold marble. Then he swiftly entered the castle, heading for the portraits nearest to the entrance. "Has anyone entered? Outsiders?" he asked. "None that we've seen," the characters in the portrait spoke in a cacophony of voices. "Of course, we could have been deceived, Headmaster." Dumbledore nodded, not saying a word. "Is it possible that Black is hiding within the castle, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked with concern. "Unlikely," Dumbledore said softly. "Felix arrived swiftly, he wouldn't have had the time to cover his tracks so thoroughly. It's more likely he appeared from afar and triggered the alarm. But we should be prepared, Fox." Chapter 223, Confrontation. A phoenix atop Dumbledore's shoulder let out a resounding cry. "Go watch over Harry, but remain unseen," he said. Fox unfurled his wings, soaring into the air, his form vanishing abruptly. "A truly extraordinary creature," exclaimed Felix Harp, irresistibly endearing. Dumbledore glanced at him. "Hagrid has been unusually joyful lately. He mentioned an old friend coming to stay temporarily. Do you know why, Felix Harp?" Felix Harp looked around cautiously. "I'm not sure either, Headmaster. We haven't been in touch much lately." Soon, the heads of the 4 houses and professors arrived. Professor McGonagall briefly explained the situation. Snape was taken aback. "Black? Still as foolish as ever. How did he breach the Dementor's defenses?" Felix Harp murmured, "Severus, he escaped from Azkaban. Do you really think a few Dementors would bother him? Frankly, they're repulsive and not very useful. Currently, Dementors hadn't appeared on the school grounds. The only way students could see them was by passing Hagrid's cabin and walking up a long slope to glimpse the 2 guarding the entrance to the school. However, if Hogwarts were scaled down to a certain proportion, one would find a significant number of Dementors congregating at its edges, including near the neighbouring wizarding village, Hogsmeade. This was why Felix Harp believed Luna's behaviour wasn't safe. No one could guarantee that Dementors wouldn't suddenly emerge. Even though the Ministry of Magic would surely establish patrol areas, for young, emotionally charged students, Dementors were like a feast. Dumbledore strongly opposed their presence within the school for this very reason. He believed the Ministry had little control over Dementors. Yet, he had to make some compromise and allow their presence outside the school. Snape calmed down and subtly hinted to Dumbledore, "Headmaster Dumbledore, just the day before yesterday, the newspaper reported Black's trace in Diagon Alley. Today, he's outside the castle. It seems, to me, he couldn't have done this without help." The professors present looked at Snape in astonishment, and Flitwick sharply exclaimed, "Are you suggesting Black has rallied some Death Eaters?" Snape was caught off guard. That wasn't what he meant. The professors started discussing fervently, almost instantly accepting Snape's idea, or rather, what seemed to be the reasonable assumption. The newspapers had already crowned Black the top Death Eater beneath the mysterious figure, and with that label, it was odd not to find any allies. With his influence, it's quite possible. We thought Black was alone, but he might have gathered quite a few dark wizards. Quiet until now, Lupin suddenly spoke, "I don't think so, Xiao Tianlang." He hesitated for a second or two. "Black is just an undercover agent. Even in the Death Eater circles, few know his true identity." "Lupin, can I interpret this as you defending your dear friend?" Snape redirected his focus towards Lupin, deliberately emphasizing the word dear friend. "No, Severus," Lupin said calmly, "it's just a simple analysis." He looked at Dumbledore. Perhaps when he returned to the Death Eaters as an infiltrator, he would have been welcomed and praised, but the issue is, he failed. His intel directly led to the disappearance of the mysterious figure. Would any Death Eaters still trust him? Headmaster, from what I know of him, Black is undoubtedly a lone operator. Maybe, he did it to prove himself, like he did during his school years or in the times of war. Every battle, he was at the forefront, Lupin summarized despondently. He enjoys adventure, likes being a lone hero. Snape's gaze turned cold, but he remained silent, retreating into the dark corner of the wall. One professor offered their perspective, but without help from Death Eaters, how could he cover hundreds of kilometers in just 2 days? Many have tried to follow his trail. The Ministry has put up a significant reward. Too many possibilities: flow of powder, portkeys, broomsticks. But they would leave traces. Black wouldn't dare expose himself. Could it be apparition? Some wizards can use it without a wand. Flitwick was an authority on spells and he rejected this guess. In theory, apparition doesn't require a wand, but in practice, very few can manage it. It's far more difficult than you imagine and accidents are quite common. Besides, apparition has many limitations, unless he had a wand. How could that be? Stealing, robbing, if he saw an opportunity, nothing's impossible. Dumbledore interrupted the discussion. Everyone, let's search the castle thoroughly to ensure nothing is amiss. In the end, the professors spent nearly half the night, and even when the sky was growing light, they hadn't found any issues. The professors dispersed gradually. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Felix Harp gathered once more. Professor McGonagall reported the latest progress. Snape clearly had something to say, and Felix Harp had a small question that needed Dumbledore's answer. I've shown the portrait of Black to the fat lady for confirmation. She won't make a mistake, McGonagall said. Very good, Minerva, Dumbledore said. Let's ensure that all the portraits in the castle remember Black's face, I mean, the communicative ones. McGonagall nodded. Snape scoffed under his breath, and Dumbledore turned to him. Severus, you seem to have something on your mind. Snape's words held no emotion. Dumbledore, I think we're wasting our efforts. We discussed this before the school started. He raised his head, his gaze descending from his hooked nose. As long as there's a vulnerability in the castle, Black will find an opportunity. McGonagall said sternly, are you suggesting there's a traitor at Hogwarts? That's impossible. Impossible, Severus. Dumbledore spoke firmly, today's events prove there's no accomplice of Black within the school. But that's not definite, Headmaster. Snape's voice was low, and he quickly said, perhaps the mole was simply unaware of a mirror specifically designed to track Black. In fact, he flashed a sardonic smile, I was kept in the dark as well, wasn't I? Felix Harp knew who he was talking about. Remus Lupin, Sirius Black's dear friend from school. A few hours ago, Snape had intentionally directed suspicion towards him, but Flitwick had steered it off course. It seemed Dumbledore had warned Snape not to reveal Lupin's werewolf identity, as the professors and parents of students would explode during the war. Werewolves were a significant dark force under Voldemort. After McGonagall and Snape left, Felix Harp raised his own question. You want to know how Dementors reproduce? Dumbledore repeated the question he heard. Exactly, to my knowledge, the number of Dementors isn't large, around 100? From the information I encountered during my school years, their numbers haven't changed significantly over the past century, Felix Harp asked. Chapter 224, The Origin of Dementors. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and then spoke, this involves a fearsome dark wizard from the 15th century, Ictus. He is known as the earliest inhabitant of Azkaban, back when Azkaban was just a hidden, magic-sealed island in the North Sea. While history has never lacked wizards referred to as evil, Ictus's malevolence was ingrained to the core. He had no mercy for any living being, and it was he who cruelly created the species known as Dementors. Felix Harp exclaimed in surprise, Dementors were created by wizards? Like the Quintapes. He had no inkling of this, it was truly a hidden secret within the wizarding world. Quintapes were accidental creations, but Dementors were not. Dumbledore shook his head. It wasn't until Ictus's death and the breakdown of the hidden magic that people discovered his actions. However, Dementors had already become an independent species. Initially, there were only a few, but they can propagate and divide like fungi, and conventional spells are nearly ineffective against them. Felix was puzzled. If that's the case, they should have become uncontrollably numerous. But in reality, their numbers are scarce, and they're used by the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore explained, the Ministry of Magic has more of a cooperative relationship with Dementors. Moreover, these creatures seem to possess a mystical collective consciousness. Their numbers remain within a certain range, but once they decrease to a certain level, they naturally divide. Perhaps this is also a form of reproduction. Felix began to grasp the nature of Dementor existence and couldn't help but inquire further, apart from the Patroness charm, are there any spells that work? I mean, spells that can completely vanquish Dementors. Very difficult, Felix, very difficult, Dumbledore said with a sigh. Felix wanted to continue his questions, but Dumbledore seemed unwilling to elaborate further, and their conversation soon came to an end. In the early morning, young wizards woke up in their beds, unaware of the events from a few hours prior. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table, having breakfast. Owls occasionally flew in, catching Hermione's hopeful gaze as she looked towards the Great Hall's entrance. "Are you waiting for a letter?" Ron asked. "Oh, I ordered a book from Flourish and Blots through the Oloi," Hermione said absent-mindedly. "It seems it won't arrive today." Ron noticed Harry's dejected mood and suggested, "After your training this weekend, we can visit Hagrid. Honestly, the three-headed dog looks adorable when it's small. It's the first time I've agreed with Hagrid's taste." Harry's interest was piqued, and he perked up. "Might have to wait a bit, Wood's likely training until dark." Ron shrugged, "Let's hope Hagrid won't kick us out again." At the beginning of the school year, fearing Hagrid's dismissal, they had visited him at night while wearing invisibility cloaks. Hagrid had escorted them back to the castle himself, warning them they could only visit during the day. Hermione was about to voice her thoughts when Professor McGonagall entered the hall. She said loudly, "Potter, come here." Harry put down his utensils, wondering what he had done wrong this time. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances and followed. "Weasley and Granger, you two," Professor McGonagall added. She didn't dismiss the uninvited pair and looked at Harry with a stern expression. "Your sneakoscope, where is it?" "The one meant for Black." Harry carefully retrieved the pocket-sized sneakoscope from his pocket. It lay quiet in his hand, and Professor McGonagall visibly sighed in relief. "What's happened, Professor?" Hermione whispered. "It's time I stopped keeping this from you, Potter," Professor McGonagall began, her expression serious. "I know you might be shocked, but I have to tell you, Black." "I already know," Harry said angrily, "I know he's after me. That's why he escaped from Azkaban. I know he was friends with my dad, even his best man. He's also my godfather." Harry couldn't continue. The word godfather felt like an insult, a mockery of not only himself but also his deceased parents. Professor McGonagall seemed genuinely surprised, staring at him wide-eyed. "I understand now. Well, I thought. Feel free to let me know if you'd like any specific phrases or passages to be rephrased or adjusted to better fit the Harry Potter universe's tone and style. That's why you should understand why I insisted on you carrying this sneakoscope with you. It can protect you." She pursed her lips. Earlier today, before dawn, the sneakoscope in the castle sounded an alarm. Harry stammered, "Was it the one I had? But it's been in my pocket, and there was nothing unusual." Ron's face showed the fear that mirrored his own. He clutched his pocket tightly and whispered, "Don't move, Scabbers." Professor McGonagall clenched and unclenched her fist repeatedly, seemingly unsure whether to reveal something. Previously, only Felix, Dumbledore, and she knew that it wasn't just one but 3 sneakoscopes. However, it was no longer a secret now. Hermione chimed in, "Professor McGonagall, I've seen from Professor Harp that there are 3 identical sneakoscopes. I assume the other 2 are placed elsewhere?" "I guess, at the front and back doors of the castle." Professor McGonagall sighed, "Well, Miss Granger, just as you said, one at the front and one at the back." Harry didn't know if he should feel relieved or disappointed. "So you mean, he was lurking at the castle gates?" "Likely so," Professor McGonagall said. "Professors were up early and conducted an urgent search of the castle, but we found nothing. The portraits in the castle didn't spot any strangers either, which suggests..." He realized he was exposed and left in advance. Harry interjected. "Correct, Potter," Professor McGonagall said. "Since you're already aware, I believe you've mentally prepared. Some activities aren't suitable." "Hogsmeade," Harry blurted out, his heart suddenly in his throat. Hogsmeade was an all-wizard village, and third-year and above students could visit it on certain days with the permission of their parents or guardians. He had talked about this with Ron last night. Harry had told Ron that he hadn't gotten his uncle's signature, and Ron had suggested he ask Professor McGonagall. Now, it seemed that the plans were ruined. Professor McGonagall glanced at him, her expression grave. You won't be going to Hogsmeade, of course. I meant Quidditch. Frankly, letting you practice is too dangerous. Even with the other players, it's not enough to handle Black. Professor McGonagall, Harry couldn't help but raise his voice, what does this have to do with my training? It's definitely related. Black is likely hiding in Hogsmeade or deep in the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall delivered shocking news. The Quidditch pitch is far from the castle. If something were to happen, we wouldn't have time to mount a rescue. But... Harry was bewildered. He had already begun his training for this year, 3 times a week. Wood had enthusiastically told him that they aimed to win a second Quidditch Cup this year, a graduation gift. Other players were equally confident due to their victory last year. Now, before the first match even began, was the trophy already slipping through their fingers? Suddenly, something crossed Harry's mind. He spoke urgently, Professor McGonagall, if a professor was watching us, like Professor Vector. Professor McGonagall remained tight-lipped. Please. Harry implored. Very well, Professor McGonagall relented, I'll ask Professor Vector to oversee your training. Return to the castle before nightfall. When I have the time, I'll visit as well. She hurriedly left, having much to attend to because of the morning's incident. Chapter 225, Ferencz's Advice. Harry took his seat, the recent events making him feel like he hadn't woken up yet, or like he'd somehow jumped ahead to April Fool's Day. But the twins and Wood had already closed in, their faces mirroring the seriousness of Professor McGonagall's expression, and they had overheard the argument between them. Though he hadn't caught every word, the sporadic mentions of Quidditch and training were enough to send shivers down their spines. Harry explained the trouble he had encountered, and while Wood's face darkened, he still offered comfort, it's all right, you come back before dark, and we'll continue the training. Your position as a seeker isn't that crucial, so the impact won't be too significant. He finished with a somewhat grim joke, Black couldn't have spent over a decade in prison to get a bad eyesight, mistaking me for you, could he? The twins erupted into carefree laughter, attempting to envision Wood's burly figure as Harry was definitely not an easy feat. However, Harry didn't share their lightheartedness. He realized all too clearly that Sirius Black, the escaped prisoner who had spent 12 years behind bars, had been disturbingly close to him. Perhaps, I should put more effort into my dueling system essay, Harry mused, patting his bag, which held the beginning of his paper. As the weekend approached and Halloween drew near, the festive atmosphere grew stronger. Felix Harp rose early, examining the paper in his hands. The above explanation suggests that we may have found a new method for treating memory impairment. It could be more targeted than existing potions and spells, but the catch is finding a way to establish a stable connection with the patient's memories. Not the kind of brief and malicious intrusion seen in legilimency, but a cooperative form of information exchange. Simultaneously, for cases of severe memory damage, extensive and permanent injury, shattered memories, simple bonding spells are inadequate. We need to consider providing memories with a stable structure. Felix nodded in satisfaction. The entire paper is theoretical deduction, but it subtly alludes to the most crucial part, the mind room magic and the stable structure of memories. Let's float it out and gauge the response. I could publish it in a monthly edition of The Prophet, which carries some influence. Although it's not directly related to their field, the incubation period for brewing ideas is longer. I estimate it might not spread within the therapist community until mid to late November. Something purely theoretical like this will surely elicit diverse opinions. By then, the situation with the Lumpatons might be hard to conceal, but I can conveniently use this as an excuse to avoid higher-level involvement from the St. Mungo's administration. No one would be foolish enough to reject a potential Order of Merlin medal-worthy achievement. He tucked away the paper, a few adjustments to the wording and it would be ready to send. Felix sat on the couch, contemplating how to simplify the treatment plan. Dumbledore had given him this advice. Whether it was the mind room magic or the memory nodes inherited from Lady Ravenclaw, both were invaluable knowledge. He wasn't that reckless to reveal them so easily, and besides, not many would be able to learn them. Simplifying the mind room magic is relatively straightforward, I know it inside out. As for memory nodes, Felix thought for a moment, deciding to present his own interpretation of a stable memory structure derived from Lady Ravenclaw's legacy. He had employed this on magical puppets, granting them relatively stable personalities and habits, even enabling them to rehearse plays on their own. Inside a glass container on his workbench, an 8-eyed giant spider cleared its throat impatiently. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Felix turned around. Are you sure you won't reconsider? I can grant you a vacation and ample food. Stop talking, just stop. The 8-eyed spider replied irritably, let me go back. Very well. Felix extended his hand, and the glass container on the workbench flew into his palm. With a crisp snap, it shattered, and in a hazy blue light, the giant spider's size continually diminished, soon shrinking to the size of a fingertip. Felix carefully placed it back into a small glass vial, and a faint voice emerged from the vial, your magic has progressed again. I don't feel anything different. Perhaps, I mean just perhaps. I might occasionally assist with your experiments. Felix smirked, putting the vial into his pocket. Checking the time, he apparat to the castle's entrance. 2 minutes passed, and just when he thought Luna might not show up, she bounded into view. Felix, I've prepared some buttered peas, Ferenz would like them. She pointed to a crookedly woven basket. Felix wasn't exactly familiar with centaur tastes, and he didn't particularly like this scent, so he changed the topic. Let's go, we'll meet your friends. They descended the slope, passing by the greenhouses and the whomping willow. Hagrid's hut appeared in the distance, but they didn't approach it. Instead, they took a turn, entering the forbidden forest. Passing through a barrier of trees, they soon arrived at a clearing. The ground was covered in moss and various wild flowers, and a few rocks had been meticulously arranged. It was evident that this was Luna's secret haven. Luna retrieved a whistle from her pocket and blew into it with puffed cheeks. The sound was subtle, blending perfectly with the surrounding rustling of the wind. Felix could tell this was a magical item. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves reached Felix's ears, and a young centaur appeared. He had white hair and the body of a silver-maned horse. Felix deduced the centaur was young from his human face. The centaur cautiously peered at him through the branches, half of his body concealed behind a tree trunk. Little Luna, is this your teacher? The centaur asked. Felix's refined attire assured him of Felix's teaching position. Yes, come on over. I've prepared new treats for you to try. Luna cheerfully replied. Ferenz emerged from behind the tree trunk, stopping a couple of meters away from Felix. He maintained a stern expression, saying, Hello, I'm Ferenz. Oh, hello. I'm Felix Harp, Felix replied courteously. Listen, wizard. We generally avoid dealings with humans, especially adult wizards. If not for Luna wanting me to meet you. Felix chuckled, I know centaurs can be exclusive, but I believe you might be an exception. Also, I've come here to discuss some rather serious matters with you. Ferenz eyed him, saying, What matters? Do you know Sirius Black? Heard the name. Dangerous individual, Ferenz replied casually. Exactly. He's escaped from Azkaban. The Ministry and Dementors are furious. By the way, have you encountered Dementors? Ferenz replied stiffly, I haven't, but some of our people claim to have seen their shadows. That's it, Felix said, the Forbidden Forest isn't entirely safe. And forgive my bluntness, but if Dementors were to go out of control, I doubt you'd have an effective way to counter them. Ferenz pawed the ground, his face twisted in anger, but he knew Felix was right. Felix continued, allowing a student near the Forbidden Forest is risky, and it goes against the school rules. My suggestion is to exercise caution until the Dementors are removed. Are you trying to prevent us from meeting? I have no intention of ruining a friendship. Someday, Luna might look back on this as a wonderful memory. Ferenz, do you know Hagrid? Know him, the centaur replied. That's good. I don't think Hagrid would mind hosting you. Perhaps, meeting behind Hagrid's hut near the pumpkin patch could work. Ferenz remarked, Hagrid might be mightier than centaurs, but I doubt he can handle Dementors. Felix shook his head, Ferenz, you don't understand. Hagrid is a wizard. No matter how he appears, he is undoubtedly a wizard. His capabilities surpass yours and your community's combined. Maybe he can't directly fight Dementors, but he can surely hold on until reinforcements arrive. Besides, we're discussing the worst-case scenario, and such occurrences of Dementors going out of control are rare. Reluctantly, Ferenz agreed. He stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Felix's. "It's clear you don't hold bias against centaurs, Mr. Harp," he said. "Oh, of course not, Ferenz. Do you know the location of the Acromantula nest?" Felix inquired. "I do," Ferenz hesitated, pointing in a direction. "Their nest is to the west of our settlement. We had a confrontation with them years ago. Their hunting grounds won't cross the borders we've drawn." Felix roughly calculated the positions of the centaur settlement, the spider nest, and Hogwarts. He suddenly realized that the centaurs had separated the Acromantula swarm. Even if mischievous young wizards were tempted, traversing hours of rugged terrain was a challenge, and they might be detected and turned back by centaurs. For the next while, Luna remained in good spirits, but conversation between Felix and Ferenz was sparse. Ferenz shared morning tea with Luna, the buttered peas. Luna also wanted Felix to try them, but he politely declined. Before departing, Ferenz hesitated and said, "Perhaps you're right." "What?" Felix asked. "Danger lurks close," the centaur said uneasily, flicking his silver tail. "Our people have sensed it too. Subcurrents are swirling, darkness looms." Felix grinned. "Perhaps this heralds the return of a long-disappeared Dark Lord." Ferenz stared at him, surprised, and slowly said, "I'm not that accurate with predictions. Centaurs observe the stars and glean important insights, but it's only a vague response." Felix reassured, "I'm not a seer, but I know more than the average person. With enough information, you naturally see farther. It's the principle of arithmancy divination." Exiting the forbidden forest, Luna mused, "Were you discussing a mysterious person? Is he coming back?" "It's a possibility." Felix didn't delve into it. She was only a second year. After seeing Luna off, Felix turned back into the forest. Following Ferenz's guidance, he walked for about 15 minutes before resorting to his broomstick, zooming low over the terrain. His objective was clear: the Acromantula nest. 3,000 words, a hefty chapter. By the way, I forgot to mention that the out-of-universe rating for this book has reached level 3. Monthly fan titles will be distributed, and there are also event posts in the comments section. If you're interested, take a look. Chapter 226, Aragog's Realm. Felix Harp rarely employed a broomstick for travel, but this situation demanded it. He wasn't keen on spending hours wandering the labyrinthine lair of the Acromantulas. From his pocket, he withdrew a glass vial and inquired of the eight-eyed giant within, "Can you ascertain the direction? You're venturing into the spider's lair?" The eight-eyed giant asked incredulously. "Yes, broadening my horizons," Felix responded dismissively. The giant spider had long discerned this wizard's nature. If there were no benefits involved, it would have simply discarded him into the woods and moved on. This new attitude meant only one thing: Felix had intentions concerning the colony of eight-eyed giants. Though the lair housed over 300 Acromantulas, the spider remained unsure. It wisely held its tongue. Felix stowed it in his pocket and flew on his broom, guided by the direction indicated by the centaur he'd encountered earlier. After half an hour's flight, he descended from the broom. "Now," Felix waved his wand, "I remember marking 3 of you with sigils earlier. Let me see where you are." Weeks ago, Felix had ventured deep into the forbidden forest to practice the shrinking charm, accidentally trespassing into the hunting territory of the Acromantulas. He had been attacked by a group of large spiders, which, as expected, he had taken down. He had even secretly cast tracking spells on some of them. Felix swiftly sensed the magical mark's direction. He followed a winding path, where the ground became increasingly littered with stones, tree roots formed gnarled tangles, and sporadic spider webs appeared. "The silk of Acromantulas is non-toxic," Felix remarked, flicking at the spider silk with his fingertip. The adhesive substance on it had dried, feeling like pliable rope. "Perhaps it can be incorporated into the bindweed, who knows what effect it might yield," Felix muttered, gathering some of the white spider silk as he went. Soon, the whistling sound reached his ears, a series of clattering that merged into a collective cacophony. Felix turned to see 3 or 4 dozen Acromantulas, each the size of a small carriage, surrounding him. A minute later, from a ring, Felix retrieved a tall goblet and proceeded to stuff more than 30 shrunken Acromantulas into it. After a brief contemplation, he pulled out a glass vial from his pocket and released the initial prisoner, the first eight-eyed giant, into the wild. Following a burst of intense blue light, the creature finally regained its original form. "There you go, your companions," Felix instructed, holding out the goblet. Be careful not to crush them. The eight-eyed giant stared intently at the tightly packed tiny spiders within the goblet's crevices, flanking its left pincer. You have them. The eight-eyed giant's excitement led to a dent in the goblet, causing the little spiders inside to scurry around in panic. However, a translucent membrane covered the goblet's opening, preventing their escape. Explaining them individually would be quite troublesome, so let's save ourselves some effort. Felix toyed with his ebony wand. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Do you all have names? The eight-eyed giant hesitated for a few seconds before gruffly declaring, "Gok, my name is Gok." Fascinating. Hagrid had a creature in a cupboard once, a fellow named Aragog. Any relation? Felix inquired. Gok, the eight-eyed giant, reluctantly admitted, I am his offspring. It appeared that even magical creatures had family conflicts. Felix refrained from asking questions like how many siblings are you? Or what's your relationship with Aragog? Deeper into the Forbidden Forest they ventured, and even during the day, the light grew dim. The towering beech trees, over 10 meters high, acted as layers of dense veils, effectively shutting out the sunlight. Felix Harp waved his wand, conjuring a swirling circle of ethereal blue flames to illuminate his surroundings. The ground, carpeted with fallen leaves, started to crawl with spiders of various sizes. They scurried chaotically between exposed tree roots and leaf piles. I recall a rather obscure spell, the arachnid repellent charm, I believe. Engaging most of his focus in his mind's chambers, Felix muttered an incantation and sent forth a burst of red light. The smaller spiders uncontrollably distanced themselves from him, even Gok, the eight-eyed giant, shuffled backward with haste. Funny, nearly forgot about you, Felix scratched his head, then cancelled the spell. He applied a levitation charm to himself and lightly hovered atop Gok, the eight-eyed giant. Let's proceed. Plucking a hair from Gok's back, Felix transfigured it into a soft cushion and seated himself. Gok, the eight-eyed giant, expressed reservations but knew protesting was futile. It grumbled, and another idle large pincer produced a rattling sound, as if releasing its inner frustration. They resumed their journey. The number of fallen leaves diminished, while white spider webs became more prominent. Along the way, numerous acromantulas discovered them, only to be shrunk by Felix's spell into tiny spiders, all tucked into the tall goblet. They arrived at the edge of a spacious, concave clearing. Illuminated by the blue flames, Felix saw hundreds of colossal creatures in the distance. Vaguely discernible, each resembled a small carriage. He dismounted from Gok and jumped down. In the center of the hollow lay a foggy, semi-spherical spider web. Several acromantulas approached, and one with white fur atop its head addressed Gok, Gok, you've brought a wizard here. Have you betrayed Aragog? In the darkness, more rattling sounds resonated, evoking an eerie atmosphere within the unseen, lightless forest. Gok, the one called Gok shouted in anger, I've never betrayed Aragog, not once. Raising a large pincer, it bellowed towards the center of the clearing, Aragog, Aragog. Emerging slowly from the mist-shrouded, semi-spherical spider web was a spider roughly the size of an African elephant. Its body and legs were a mix of black and grey, and each eye on its grotesque head was veiled by a milky film. It was blind. What's going on? It said, and its two large pincers clattered restlessly. Gok returned, the big spider with white fur on its head replied, and he brought a wizard. Who? Hagrid. Aragog drew nearer, its 8 milky white eyes scanning aimlessly. No, a stranger wizard. Kill him, I'm trying to sleep. Aragog grumbled irritably. Oh, I think not. I have a hostage, Felix chirped merrily. Hostage? Aragog seemed puzzled. It stared at Felix's direction, and its dark grey pincers twitched. Gok, what have you done? Gok, the eight-eyed giant, blurted out in a rough voice, old geezer, have you completely lost your mind? This wizard claims to have hostages in that goblet. It continued with a touch of exasperation, and they are our kin, more than 100 of them, all shrunk down. Aragog fell silent for a prolonged moment. Just as Felix began to wonder if it had dozed off, it finally spoke, its words more measured, who is the formidable wizard intruding upon my domain? I am Aragog, founder of the Forbidden Forest Acromantula colony, and we have a non-aggression pact with Hogwarts. Felix chuckled softly, how amusing. I've always wondered about the root of Gawk's indifference toward human lives, and I think I may have found it. You've come to the wrong place, wizard. We've never harmed any young wizards, Aragog said. Its dark grey pincers tapped the ground, and more giant spiders emerged, standing behind it. Chapter 227, A New King. Felix Harp hesitated for a moment and turned to inquire of the eight-eyed giant spider, Gawk, if I were to put you in charge of this community of eight-eyed spiders, could you manage it, Gawk? He sensed the large spider beside him trembling all over, its large pincers involuntarily clamping down, squashing the tall goblet even flatter. Felix quickly tapped it with his wand, causing Gawk to slump uncontrollably. The tall goblet slipped from its large pincers and drifted in front of him. Felix glanced inside uncertainly and said, I suppose it should be fine. Aragog snapped angrily, Wizard, what do you intend to do? But no one paid it any mind. Felix awaited Gawk's response, and time seemed to stretch. Finally, Gawk answered him, I believe I can do it. It knew it had boarded this wizard's mischievous ship. Felix wore a satisfied smile. You would restrain your fellow spiders, wouldn't you? Gawk affirmed firmly, yes. Aragog was beside himself with anger, its pincers thrashing. Go, kill the wizard, kill the traitor. The eight-eyed spiders behind it swiftly closed in. Some had already leaped, but Gawk made no move. It knew the wizard would handle all troubles. Everything unfolded as if replaying a scene. Felix held a vigorously swirling spherical vortex, surrounded by hundreds of blue magical lines. Under the pull of a terrifying force, the large spiders had no resistance as they were dragged closer, shrinking to the size of fingernails. Felix gazed at the dozens of eight-eyed spiders within the vortex, marveling, each time I see this, I can't help but be amazed by the wonders of magic. Gawk mumbled despondently, as am I. There were no eight-eyed spiders left on the concave ground larger than a pumpkin. From the perspective of an observer, Gawk saw clearly, remembering how it had been just as helpless once. Felix swung his wand, allowing the shrunken spiders within the vortex to float in midair, along with those in the tall goblets, forming a dense cluster. They struggled intensely. Tell me, Gawk, which ones would pose obstacles for you? Gawk surveyed the floating eight-eyed spiders hesitantly and pointed to a few. They have preyed on humans, not Hogwarts students, muggles and wizards who trespassed into the Forbidden Forest, and a werewolf. Felix nodded, conjuring a few small flames of forest white that reduced them to ashes in the blink of an eye. Any more? Gawk trembled as it said, just Aragog, there are no others. Very well, Felix stated. He placed Aragog into a glass jar and flung the rest of the eight-eyed spiders to the ground, where they regained their original forms. All around him, the spiders piled up, forming several layers, like a circular towering wall. Gawk, I won't keep you from reclaiming your community. We'll celebrate your ascension as the new king another day. Felix was ready to leave. Mr. Harp, Gawk inquired, Aragog, what will you do with it? Felix replied calmly, it's old, it's sick. I'll take it to Hagrid. He'll look after it, perhaps extend its life for a few more years. Felix stuffed the glass jar and the newly captured prisoner back into his pocket, retrieved a flying broomstick from his ring, and soared into the sky. As the evening approached, Harry, Ron, and Hermione knocked on Hagrid's door. Hagrid cast a skeptical glance at them, then looked at the sky outside. Muttering, he said, not too late yet, come in. He made way for them. Harry was covered in dirt, holding a broomstick in his hand fresh from training, utterly exhausted. He plopped down onto a cushion and had no intention of moving. Ron's gaze was searching around, and he soon spotted the silhouette of Fluffy, the three-headed dog, under a small table. He went over, dragged it out, and cradled it in his arms. Professor Harp visited? Last time we were here, Fluffy was just a puppy with little teeth. Yeah, Hagrid replied, his mood a bit downcast. Hagrid, what's happened? Hermione asked. Is it that obvious? Hagrid gestured in Ron's direction. It's Aragog, only then did Ron notice the fist-sized spider lying on the grubby cushion. Ron recoiled with a shout, spiders being his worst fear, especially an aged one like this, a mix of black and grey fur, its eyes a cloudy grey, incredibly intimidating. Harry, less frightened, pondered, the name Aragog, you've mentioned it before. Hermione reminded him, that's the name of the giant spider Hagrid had 50 years ago. He was falsely accused of opening the Chamber of Secrets because of it. Harry's eyes lit up with understanding. He quickly formed a new question, but the giant spiders in the pictures are all much larger. Oh, I get it. Professor Harp did this, just like with Fluffy. Exactly, Hagrid grumbled. Felix came by this morning, told me some things. I didn't expect Aragog to, never mind, it's old anyway. He halted at a critical point, leaving Harry and the others curious. But Hagrid was reluctant to talk, and they couldn't push it. Hermione couldn't help but say, Hagrid, I've read that the venom of giant spiders is highly toxic. Hagrid waved a dismissive hand. It's too old to produce venom now, and it's blind too. It couldn't catch prey in the wild anyway. Those giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest are all its descendants. Otherwise, well, it's better this way. I'll keep it, so I don't have to worry about other spiders eating it. The three of them took turns to pet Fluffy, and it resignedly stopped struggling, its three heads competing for the rock cakes in Ron's hands. Ron seemed quite enthused by this activity, delighting in feeding the cakes to its three mouths. Don't feed it too much. Hagrid bellowed, it'll get indigestion. The trio didn't linger for too long. They promised Professor McGonagall that they'd be back at the castle before nightfall. In the common room, Harry and Ron were working on their homework, though their hearts weren't in it. Harry sighed and pulled out a piece of parchment and a notebook from his bag, constantly comparing the contents. Ron leaned over and glanced at it, promptly shoving his own homework aside. Are you working on that essay Professor Harp assigned you? Harry nodded. Yeah, it's about the dueling system. I might have exaggerated a bit. Is it difficult? Your disarming charm is already top-notch. No, I can't rely solely on the disarming charm. If Hermione were here. Hermione? Why didn't you go to Professor Harp's office today? Harry looked puzzled at the young witch across from him. Hermione looked up in a fluster. What? Oh, I didn't need to go today. Ron teased her. You haven't forgotten, have you? You've been acting odd lately. Forgetful, disjointed. Well, you're wrong. Hermione sat up straight, her tone proud as she shot Ron a glance. I'm working on the Ancient Runes assignment for the third year. If you think that's odd. Ron stuttered, third year assignment, Hermione. You wouldn't happen to mean. Exactly. You'll see it next week, she said with a straight face. After that, Harry watched with keen interest as Ron continuously praised Hermione, hoping for even the slightest hint of what was on the assignment. Just a little clue, Hermione, even a tiny one. Chapter 228, Enigma of Time. Simultaneously, in the Ancient Runes office. Hermione held three bright runic symbols in her hand, watching them spin ceaselessly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Felix Harp leaned against his desk, engrossed in grading a set of papers. His fingertip lightly brushed over the final word, leaving a faint trace of ink, and his gaze took on an intriguing quality. Glancing at the clock, it struck exactly 8 o'clock, the time when runic instruction was just beginning. So, did she rush over right after finishing her exam? Or, Felix's thoughts turned, is there another Granger here in the castle? An itch of curiosity pricked him. What if he summoned his patroness to convey a message to the other Hermione? Something like asking her to bring Harry's sniakoscope on her way? What would happen? Felix patiently waited for 2 minutes. Hermione remained enthusiastically practicing runic shapes in the air, utterly absorbed. She didn't stop and instead patted her own forehead. Oh, Professor, I almost forgot. You asked me to bring the sniakoscope. My understanding of time turners is rather limited, and I'm feeling a bit at a loss, Felix mused. But if I'm within a loop of time, there must be a starting point and an end point. And when that end point arrives, the two Grangers would inevitably converge at the same position. Felix pondered in silence. He still couldn't act recklessly, the consequences were unknown. Presumably, this was also why Granger didn't suddenly produce a sniakoscope from her pocket. It simply wasn't his style. Professor. Felix's spirit stirred as he looked up. The young witch was pointing at a sapphire blue runic symbol in her hand. I sense something amiss here, the flow of magic doesn't seem smooth. A hint of disappointment flashed, but he kindly explained, this runic symbol represents water, also symbolizing the sea and broad-mindedness. You should try to delve deeper into its meaning, it's a marvelous sensation when understanding suddenly dawns upon you. Nevertheless, the runic symbolism is the key to understanding runes. I understand, Professor. Hermione said joyfully. I have an idea. When I was younger, I witnessed many rivers, lakes, and even the ocean with my family. I believe that might be of help. Exactly, you can draw from that experience, Felix agreed. The rest of the runic guidance proceeded as usual, yet Felix's heart held different expectations. From time to time, he glanced at the clock on the wall. As 9:30 arrived, the evening's lesson was drawing to a close. However, Felix couldn't resist a remark, "Miss Granger, you seem rather weary. How about grabbing a little snack and watching an animated film?" If Hermione agreed, he planned to gently remind her of the time and observe her reaction. Hermione's expression lit up with interest, but she quickly and subtly glanced at the clock. "Oh, no thank you, Professor. I have something to attend to. It's lights out by 9:50. Her breath paused for a moment. "I mean, the curfew is 10 o'clock. Felix Harp nodded. "I've been negligent." He watched Hermione depart. It seemed his speculation was correct. He truly was in a time loop, and very likely, his assistant had used the time turner at 9:50 to go back 2 hours. In other words, she returned to 7:50, bringing with her the paper that hadn't even dried yet, to report to his office. After careful consideration, he cast a disillusionment charm, a mufflieto charm, an invisibility charm, and a no-see spell on himself, preparing for all eventualities. With his preparations complete, he stepped out of his office. Felix followed behind Hermione from a distance, resembling a true ghost. After about 7 or 8 minutes, outside the Gryffindor common room, he saw Hermione hiding behind a door pillar. "She's chosen a good spot, there are no portraits around." Soon, another person emerged from the common room, a second Hermione Granger. Felix couldn't hide his astonishment. Although he had known since the beginning of the school year, or even the previous one, that Hermione possessed a time turner, this was the first time he had directly witnessed its effect. He quelled his impulsive thoughts once again and watched as she passed the door pillar without looking to the side. The other Hermione quickly retreated. In his sight, the Hermione Granger who had just exited the common room stood in a corner, turning a golden hourglass-shaped timer. She spun it twice, accompanied by the faint sound of gears, and her figure abruptly vanished. Felix's eyes nearly popped out, but he saw nothing, as if he were observing empty air. Everything that had just happened seemed like a fabricated memory he had concocted for himself. The Hermione behind the pillar peeked out and hurried back to the common room. Felix could still hear the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance grumbling, "Why'd you come back so soon? You little wizards! Out of my way!" Hermione quickly uttered the password, and the fat lady reluctantly moved aside. Felix returned to his office with light steps, his sense of awe undiminished. This was a power he had never before touched, a mystery of time. Time. I should respect time. This matter stops here, I mustn't take risks. Felix warned himself. His assistant was already quite responsible, he couldn't lead her astray. If he made a mistake and threw the young witch into a tumultuous flow of time, where would he go to find her? But his thoughts quickly shifted, unable to help but think, what if I could obtain another time turner from elsewhere? The Ministry of Magic, ancient pureblood families, or the tombs of ancient wizards all have a slight possibility. This matter requires careful planning, I mustn't act rashly. The next day, as usual, Felix went to St. Mungo's. Madame Longbottom carefully combed Alice's hair, yet a large clump still stuck to the comb. She smiled wryly, "I hope they recover soon and shake off the side effects of the Cruciatus curse, don't you think?" "They will," Felix reassured her. "Right now, they're like walking shells, unable to control their magic. Once their memories return, many methods will become accessible." Madame Longbottom breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, Healer Mylan, the Longbottom's attending healer, paid a visit. She was a friendly witch, but she couldn't help giving Felix a skeptical glance. The specialist Madame Longbottom brought in seems quite young. Still, there's been some improvement. Healer Mylan asked probing questions about magical treatment, and Felix casually touched on shallow knowledge of blood magic, leaving her looking rather bewildered. "I'm trying to awaken the remnants of their subconscious, in tandem with channeling their own magic," Felix explained eloquently. While it wasn't completely false, he played a trick by not mentioning that he had spent most of his time tampering with their memories. Once Healer Mylan left, Felix turned to Madame Longbottom. "The first part of the thesis has been sent out, it might take some time." Madame Longbottom looked puzzled. "Felix, I've been wanting to ask you why didn't you send it later, after the treatment? Because we can't keep it hidden, Felix explained. Based on my estimation, by the end of next month at the latest, Frank and Alice's reactions will become quite apparent. St. Mungo's won't be able to overlook it. While we can reveal the truth, we still have to consider the worst-case scenario. St. Mungo's rejects my treatment plan. And Frank and Alice can't currently leave St. Mungo's care. You could say I like to be prepared in advance. Although my paper is only theoretical, very few could find fault with it, at most considering it impossible given current treatment methods, nothing more than a young person's fanciful thinking. Felix smiled. But once someone manages to achieve it, it will be a groundbreaking achievement, and St. Mungo's will be eager to keep us. Chapter 229, Neville's Favorite. Neville found that apart from herbology, he had developed a liking for another subject, ancient magical languages. It wasn't that he had a particularly strong affinity for ancient magical texts, akin to his skill in handling various magical plants. Quite the opposite, due to his poor memory, he was one of the few underachievers in the class. In the recent exam, his marks were only slightly better than Crabbe and Goyle from Slytherin. He enjoyed ancient magical languages because he liked the professor who taught the class. This reason was somewhat similar to why he disliked Potions class. Neville, your grades might not be the best, but your attitude is admirably earnest. That's what I appreciate about you, Professor Harp remarked to him after a class, presenting him with a personally crafted bookmark. On it was a short story written in magical script that, according to the professor's words, covered the 127 theoretical ancient magical texts studied during the academic year. With the help of the ancient magical languages prodigy Hermione, he managed the translation. Gnarl was a clumsy person. This clumsiness was something others told him, and over time, he came to believe it himself. Gnarl enjoyed fashioning clay dolls. He had a natural sensitivity to the different characteristics of various types of clay. He liked watching as black, red, brown, white, and grey, the various colors of clay, took shape in his hands, transforming into intricate, adorable figures. This enjoyment was pressure-free, it brought him comfort when he was sad. His parents were busy, seldom spending time with him even on the most important Christmas, they barely managed a brief meeting. His greatest wish was for them to spend more time with him. Quietly over 2 months, Gnarl completed a set of figurines. His mom, dad, and himself were all there, embraced, smiling joyfully. He thought, when mom and dad see this, they'll surely ruffle his hair and say with smiles, "Gnarl, you're the best." On Christmas Day, Gnarl presented the gift to his parents. They looked at him in surprise, deeply moved by the exquisite doll. They apologized, saying, "We've neglected you, you're not less than anyone. We swear, we'll be there for your growth." Gnarl was elated. Neville carefully placed the bookmark within the pages of his ancient magical languages textbook, his actions filled with caution and reverence, causing even Hermione to feel a pang of jealousy. "Thank you, Hermione," he said sincerely. "Hey? Oh, it's nothing." Hermione was somewhat unaccustomed to his demeanor, waving her hands dismissively. Returning to her seat, Hermione found Ron wearing a mournful expression as he stared at his exam paper. "Hermione, your questions were too tough." "Really?" Hermione looked surprised. "I based the questions on what was covered in class, each question had its prototype." Ron displayed his sparsely scribbled notes in the ancient magical languages textbook. "Not everyone's like you, jotting down every word the professor says. I'm in a normal state, unlike you. Don't believe me? Look at others." He protested, Harry, Dean, Seamus. But Hermione completely disagreed. "My exam wasn't beyond the curriculum, it's your own issue." Suddenly, she turned to Harry. "Do you think the same way?" Harry was taken aback, diplomatically replying, "Hermione, this time, half the class failed the exam." Deflated, Hermione slumped onto her desk. Harry opened his mouth, "Actually, it's not too bad. Professor Harp mentioned that the final exam is about this level of difficulty. It's quite instructive, isn't it, Ron?" Ron quickly chimed in, "Yeah, that's right, exactly." Hermione turned her head away, looking towards the center of the common room. There was only Fred from the Weasley twins there, but he was surrounded by a crowd, excitedly showing off a heart-shaped couple's mirror in his hand. It has 2 functions, text communication with virtually no distance limit, so you can chat with friends far and wide during the summer break, and voice communication that currently covers the school grounds. Couples love this. Let me demonstrate, he said. He shouted at the couple's mirror, George, where are you now? A clear voice came from the mirror, I'm in the Ravenclaw common room. Do you want me to describe the layout? Fred said, I've been there already, but some of our friends haven't. He winked at the others. The voice from the mirror continued, then, let me take you on a tour of the Ravenclaw common room. I'm George Weasley. He cleared his throat, let's begin now. The colors here are mainly bronze and blue, with stars painted on the ceiling and carpet. I also saw a white marble statue. Besides various textbooks, there are some small ornaments on the shelves. All in all, though different from ours, it looks quite fascinating. Having said that, I have to criticize a bit. Slytherin's common room is like a dungeon. Lee Jordan looked at Fred in surprise, you guys have been to Slytherin's common room too? Fred grinned, we were blindfolded and ran around in there. George's voice from the mirror kept talking, there are small windows that overlook the Black Lake, but it's a bit worrying that you might get flooded in your sleep. Chains hang down from the ceiling, the decor is similar to Professor Flitwick's office, and the lighting is like will-o'-the-wisps. George, you're getting off track, Fred interrupted him. All right, the voice from the mirror said. Even though his face couldn't be seen, many young wizards could imagine George's shrugging expression across the mirror. He even pretended to smirk and continued, next, let's randomly interview a Ravenclaw student. Hello, what book are you reading? Your necklace is very pretty, it reminds me of the landlady of the Three Broomsticks. She's quite charming. George. Percy shouted at the couple's mirror in anger. But a distant, dreamy voice of a young witch came from across, a selection of world jokes, a very interesting book. Really? I'm suddenly interested. Dad's joke book is too cliché. Who would be interested in a troll that sat on a kettle and went clonk? George said. It's Luna. Hermione exclaimed in surprise to Harry and Ron, who had come over to listen. Ron, with a mix of worry and anticipation, said, this girl is definitely going to surprise us. Next, nearly the entire Gryffindor students heard Luna's slightly distant voice, telling a dry joke. No one laughed, but George across the mirror was quite interested, sounds good, but what's a lottery? Then, another cheerful female voice chimed in. That's a kind of small card with stickers, you scratch the card to reveal different prizes, and sometimes you are asked to guess a sequence of numbers. Percy in the common room was astonished, Penelope. The voice from across asked with confusion, Percy? Is this the couple's mirror? It's even better than I imagined. I was even thinking of confiscating it. Are you Fred or George? I remember I paid a deposit. A slightly awkward voice from across, presumably George, sounded, this is a prototype, not for sale right now. But if you need it, Fred and I can tie Percy up and give it to you. After this point, Harry and his friends weren't sure what happened next because Percy snatched the mirror from Fred's hand, took the other half of the couple's mirror and went to a corner to have a private conversation. Fred remained in place, looking at everyone with a smile. That concludes this demonstration. Pre-orders are only 3 galleons. Friendly reminder, the price will go up soon. Chapter 230, The Ripple Effect. The crowd dispersed, but young wizards and witches continued discussing the topic of the mirror of couples with enthusiasm. In a corner of the common room, Harry pondered, Fred and George must have drawn inspiration from Muggle telephones. For now, it only allows one-on-one communication. That's like the dropped call I made to you during the holidays, a telephone. Ron remarked. Such a weird word. Harry recollected, you were shouting so loudly back then, I thought you believed you were talking across half a Quidditch pitch and were afraid the other side couldn't hear you. I got you into trouble that time. It was your uncle's voice on the other end, Ron admitted hesitantly. Yeah, after he hung up, he scolded me fiercely and nearly shoved me back into the cupboard, Harry said nonchalantly. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Hermione exclaimed indignantly, your family is really terrible. Harry shrugged, it's the only place I can go during the summer, luckily it's just 2 months, and when I come of age, I can move out. Suddenly, Ron suggested, how about spending your summer directly at the Burrow? The Quidditch World Cup is next summer. My dad can get tickets through his ministry connections. Harry's heart skipped a beat, could I? It's not like it's the first time. My parents will welcome you for sure, and Ginny, of course. Ron trailed off. Harry's mood brightened. Even not being able to go to Hogsmeade for the weekend seemed unimportant now. I bet the Dursleys will let me go, especially after what I did to Aunt Marge. Hermione thought for a moment and added, Harry, considering where the Dursleys live, it's not far from London. You're also welcome to visit my home. By then, she grinned, my parents and I can introduce you as the wizard lad Mick. What's that? Harry inquired. The main character of a magical comic book series from the wizarding world, Hermione explained. Why have I never heard of it? Ron looked at her suspiciously. Because it's just been published recently. I ordered it from Flourish and Blots a couple of days ago. Hermione hurried to her dormitory and returned shortly, holding a stack of books that she slammed onto the small round table with a thud. Harry played with the books. One was obviously quite hefty, titled Magic in the Muggle World. The rest were a series of comic books, slightly thinner but larger in size. The cover depicted an amusement park, and a young wizard boy peeked curiously at the entrance. The title read, The Adventures of Young Wizard Mick. Ron eyed the thick book with trepidation, not daring to touch it. He casually opened one of the comic books and was soon engrossed. Wow, this is really interesting. Harry noticed the author's name on the cover, Felix Harp. Is this Professor Harp's work? He exclaimed, amazed. It was hard to imagine Professor Harp creating a comic book. He thought he might be mistaken and subconsciously opened the hefty book, Magic in the Muggle World. It was filled with tiny text and various illustrations, enough to make his head spin. This was definitely Professor Harp's style. Ron closed his comic book and examined the lower right corner of the cover. It is. And look, LCA. Comic Publishing, Merlin's Beard, that's my favorite publishing house. Ron danced with excitement, only to notice that Harry and Hermione were staring at him blankly. This is the famous LCA. They published Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle, which I adored as a child. Suddenly, Harry remembered that he had seen this comic book set in Ron's room at the Burrow. But the magic on the cover had almost disappeared, and the character with the beret was jerking around in an annoying manner, making it uncomfortable to look at. He opened the brand new Adventures of Young Wizard Mick and flipped through it casually. The page he turned to was divided into 9 panels, depicting Mick's first encounter with a pop-up toaster while visiting a friend's home. Looking at the comic where Mick pointed in astonishment at the suddenly ejected toast, his mouth agape, paired with the words, "This is magic, absolutely magic." Harry couldn't help but laugh. He had seen a toaster at the Dursleys, but from this angle, it was unexpectedly amusing. He even started anticipating Ron's reaction when he saw a real toaster, wondering if he'd have the same wide-eyed, speechless expression. Harry and Ron quickly huddled together and started reading from the first page in order. "Wait, I'm not done yet." Seeing Harry about to turn the page, Ron said hastily. Hermione looked at them with some confusion. "While I admit that this comic series is enjoyable, do you guys really need to be so exaggerated about it?" Ron looked up and said, "Exaggerated? It's undoubtedly the best comic series in the past decade. I bet it can rival The Adventures of Martin Miggs. And come to think of it, that book is a bit outdated." Harry agreed sincerely, "I find it really entertaining too. It's as if my mundane 11 years before this suddenly became extraordinary." But Hermione began, "Don't you both think that Magic in the Muggle World has more logic and charm? Look here, it explains the prototype of the steam engine, and it even combines levitation spells to envision a large airship." Ron raised his head in bewilderment. "What are you saying, Hermione? What's a steam engine? What's a large airship?" Seeing Hermione's inclination to explain, Ron quickly hid behind the comic book, calling out loudly, "Hey, Harry, look at this, why did the slice of bread pop up?" His voice drew their roommate Seamus Finnegan's attention, and soon Lavender and Dean Thomas were there too, pointing and discussing the comic. Some young wizards thought there was excitement, so they gathered around as well. Dean Thomas, who had grown up in the Muggle world, looked at one page and couldn't help explaining, "This is an ice cream maker, very convenient. You just need to add cream, milk and other ingredients, and you'll get a constant supply of ice cream." Others stared at him in confusion, and Dean added proudly, "My uncle had an ice cream truck, and I used to play on it when I was a kid." Ron looked at Dean enviously, he also wanted a never-ending supply of ice cream. Hermione tried a few times to explain the greatness of steam engines and large airships to the young wizards, but she received only polite glances before everyone's attention went back to the comic. Percy didn't show much interest either, but he noted the book's title. I think it's necessary to recommend this to Professor Sinistra. Hogwarts could use this book. Hermione was puzzled. Why didn't anyone like steam engines and airships? After Ancient Runes class the next day, when Hermione brought up this question, Felix Harp chuckled, Granger, you have a special passion for knowledge, but you can't expect everyone to be interested in somewhat dry information like you are. That book is meant for adults, even considered a reference book. You flip through its relevant sections when you need to. Oh, and this is the list for the Rune Club. Also, these coins. I need you to distribute them to the students on the list. You can ask Percy Weasley for help, he's the head of the student council. Hermione had no objections. She just looked at the pile of bronze nuts, each with a serpent crest, and couldn't help picking up one to examine closely. These are heating nuts. Exactly, I made a little modification. Fred and George gave me the idea. They can heat up and display messages. Felix explained, the date for the first club meeting hasn't been set yet. My schedule has been quite packed recently. It might have to wait until mid-November. Hermione nodded, getting ready to collect the list and coins. But when she saw the names of Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass, and Pansy Parkinson, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Felix turned to Harry and gestured, Potter, come over here. Harry walked over to where Hermione was waiting by the door and looked somewhat apprehensive at Professor Harp. He still had to finish his essay, and he hoped he wouldn't be asked about it now. Luckily, Felix didn't bring up the essay. He whispered, Harry, do you still have that sneakoscope with you? Harry took out the pocket sneakoscope from his pocket, and Felix took it, saying, wait a moment. He then tapped the sneakoscope with his wand repeatedly. Soon, Felix extracted a thin thread from the sneakoscope and quickly attached it to a galleon. What's this? Harry looked surprised. It's a form of synchronization magic, Felix explained. Once the pocket sneakoscope is triggered, I'll immediately receive a notification, no matter where you are. Harry understood. Professor Harp was concerned about his safety, much like Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley had sent a letter a while back, seriously criticizing the trio's attempts to uncover Sirius Black's secrets, deeming it reckless, unnecessary behavior. It's best to stay safe and sound within the school. Comparatively, he preferred Professor Harp's approach. At least he wasn't planning on locking himself up. In the following days, the young wizards welcomed the first Hogsmeade weekend of the new school year, and many of them had a wonderful time. For instance, the Weasley twins went to Zunko's joke shop and bought a batch of stink pellets. They jokingly said, without these cute little smelly companions that emit odors, we'd feel uneasy and lost. Seeing Fred and George without them feels like something's missing. The Halloween feast was also splendid, with the castle's ghosts putting on a flawless performance. But soon, all the young wizards' attention was drawn to the upcoming first Quidditch match. On the first Saturday of November, thunder roared, the wind howled, and the rain poured down. I just realized there's a second patron. Happy about that. Thanks to the patron who's not seeing moonlight dyes the twilight sky for the support. Also, more updates will be coming. Currently, I owe the new patron 3 updates, and the overall target is 10 chapters. Slowly, but surely. Chapter 231, The Enchanted Iron Armor Curse. Harry woke up early from his bed. The wind was blowing so fiercely that it woke him up. He glanced at the window and saw darkness outside. Harry closed his eyes again, but he felt a cool breeze on the back of his neck. The thought of is the window drafty? Spun in his mind for a while before he suddenly turned around and saw the annoying face of Peeves the poltergeist. Why are you blowing like that? Harry said angrily. Peeves puffed his cheeks and blew a couple more times. This infuriated Harry, and he sat up, grabbing his wand from beside the pillow. Peeves deflated like a punctured balloon and flew away in a spin. The commotion left Harry wide awake. He glanced at the others, they were still asleep. Harry opened the door, and a ginger-colored figure slinked past him at his feet, so he instinctively scooped it up in his hand. Crookshanks. Harry looked at the cat in his hand. Its face seemed flattened and strangely fierce. Ron was right to be cautious about you. He closed the door, casually tossing the cat near the spiral staircase. Off you go, no mischief with Scabbers. Hermione's had a few arguments with Ron over you. Crookshanks gave him a disdainful look and slinked away. Harry sat in the dim common room for a while, a few hours left until dawn, needing something to occupy himself. He pulled out his dueling systems essay from his backpack, contemplating how to conclude it. With the disarming charm at its core, well, at least it needs to be cast silently and wandlessly. The casting, concealment. Harry chewed on his quill, pondering for a while, then continued. Defense is crucial as well, aiming to bring the body bind curse to the same level as the disarming charm. After a thought, he crossed out the last sentence and replaced it with, to be proficient, achieving the level of a 3rd level spell. Other spells as supplements, when facing distant enemies, use the impediment jinx to seize the initiative. Therefore, silent spells are necessary. Harry dipped his quill in ink again. Focused incantations for swift attacks, but if blocked, that indicates what? Harry scratched his head, flipping through the nearby notes. These were his records of Professor Lupin's words during the summer training. After a few pages, his eyes lit up, and he quickly wrote, indicates the opponent isn't mediocre, one must adjust their mindset and proceed steadily. This highlights the advantage of mastering a sufficient number of spells, to find weaknesses in the enemy. Harry paused, contemplating the meaning of this passage. Professor Lupin had told him that his current skill was far from that of experienced aurors. While his disarming charm's power wasn't significantly lacking, the experiential gap was vast. He might deceive an opponent with his youthful face, catch an adept off guard with a bold move, but if the other was prepared, the battle would be resolved in a minute or two, him being the one resolved. Harry thought for a moment. What if he encountered enemies that the disarming charm couldn't handle, like Sirius Black, or Snape? What then? After pondering for a while, he arrived at an answer: no solution at all. If the disarming charm wasn't effective, his stunning spell, impediment jinx, and freezing charm, even less so. With that realization, he suddenly felt deflated. Black was a genius even in school, and after graduating, he went through a war. His only weakness might be the 12 years in Azkaban, tormented by Dementors, driving him insane. Harry had heard Hermione's explanation. Dementors were quite repugnant dark creatures. Anyone in close proximity would feel cold and mental stiffness. This would be followed by the draining of happiness, sinking into melancholy, and a weakening of the resistance to despair. Ultimately, they'd become a feast for Dementors, their souls consumed. His own experience had proven the credibility of Hermione's information. Harry shivered, recalling the name Hermione had mentioned, the Dementor's kiss. Too sinister. After spending 2 or 3 hours, Harry finally finished revising his essay in the dim light of the common room. This is the most serious essay I've written so far, he remarked with a sigh. Harry tidied up his things, glanced at the sky. The storm had not weakened in the time he was writing, in fact, it had intensified. However, a faint light was now appearing on the horizon. He skipped a mealtime and headed towards the Great Hall. The Great Hall was empty. Harry was about to pick a spot in the middle when his gaze drifted outside, spotting a familiar figure. It was Professor Harp. He was wearing a dark robe, standing in the pouring rain. Harry might not have been able to see clearly if not for a flash of lightning. "Professor, do you have something on your mind? It can't be like wood, subjecting yourself to extreme conditions for experience, can it?" Harry pulled his hood over his head and stepped out of the hall. As he approached Professor Harp, about to greet him, he found himself bumping into something and being pushed off course by a force, falling into the mud. Ouch! You! Mud splattered Harry's mouth and glasses, but curiosity consumed him. He hadn't encountered the professor, right? Felix lowered his head, looking at him. "Harry, what are you doing?" Harry got up from the ground, stuttering, "I saw you standing outside and wanted to say hello, but I lost my balance for a moment." Felix chuckled, "It's not that you lost your balance, it's my doing. I was just contemplating how to shield against rain and wind." Harry became intrigued. Are there suitable spells for that? He felt like he should learn them. Waterproof and repellent to moisture, the former is more effective in isolating water and mist, Felix explained. He glanced at Harry's disheveled appearance and drew his wand, pointing it at him. A mist enveloped Harry, warming him up. Then, he noticed water sliding off him, and it was as if he had been coated with some kind of oil, not a drop of rainwater sticking to him. Harry consulted Felix about these two spells. In fact, they were quite similar and could even be seen as one spell. Drawing his wand, he tapped his glasses. Waterproof and moisture repelling. Water veered away from the lenses, and his vision cleared. Now rain won't be an obstacle anymore. Harry excitedly thanked Felix, feeling more confident about his chances today. Felix said, "No need to thank me. It was a couple of days ago that Granger asked me about waterproofing spells. I told her. It just seems that I bumped into you ahead of time." Harry was ready to thank Hermione, but a question arose in his mind. "Professor Harp, didn't you already know this spell? But you just said you were thinking about shielding against rain and." He paused, unsure. "Wind." "Yes," Felix said, "I foresaw that there would be strong winds on the Quidditch pitch today. Did you come up with a solution?" Felix smiled. "Didn't you just experience it?" "Experience it?" Harry racked his brain, his stomach began to rumble. Was it the Protego charm? Did I just bump into a Protego charm? That was the only thing he could think of. "Exactly," Felix approved, giving him a nod. "The Protego charm is formless and immaterial. It can defend against both magical and physical attacks. While not particularly powerful, it's quite evident that it can protect against wind." That sounded somewhat incredulous. Harry hadn't even considered that the Protego charm could have this application. Would a normal person think of this? "Harry, I've told you before, when you're proficient in a spell, you can adjust its effects according to your needs." Felix spoke as a transparent spherical barrier suddenly expanded around him, nearly touching the tip of Harry's nose. Harry gaped at this so-called Protego charm. He could even see a faint glow radiating from its surface, raindrops splashing against it, creating ripples. He reached out and poked it, the spherical barrier dimpled and then pushed his finger away. "So are you successful now?" Harry asked. In his view, altering the Protego charm from a small area in front of him to a transparent, colorless, large sphere was undoubtedly a success. Felix tilted his head, gesturing for him to watch further. The transparent spherical magical barrier started to dent inward, fitting Felix more and more snugly, taking on a humanoid shape. Finally, it was as if he was enveloped in a transparent, human-shaped air bubble. Felix sighed in regret. "I was attempting to transform the Protego charm, sticking it thinly on the outside of clothes. Maybe I could have called it the Protego armor charm? Unfortunately, this technique has a certain difficulty level. It's not something that can be accomplished in half an hour. Originally, this chapter should have been posted yesterday, but when I finished writing, it was too late. I moved it to this morning, perfectly concluding this scene." Chapter 232, The Dementor's Presence. Professor Harp turned and left, saying he needed to ponder how to make the ironclad charm fit better, in his own words. It sounds like discussing how to resize a garment, Harry thought. He saw the Gryffindor team members entering the Great Hall and hurried over. He had to grab something to eat now, even if it was just a bowl of porridge. In this dreadful weather, it was hard to predict when the match would take place. Felix Harp wandered alone on the lawn. The weather was extremely gloomy, with dark clouds pressing low. Strong winds bent the trees, and he noticed the branches of the whomping willow swaying continuously. But everything around him was serene. The rain couldn't touch him, and the wind couldn't pass through him except for the slightly bothersome transparent shield that elevated him by a foot. In the distance, some students had arrived early. They watched curiously as Professor Harp circled the pitch in the pouring rain, not daring to disturb him. These students chose seats on the higher tiers, their gazes locked onto Felix. Even though they didn't understand what he was doing, it seemed fascinating. Especially a few young witches with black hair and blue eyes imagined, since the rain obscured their view, Professor Harp strolling gracefully in the rain. Their attention couldn't be diverted. When Felix completed the third circuit around the Quidditch pitch, the humanoid ironclad charm around him had closed into about half an inch. It was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. He stopped and glanced at the entrance of the pitch. A team of Hufflepuff players, donning canary yellow robes, walked in. The one leading them was tall, slender, and handsome, the captain of the Hufflepuff team, Cedric Diggory. Felix ascended the wooden steps to the professor's viewing area, quietly took a seat. The canopy above his head was utterly useless against the rain, forcing him to maintain the ironclad charm. One by one, young wizards and witches, some draped in cloaks and others holding umbrellas, entered the pitch. As time ticked by, more and more people gathered. Professors McGonagall and Hooch arrived, and Dumbledore came too. When he spotted Felix, he smiled faintly and sat down beside him. "Headmaster Dumbledore." "Felix." Dumbledore nearly whispered, "Quite an intriguing technique." Felix knew what he was referring to. Aside from protecting against the wind, it doesn't seem very useful. Essentially just an ironclad charm. Felix, you're too focused on the power of spells. Isn't the ironclad charm meant for defense? The two conversed quietly. Soon, the two teams for today's match stood at the center of the pitch. The downpour had created layers of watery screens, making it possible to only see the yellow and crimson Quidditch uniforms. But even so, it didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Amidst the booming thunder, a roar of cheers erupted from the stands. With a whistle from Madame Hooch, the match began. The players of both teams rose into the air at odd angles. The wind was truly fierce. Felix Harp noticed Harry being swept sideways by the wind. Thankfully, he quickly adapted to the wind direction. Aside from him, a few female Quidditch players were also struggling. This had nothing to do with skill, it was simply a matter of not having enough weight. In a state of accelerated thought, everything in Felix's eyes seemed to slow down. Layers of rain curtains didn't obscure his view. He rapidly analyzed the dynamics on the field, attempting to predict the upcoming scores for a certain period of time. This was why Felix was intrigued by Quidditch. For him, each match was a high-quality group duel. Harry will crash into his own teammate in 2 seconds if he doesn't turn. Oh, he turned. Cedric's speed is not bad. In this weather, his weight gives him an advantage. Hey? He can still manage to direct the team. This wind doesn't affect Wood at all. Indeed, he easily guarded the goal. The bludger is going to hit that witch in the red robes. I remember her name is Angelina Johnson. Her teammate is coming from the lower left corner. Will the bludger be blocked, Fred or George? A timeout whistle, requested by Wood. They're leading, so obviously. The match paused. Gryffindor was ahead by 50 points, and the packed open-air stands erupted with excited roars from Gryffindor supporters. After a moment, the match continued. The clash between the two houses became even more intense. The spectators couldn't discern the players' faces on the field, they could only judge the houses and positions based on the uniforms and actions. Commentator Lee Jordan shouted into the microphone, Gryffindor launching an attack, the quaffle is in the hands of one of the 3 girls I can't quite see. Cedric had focused his attention on finding the golden snitch. His impromptu team wasn't a match for Gryffindor, the score difference would only grow larger. His only hope of victory was to catch the golden snitch, but that wasn't easy. His opponent was Harry Potter, Gryffindor's brilliant seeker, who had never lost in the realm of the sky. Felix continued to analyze the situation on the field. Hufflepuff seems precarious. Direct attack isn't working against them, Harry's record in seeker duels gives him the upper hand. Unless Harry makes a mistake, did he really make a mistake? In midair, Harry's hand slipped suddenly, and he slid a few feet downward. He performed a somersault in the air but quickly regained control. The match carried on. Cedric seemed to have noticed something. He reversed his broom 180 degrees and assumed a diving posture. But Felix didn't have time to pay attention because a group of black dementors captured his gaze. They emerged from a corner of the Forbidden Forest, gliding close to the ground. Some were scattered in midair, like black trash bags caught in the wind. The rain suddenly turned icy, and the air fell silent. Cheers and shouts seemed to be cut off at the source. Felix knew that this was the effect of dementors on young wizards. At a height of 100 feet, several dementors, concealed by the dark clouds and mist, encircled Harry. They paid little attention to Cedric. As dark creatures born from decay and despair, they could easily discern those who had suffered painful experiences. It was clear that Harry still had some awareness. One hand gripped his broom, the other held his wand. A red incantation slashed through the clouds, but the effect was minimal. His broom plummeted uncontrollably, and Harry fell into unconsciousness. Dumbledore! Felix murmured softly. I'll save him, said Dumbledore in a deep voice. He extended a finger and pointed it at Harry. Harry quickly slowed his descent. The tip of Felix's wand in his hand exploded suddenly, a silver stream of light burst through the thick clouds in the blink of an eye, like silver lightning. It slammed into the dementors surrounding Harry, knocking them back. They tumbled and fell from the sky, but soon floated lightly to the ground, merging into the dementor horde below. The silver stream of light transformed into a delicate and agile rain swallow with scythe-like wings. It hovered in midair without flapping its wings. From the rain swallow's mouth came a deafening sound, Dementors, depart from here. Chapter 233, The Power of the Guardian Patroness. The voice rolled forth in a shimmering wave of silver, swiftly sweeping across the entire stadium, instantly freeing the young wizards from the icy grip of the Dementor's influence. Professor McGonagall held her wand, scanning her surroundings and quickly coming to a decision. She turned to Felix and Dumbledore, saying, "I'll go down to the field." In that moment, Harry landed smoothly. Madame Hooch hurried over to check on him, while the Gryffindor players rushed forward. Meanwhile, Cedric looked back at the sudden turn of events on the field, still holding a golden snitch in his hand. The young wizards who had just shaken off the Dementor's effects, especially the Hufflepuffs, almost turned the entire stadium upside down with their immense cheers, like waves crashing. The Dementors, previously hesitant, stirred restlessly. The little entity that posed a great threat couldn't allow them to give up their readily available feast. Some Dementors soared into the air, while the rest discarded their tattered hoods and continually absorbed the joyful air. Dementors lacked eyes, they relied entirely on their senses of smell and emotional perception of the external world. But today, they had a novel experience. They saw light. In the blink of an eye, the patroness of the swallow-tailed guardian rushed into the midst of the Dementor horde, its entire form radiant and dazzling. The burst of silver waves exploded, surging like waves of silver sea. The Dementors almost instantly dispersed. They kept retreating, but the lightning-fast swallow-tailed guardian in its silver brilliance weaved an intricate web in the air, enclosing all the Dementors within it. Any Dementor that touched the fine web would fall back. They were completely trapped. In the wide-eyed gaze of the young wizards, the gaps in the web grew smaller and gradually formed a semi-spherical enclosure. The forms of the Dementors were slowly obscured, and finally, the form of the swallow-tailed patroness vanished, revealing a half-moon in the center of the field. The radiance of the half-moon pierced through the misty field. A young wizard exclaimed in a daze, "Professor Harp conjured a moon." His companion next to him fully agreed. Many students looked up at the sky, seemingly trying to confirm the moon's presence, but all they could see was the black sky shrouded in dense clouds. Felix's eyes shimmered with silver light. His current emotions were somewhat peculiar. The patroness was constructed from pure, joyful, and positive emotions, but because it lacked human emotions, it couldn't experience despair. Therefore, the Dementors couldn't harm it. Most importantly, Felix discovered that the radiance emanating from the patroness seemed to have a significant restraining effect on the Dementors. Through the perspective of the swallow-tailed guardian, he noticed that the enclosed Dementors seemed to be subtly shrinking in size. "Perhaps it's an illusion," Felix murmured softly. The radiance of the half-moon grew even stronger. Indeed, it appeared like a silver moon rising slowly. Dumbledore's expression turned somewhat odd. He was undoubtedly angry, furious that the Dementors had dared to intrude upon the school. He had intended to teach them a lesson. But now, it seemed that if he didn't intervene promptly, who knew what astonishing thing Felix might do. The patroness was a universally acknowledged defensive spell that could repel Dementors but not kill them. However, Dumbledore wouldn't make such a shallow judgment. The simplest logic was this: if the patroness couldn't harm the Dementors, why should they fear it so much? He spoke softly, "Felix, you may fend them off, but Dementors cannot be killed. They are employees of the Ministry of Magic." Felix shrugged and sent a stream of light from the half-moon, transforming once again into the silver swallow-tailed patroness, hovering in mid-air. The glow of the half-moon gradually dissipated. The young wizards stared wide-eyed, intensely watching. They chattered and discussed. "Do you think the Dementors have gotten smaller? It really seems that way. Could it be a perspective issue since we're standing higher up?" "Impossible. When I sneaked a glance at the gatekeeper Dementors at Hogsmeade, each was at least 6 feet tall. Now, no matter how I look, they're less than 5 feet. When the Dementors emerged into the daylight once more, they barely had time to glance at the motionless guardian patroness in the sky. They desperately fled the area, the tattered black cloth hanging from their lower halves bending almost parallel to the ground. The body of the silver swallow expanded in an instant, growing thousands of times larger, with a wingspan of nearly 20 feet. It trailed far behind the Dementors, occasionally bursting forth with a brilliant light. The young wizards erupted in tremendous cheers. In their eyes, Professor Harp was standing up for them. The fleeing Dementors were moving even faster. After a while, the exaggeratedly sized guardian patroness of the swallow-tailed soared back. It hovered at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, basking in the adoring gazes of the young wizards. "It's just so cool." "It's over," Felix sighed but showed no intention of retracting his silver patroness. Dumbledore looked at him with an odd expression. "Felix, I must remind you that though Dementors might not be highly intelligent, they possess a vague collective consciousness, as I've mentioned before, removing even one of them can alert the others. Felix hesitated. Could we leave just one? Dumbledore seemed to be tickled. Oh, unless you wish to have the Ministry of Magic knocking at your door. Thousands of people have seen your patroness. You can't argue your way out of that. But what if it were Sirius Black who did it? He learned powerful dark magic from Voldemort. Felix tentatively suggested. In that case. Dumbledore smiled, it wouldn't be much of a problem, but you would need substantial evidence to convince the Ministry's investigators. High probability they'd attribute it to Black himself. Felix pursed his lips. Substantial evidence, hey. He waved his hand, and from the gigantic silver swallow perched at the edge of the pitch, a clear call rang out. 2 dark shadows were expelled from its beak, 2 malformed Dementors, barely 3 feet tall. They hastily departed. Felix and Dumbledore watched as the Dementors vanished completely. Dumbledore mused, Felix, your patroness has truly astonished me. I thought developing a method to communicate through Patronuses was a remarkable feat, but I never imagined you'd come up with this method of consuming Dementors. Felix blinked. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea, Headmaster. But the results are indeed quite effective. In the field, Professor McGonagall had already left with Madame Hooch, escorting Harry. Gryffindor's spirits were low as its players trailed behind. Just a moment ago, Madame Hooch announced that Hufflepuff had won. The young wizards began to leave the stadium one by one, but many kept their gaze fixed on the platform where Felix stood. They discussed among themselves, even though their words were inaudible, Felix could infer what they might be saying. Will you visit Harry, Dumbledore? I trust Pomfrey and Poppy. And you, Felix? I trust Weasley and Granger. Dumbledore and Felix exchanged smiles. After a while, Felix suddenly thought of something. I remember Harry's broomstick seemed to be blown away by the wind. Dumbledore responded uncertainly, it should be retrieved eventually. True, it couldn't just disappear. Chapter 234, The Profoundness of Professor Lupin's Patroness Charm. Later on that day. Are you saying Harry's broom crashed into the Whomping Willow? Felix exclaimed in surprise, while Hermione said sadly, when we went to look, we only found some wreckage. Harry must be really upset, Felix sighed, and he pulled out a piece of parchment, jotting down a few lines of well-wishing words, then paused to ask Hermione's opinion, do you think I should add some magical effects to the greeting card, like a voice? It's better not to, Hermione said firmly. Ginny gave Harry a get-well card that would sing loudly if it wasn't pressed under a pillow. Felix shrugged, very well then, and handed the card to Hermione, help me deliver this to Harry. In the following days, young wizards tirelessly discussed the events of Saturday, especially Professor Lupin's spectacular patroness charm with its dazzling visuals, which became a favorite topic of conversation. The name patroness charm quickly spread throughout the entire school, becoming the center of recent discussions. Almost any student you pulled aside could speak about it with authority, even if their words contained many inaccuracies. Some younger wizards had gained various true and false pieces of information from older students and, combining that with their own understanding, were spreading their versions further. Many actually couldn't differentiate the principle of the half-moon shape. They mistook it for the second form of this magic and named it the silver moon. Felix heard this term one morning while having breakfast in the Great Hall, and nearly choked on his porridge. Fourth-year student Cormac McLaggen proudly boasted, my uncle's patroness has a second form, I'm not lying. He ruffled his coarse hair, speaking loudly and broadly, my dad said so himself. My uncle's patroness is a wild boar, but when I saw it as a kid, it was clearly a long-eared rabbit. I was confused at first, turns out this magic has 2 forms. Felix studied McLaggen carefully. If his words were true, then his uncle must have had a traumatic experience that drastically changed his personality. Only under such circumstances would a patroness transform. There were also those who kept asking where they could learn the incantation. What a cool spell! Lee Jordan exclaimed in the common room. I mean, even if I can't do it like Professor Lupin, I can at least protect myself. But Fred Weasley poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Standing atop a pile of hefty books, he emphasized multiple times, the patroness charm is not within our exam scope. It's too advanced, even many adult wizards can't master it. This magic requires a strong mental strength. Fred wasn't planning to teach, so some young wizards turned their attention to the defense against the dark arts and dueling classes, hitting the mark inadvertently. According to the course descriptions, both of these classes taught students how to defend themselves. On a Thursday evening in the second week of November, during the dueling class, Felix was asked about this topic. The patroness charm. Felix repeated. Yes, Professor Lupin. It's the spell we need most now, isn't it? Dementors are lurking outside the school, ready to attack us at any moment. A fifth-year Gryffindor shouted loudly, drawing nods of agreement from the young wizards below. Felix chuckled. Lee Jordan, the Dementors are guarding Hogwarts under orders from the Ministry of Magic. Their target is the Azkaban escapee, Sirius Black. But Professor, what happened during the Quidditch match has proven they're unreliable. I wrote to my mom about it, and she wrote back saying releasing the Dementors from Azkaban was the most foolish decision the Ministry ever made. Yeah, they're completely uncontrollable. Later that evening, my aunt told me that even in Azkaban, there were once riots involving Dementors, and some prisoners died, Hufflepuff's Susan Bones said. She caught Professor Lupin's gaze and added, my aunt is the head of the magical law enforcement. Felix Harp hesitated. Honestly, he didn't think teaching young wizards the patroness charm in a dueling class was a good idea. It required a long learning period, was quite challenging, and most crucially, it might not even be effective. For complex spells like this, students would find it difficult to master without one-on-one guidance. But to teach it personally, even if he had a dozen time-turners, he couldn't manage it. He looked at Professors Snape and Flitwick. What are your thoughts, Severus, Filius? Snape immediately displayed a resistant expression. He said coldly, I don't know that spell. Flitwick reiterated his stance, Felix, the patroness charm is exceedingly complex and has a rather limited function. I don't believe it's necessary. Furthermore, Dumbledore has lodged a complaint with the Ministry. Fudge has assured us that the Dementors won't make the same mistake again. Felix nodded. He was aware of this. In fact, after a group of diminished Dementors returned, there were disagreements within the Ministry, and some even wanted to send people to investigate. However, Dumbledore staunchly opposed the idea. With the added noise from some irate students' parents bombarding the Ministry and even Fudge with letters, they were all so overwhelmed that the topic of injured Dementors was dropped entirely. Felix temporarily set aside the matter. But, he looked at Snape. Was it true that the professor couldn't cast the patroness charm? Had he truly delved too deep into the realm of dark magic to the point that he couldn't use it? During dinner, he sat with Snape, discussing the teaching details for the upcoming dueling class. Felix commented, the students have mastered several common dueling moves. For the next few lessons, practical application would be best. Severus, I have an idea. Perhaps we can organize a small dueling competition. Aren't you afraid of the hassle, Felix? Snape remarked. I intend to leave it to the student council to handle. Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater are both capable, I trust them, Felix said. Snape displayed his familiar sarcastic expression, does your trust contain a kernel of truth? Felix, has anyone ever truly made their way into your heart? Felix chuckled, oh, Severus, are you implying I'm insincere? We're discussing capabilities here, and in that aspect, I do indeed trust Mr. Weasley and Miss Clearwater. What are you getting at? Snape stared at him expressionlessly, and Felix deliberately gave him a smile that looked very forced. At that moment, a voice interrupted their silent exchange. Professor Snape, I just met Professor Flitwick. He said you're in the Great Hall. Lupin walked up to them, his tone cheerful. He was wearing a new robe, and it seemed Dumbledore was providing him with ample funds for his day-to-day expenses. Is there something you need, Lupin? Snape's eyes narrowed. Have you finished the potions I gave you? I still have some left, it's a full cauldron. Lupin smiled, not for now, Severus. I'm here for something else. Snape looked at him, his face devoid of any smiles. Lupin said, I appreciate you covering my classes while I was unwell, but the third-year curriculum is a bit too advanced. We've skipped over a large portion of the textbook in one go. Werewolves. Snape dragged out the word. Lupin's hand trembled slightly, a motion he managed to conceal well. This chapter, is there a problem with it? Lupin frowned slightly. Severus, the third-year students have only just learned the incendio charm. Most of them lack the necessary foundation. I'm sorry, I've decided to postpone covering this part of the material. Snape gave him a contemptuous look. In my opinion, Lupin, werewolves are too dangerous. It's vital for students to know how to recognize and defend against these dangerous dark creatures as early as possible. He said softly, Perhaps sooner than later. Lupin regained his composure. Thank you for the reminder. I'll teach according to the student's abilities. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. I have quite a few things to attend to. Wait, Lupin. Is there something else, Severus? Lupin said in a low voice. Allow me to introduce you. Snape's gaze shifted between Lupin and Felix. As far as I know, Professor Lupin's patroness charm is exceptional. Perhaps. Felix, you could invite him as a temporary instructor for the dueling class. Snape's gaze flickered. As the defense against the dark arts professor, you surely have a responsibility to demonstrate how to deal with dangerous dark creatures like Dementors. He said softly, perhaps that day might come sooner than you think. Chapter 235, More than just a little change. In the end, Lupin did not agree either. As a bystander, Felix Harp could clearly see the professor's reluctance. He had a certain speculation that the patroness's form had a significant connection with a wizard's state. Being a werewolf, Lupin, despite his efforts to avoid the term, was already deeply affected by his condition. His patroness was likely to be a wolf or a related subspecies. Felix Harp didn't know what to say. Severus really is something. One evening, Ron crawled into the common room alone. Snape is a total nutter. Ron cursed, using foul language, causing Hermione to respond uncomfortably. Ron, watch your language. He plopped down in a chair next to Harry, the smell of strong cleaning solution wafting off him. Harry looked sympathetically at Ron. This wasn't the first time he lost his temper due to Snape's actions. When Lupin was sick and Snape substituted, Ron stood up to Snape in front of everyone and was punished by cleaning bedpans in the school hospital, without using magic, and Snape seemed to savor the drawn-out process. He split the punishment into 3 sessions, and each time Ron finished his punishment, he was as angry as an irritable lion. I'm serious, Snape is seriously messed up. If it weren't for the fact that he only substituted for 1 class. Ron said angrily, I didn't write a single word of the essay he assigned. Ha! Lupin cancelled it, just like I expected. Hermione's expression wasn't too good. Most of the class was watching, and only she had finished her paper about werewolves. Ron continued sarcastically, maybe someone stuck his head in a toilet when he was at school. Look at his hair, Harry. He turned to Harry, aren't you staying back tonight to ask Professor Lupin if he revealed anything about this? Harry said gloomily, no, I asked him about Dementors and my mum. Ron's expression softened. He exchanged a look with Hermione and asked in a low voice, you heard it again on the day of the Quidditch match, didn't you? Yeah, Harry said, it's the 2nd time. I felt especially vulnerable facing Dementors. Professor Lupin said it's because I've experienced more pain. He whispered, he's right. I heard my mum's voice in her final moments, over and over again. But, Harry's tone brightened, Professor Lupin told me a lot about my mum. You know, I've only seen her in a photo Hagrid gave me and on the Mirror of East. Others hardly ever mentioned her. Harry. Hermione looked at him with concern. Ignoring everything, Harry continued, I always thought my mum was gentle, that's how I imagined her. But actually, she had a strong personality. Professor Lupin said she was headstrong, even a bit fierce. In that era, she maintained a friendship with a neighbor from a rival house Snape for 5 whole years. Professor Lupin said he admired her. Of course. Mum and Snape went their separate ways in the end because of Voldemort. Harry exclaimed excitedly, my mum had to grow up. When she first entered school, she wasn't aware of Voldemort's war, but how can one resist reality? Every few days, a classmate's family member or relative would die. A few students dropped out every month. That's war, isn't it? She must have struggled with it for a long time, but she eventually ended that friendship. Professor Lupin said she was melancholic for a long time. Dad comforted her and told her a lot about the Order of the Phoenix. They naturally came together. Marriage, fighting Death Eaters, evading Voldemort's pursuit, and then there was me. Harry's expression darkened, until they wrongly believed in Sirius Black. Ron said uneasily, Harry, are you okay? I'm fine, Harry said, Professor Lupin promised to teach me the patroness charm after Christmas. But he turned down my request for special training. Professor Snape is too busy, and I didn't want to bother him. While I was writing my dueling system paper, I kept using Black as my hypothetical opponent, but truthfully, there's not much I can do, just a few spells. And I'm not proficient. Ron said, Harry, we can train ourselves. Harry stopped his incessant chatter, looked up at Ron, and said slowly, train ourselves. This made Ron somewhat uneasy, and he said, I know I'm weaker and not your match, but if you need to, I can be your assistant. He came up with another silly idea, if it really doesn't work, we can use Slytherin students for practice. That lot, including Malfoy, isn't bad. Crabbe and Goyle look like they could withstand a few more spells with their builds. Thinking of the burly Crabbe and the gorilla-like Goyle, Harry couldn't help but grin. He composed himself and said seriously, thank you, Ron. Ron blushed, it's nothing. So, what are we waiting for? Hermione looked relieved. She took out a piece of parchment and quickly started writing and drawing on it. If we're going to train ourselves, we need to be well prepared. We need to pick the right time, place, choose appropriate spells, and be ready for any accidents. There's a lot to do. Hermione said determinedly. Hermione. Ron looked at her somewhat dumbfounded. But Hermione was already in work mode. My schedule is a bit different from yours, but I should be able to find some time. How are you going to find time? Don't interrupt me, Ron, Hermione impatiently said, for spell selection, it's best to refer to what we've learned in dueling class. Harry, I need your essay. Harry dumbly handed over his finished essay to her. I'll give this to Professor Harp, but I need to look at it first and summarize your dueling strategy. And Ron, you can't slack off either. You can't fall too far behind. Ron made a face of anguish. You're not thinking of having me write an essay too, are you? Binns just assigned us a 2-foot essay, you know. Well, if you're not planning to. I mean, I could lend you my assignment for reference. Hermione tried her best not to use the word copy. Ron whispered to Harry with a grin, she really surprised me. Harry shrugged, sounding relaxed, that's Hermione for you. How many times has she surprised us? Hermione was still thinking hard, maybe we can bring in a few more people. Of course, the three of us will have the most time together, but others might be interested, and their skills are generally good. Dueling class has really helped. Dean's pretty skilled with the stunning spell, and Seamus's exploding charm is quite impressive. He's definitely got a knack for it. And Neville, Ginny's got a handful of nasty curses down pat. I didn't expect her to pick them up so quickly when I was teaching her. We could even get Percy's help, he owes the twins a favor, and the twins. She chuckled, they owe me a lot of favors. Wait a minute, Ron exclaimed, what's the deal with Percy and Fred and George? Remember the love potion? They gave Penelope a discount. It was originally meant as a Christmas gift for Percy, but he secretly went to the twins. How did you get involved with Fred and George, though? Ron still couldn't quite grasp it. His two brothers were not easy to deal with. Oh, Hermione said with a brilliant smile, I'm the assistant for Ancient Runes class. They often ask me for reference books, down to the page numbers. They said it was to save time, as they didn't want to waste time on theoretical ancient runes. Chapter 236, Sirius Black. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, during the night, a large black dog was racing desperately through the woods, its lungs ready to burst. The shapes of the trees in the pitch-black forest seemed to come alive, and the dog leaped over a small stream, swiftly turning around to glance warily behind him. The terrifying three-headed dog hadn't pursued him. Collapsing onto the ground, he stretched his body. He caught a glimpse of the moon, just past full. He didn't know how his old friend was doing right now, nor whether he'd draw his wand and hex him the moment he saw him. But he had indeed considered it on the day his old friend transformed to abduct him and reveal the truth. Regrettably, the once lively shrieking shack seemed unusually desolate. Thick layers of dust covered it, bearing no signs of recent use. Perhaps I'm the only one who remembers it. He thought, perhaps this was why the passage to Honeydukes wasn't sealed. However, even if it were sealed, it wouldn't hinder him. He knew numerous secret passageways. The one-eyed witch on the 4th floor of the castle was his best option, but it led to Honeydukes, and there were too many customers there. The Dementors of Hogsmeade patrolled incessantly, so he quickly retreated upon seeing them from a distance. He didn't dare to take chances. There might be only one opportunity, and this wasn't like school or dueling with that group of Death Eaters, this was war. He reminded himself to endure. But he didn't know how long he could hold on. In the past, there would be someone to remind him, to tell him not to act impulsively. But now, he was alone. Just like a while ago, when he couldn't resist sneaking to the edge of the Quidditch pitch, just to catch a glimpse of that messy-haired boy, looking just like his father. At that moment, he'd had a strong urge to rush out. He was nearly driven mad by the feeling. He also didn't know if information about Animagus form was leaked. His old friend had seen him transform so many times, just as he could recognize that wretched rat at first glance. Surely his old friend could recognize him too. Perhaps at this moment, Ministry spies were passing around a photo of a black dog. But they wouldn't recognize his current form. The black dog got up, looking at its reflection in the stream, emitting a low, satisfied chuckle. In the water, a gaunt and large dog with a well-defined skeletal structure stared back. Its black fur was tangled and matted, forming knots and tangles. Not much different from a stray dog. Maybe he could return to Diagon Alley, rummage through some trash bins. The black dog swallowed and shook its head. No, caution was paramount. Approaching the stream, the large dog took a few sips of water. His stomach convulsed, and his eyes kept scanning the water, hoping to catch sight of a small fish or even a shrimp. But he was undoubtedly disappointed. I can't transform into a human. If I've appeared in Diagon Alley, I can't show up anywhere else, especially near Hogwarts, he thought. On that rainy night, the opportunity had been too good. He couldn't resist sneaking into the castle. Portraits wouldn't care about him. He was just a wizard's pet or maybe a companion that Hagrid had brought for his own dog. By the time a professor found him, it would be over. Yet the buzzing sound at the castle's entrance sent him fleeing. He didn't know what it was, perhaps some sort of alarm? He'd seen a fair share of such contraptions when he was a child. It must be something Dumbledore concocted. He knew nearly Headless Nick. Dumbledore. The eyes of the massive dog gleamed, then dimmed quietly. He hates me. He thinks I'm a traitor. But I did cause James and Lily's deaths, I truly am the murderer. The black dog's thoughts leapt incessantly, struggling to form coherent thinking. He began recalling the encounter with the three-headed dog today. He had seen it from a distance in Hagrid's cabin before, it was as small as a coconut back then. Hagrid was playing a game with it, fetching hats. Even the nearby hunting hound could easily knock it over. But in just over a week, the little dot that he could have swatted away had grown to the size of a door. This was definitely magic. He heard Hagrid sobbing, saying he shouldn't have been so selfish, that he should have let it run freely in the Forbidden Forest. Damn it! That three-headed dog was now charging toward him. If he had known, he wouldn't have lent the motorcycle to Hagrid. So many years had passed, it was probably scrapped by now. Or perhaps set free. He had seen a beaten-up car deep in the Forbidden Forest once. He thought it had been discarded and was considering crawling in to take a nap even if it was beat up. It was better than the damp ground. At least there would be a cushion. The thing had illuminated, blinding him with its headlights, and charged at him. He had fled once more. Half an hour later, the black dog unexpectedly stumbled upon a mouse hole. Ha! Today was his lucky day. After a hearty meal, he regained strength. At least he could last a couple more days. Lying on the ground, he began to think. His dog form prevented him from forming intricate thoughts, and he wasn't inclined to use his name, but rather remembered faces. After a while, he thought of the big ginger cat, a clever creature. Even though he was a dog, he found himself developing a liking for cats. Cats could catch mice openly. Through it, he'd learned a lot, primarily about the rat. The rat was with that boy. Thinking of this made him restless. The black dog started counting his ribs, a newfound method to keep calm. 1, 2, 3, a total of 13 pairs of ribs. The last one was the shortest and thinnest, an ordinary person wouldn't notice it. He smugly thought. He finally settled down. No need to worry for now, the rat was a coward, he had realized during school. Every time there was a fight, he'd hide in the back and attack from there. And that snot-nosed brat, along with his snake offspring students, danger was everywhere, and he was on his own. The black dog got up, casting a glance in the direction of Hogwarts before turning and heading in the opposite direction. He was planning to make a trip to the Muggle town, it was relatively safe there, and he could sneak into Muggle houses to find some food. Soft, white bread, fresh, delicious vegetables, and of course, meat. Saliva gushed uncontrollably from the black dog's mouth. He jogged leisurely, it was the most energy-efficient way and a recent discovery. Before, he'd always be the one in the lead. The sky gradually grew brighter. The black dog stealthily entered the closest little house, painted in red, his favorite color. There was no television in the room, which was even better. He didn't want to see news reporting him as a dangerous fugitive. The black dog's nose twitched repeatedly. He walked into the kitchen, where he spotted a snowy white cat. Too tender-looking, not very smart, he thought. Ignoring the cat's bristling fur, he picked up a large bone from the kitchen and patted the white cat's head before leaving behind a dirty paw print. Exiting the little house, he carried the meat away quietly. On the way, he saw two short, middle-aged men peering around. They whispered to each other. Ready to pick a target. Not sure yet, this town is too poor. How about somewhere else? No, let's just pick any. Suddenly, they saw a black dog emerging from the shadows, its bony frame exposed, teeth bared, eyes staring menacingly at them. Run! The black dog watched them disappear, his mood improving. He let out a howl of satisfaction. The barking of dogs in the town echoed one after another, and a few houses' lights turned on. Damn it, I've done something foolish again. This place wasn't safe. The black dog retreated into the bushes, carried the bone in his mouth, and swiftly left. Chapter 237, Gathering of the Magical Runes Club. As late November arrived, the weather had turned extremely cold. Thick frost covered the windows of the castle, and there had been a few snowfalls, draping the surrounding mountains of Hogwarts with snow-capped hats. However, within a relatively small classroom, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The firewood in the fireplace crackled and burned brightly. Felix Harp reclined comfortably on a sofa, smiling as he looked at young wizards and witches from different years and houses. They were gathered on several sofas, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Today marks the first meeting of the Magical Runes Club, and I'm pleased to see that everyone is here. During the past few weeks, I've been rather occupied. But now, I've managed to set aside some time to properly consider the matters of the club. Felix played with a coin in his hand, a coin of deep emerald green with a unique, substantial sheen. The young wizards observed it with curiosity. The coin didn't belong to any known currency. It wasn't a nut, a sickle, or a galleon. Felix gestured and flicked the coin into the air. Before the gaze of the young wizards, the coin transformed mid-air into a slender serpent covered in scales. It suddenly swelled and expanded, its sinuous body twisting and turning, until at one moment, it engulfed its own tail, forming a perfect circle. Wide-eyed, the young wizards watched the peculiar serpent continue to loop through the air, a pattern many of them hadn't encountered before. However, Geoffrey, the Slytherin prefect and 7th-year student, spoke in a low and fervent tone, Ouroboros. Exactly, the Ouroboros. If you've ever delved into magical symbols, you won't have missed this ancient emblem. It signifies many things, with wide applications in alchemy, ancient runic magic, and the study of ancient seals. Even outside the wizarding world, the Ouroboros is quite renowned, though people tend to refer to it as a symbol of mysticism. Many interpret the Ouroboros as a symbol of cycles, infinity, and rebirth. Felix eloquently recounted the history of the Ouroboros symbol. When he paused, 6th-year student Petra Selton raised a question. Professor, how do you perceive it? Petra Selton had a long braid trailing down her back, and Felix recalled her as the student who, prior to the OWL exams last year, had haphazardly bought a talisman that emitted an onion scent. Felix explained, I once considered it a symbol of alchemy, representing the prototype of all things and the cycles of construction and destruction. To some extent, it embodies the alchemist's pursuit of perfect transmutation. Later, as I delved deeper into magical theory, I saw it as a symbol of vitality, signifying the alternation between death and rebirth. In ancient epochs, many ancient wizards engraved it onto gravestones. As I engaged with ancient runes and used them as my measure of magic, I believed it represented infinity and self-growth. Felix spoke leisurely, Miss Selton, do you grasp my meaning? Human perspectives evolve over time, and how we view things shifts with different stages of understanding. He gazed up at the circular serpent, speaking with sentiment, each person's viewpoint won't be entirely the same. I hope that one day, you will also have your own perspectives, ones that aren't mere echoes of others, but rather thoughtful conclusions after ample learning. The young wizards listened, half comprehending, within the Magical Runes Club. Students ranging from 3rd to 7th years attended, and not all of them could entirely grasp the depth of Felix's words or the mindset behind his speech. Quietly waiting for a while, the firewood in the fireplace continued to burn, and Felix Harp curled his lips into a smile. All right, young wizards. I've gathered you here not for idle chatter. Frankly speaking, I have many things to attend to, but discussing trivial matters isn't one of them. The sorting hat places you into different houses based on your most prominent traits. For example, Ravenclaw. His gaze swept over Cho Chang, Penelope Clearwater, Padma Patil, Eddie Carmichael, Marietta Edgecombe, Michael Corner, Parvati Patil. Slytherin. He looked toward Geoffrey, Draco Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson. Hufflepuff. He signaled to Cedric, Justin Finch Fletchley, Susan Bones, Petra Selton. And Gryffindor. His gaze passed over Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the Weasley twins, Percy, Alicia Spinnet. Felix smiled. Your qualities collectively shape the distinct atmospheres of the four houses. Yet, in truth, the atmospheres of the four houses in turn influence you, amplifying these traits. Sometimes, I only need to exchange a few words with someone to roughly guess which house they belong to. Felix chuckled. On a side note, at certain times, I consciously play this game, and my success rate is quite high. Back to the main topic. This practice has its pros and cons. The benefit is that each house emphasizes admirable virtues, and once a culture forms, it's easy to be inspired and progress. However, the downside is that some might not learn the best traits and instead adopt various flaws unknowingly. Penelope Clearwater mused, Professor, it's like how Ravenclaws value knowledge and individuality. These students are intelligent, insightful, and curious, yet sometimes their self-centeredness can make them clash with the outside world or even hurt others. Felix nodded approvingly. Insightful and courageous, Miss Creevy. Hogwarts headmasters realized this a long time ago. Some of you might have had this question before. Many of your classes are with students from other houses, and they're not restricted to just one. For instance, Miss Granier. Hermione looked up, slightly nervous, and said in a hushed voice, our herbology classes with Hufflepuffs, potions with Slytherins, astronomy with Ravenclaws. What about after 5th year? Felix turned to Geoffrey. Geoffrey answered, most of the classes are with students from all four houses. Other young wizards couldn't help but ponder this question. Felix continued, this practice is to let you see a different group of people, learning about each other's strengths through understanding. And the clubs enhance these qualities, which is something I like. So, in the future, when it involves cooperation, I'll have you choose students from different houses as partners. Harry almost immediately looked at Ravenclaw's Cho Chang, but what shattered him was that her gaze went to someone else. He turned his head and saw the tall and handsome Cedric. Instantly, a sense of disappointment and loss filled him. The long-held anticipation burst like a soap bubble. Malfoy glanced at Harry, then at the others, his thoughts hidden. Percy and Penelope shared a smile. Now let's discuss the Magical Runes Club itself. Felix tapped the armrest of the sofa, quieting the slightly restless young wizards. First and foremost, the club's teachings are centered around practical runic magic. You'll learn a great deal about practical runic knowledge. Secondly, you'll be involved in some of my research, contributing data or forming research teams to tackle experimental topics. At times, we might simply sit down and chat, discussing topics not related to runes but intriguing nonetheless. For example, why were we able to perform magic unconsciously when we were young, but after entering school, it became difficult? Harry suddenly remembered some of his magical experiences before starting school, like how his hair always grew back immediately after haircuts. Within the few minutes between leaving the barber shop and getting home, his hair would revert to its original state as if it hadn't been cut at all. Or the time Aunt Petunia tried to force him into an ugly sweater with orange pom-poms. He had resisted so much that the sweater kept shrinking until it could only fit a toy puppet. And at the Muggle school he attended, when Dudley and his gang chased him, he tried to jump over a trash bin but found himself inexplicably sitting on a chimney. And he remembered releasing a giant snake at the zoo when he accidentally vanished the glass barrier. Chapter 238, Instinctive Spell Casting. The young wizards chattered away, discussing fervently. Harry found that many had experienced similar occurrences. My mum told me that when I was little, I got so angry once that I made the dishes explode. When I was 7, my aunt tried to make me eat fishy greens, and I made them vanish instead. I accidentally fell into the water, swallowed some, and then I found myself floating. Felix Harp listened quietly. As the discussion gradually subsided, he posed another question, can all of you still do similar things now? The group fell into silence. Draco Malfoy smirked, his tone haughty. Professor Harp, for some of us from long-standing wizarding families, it's not a difficult feat. Ron couldn't hold back. Are you saying you can do it right now? Of course, Draco taunted, glancing around, for families like the Malfoys with ancient legacies. He emphasized, then cast a challenging look at Harry and Ron, proudly proclaiming, I used to undergo such training when I was a child. During summer vacations, I often played chess like this with my father. He turned to Felix, allow me to demonstrate, Professor. Felix Harp nodded in agreement. Draco fixed his gaze on the teapot and teacups on the small table. After a moment, a teacup with blue patterns leapt into the air, floating a foot above. The teapot wobbled and then floated up, pouring amber tea as it tilted. Draco's forehead glistened with a thin sheen of sweat as the teapot trembled violently. He controlled it to settle back onto the table with a resounding thud, followed by the teacup gracefully gliding toward him. He caught the teacup in one hand, took a sip of tea, and a pale smile crossed his face. He inclined his head slightly, fine tea leaves, Professor Harp. Harry watched in astonishment. Malfoy never exhibited this kind of ability before. Ron, unconvinced, said, Malfoy, I never saw you casting any spells when we started first year. Draco grinned, mocking, it's not a good thing to be exposed to wands and spells too early, didn't anyone tell you that? Ha! Weasley. He sneered heavily on the name Weasley. Given the breadth of his taunting, the twins nearly leaped to retaliate, even Percy gave him a stern look. Draco quickly shrunk back. All right, Felix signaled for them to halt. Mr. Malfoy has shown us a remarkable example, and he deserves a round of applause. The sound of clapping echoed, with Slytherin's applause sounding particularly enthusiastic. Pansy Parkinson gazed at him with adoration, whispering to him in hushed tones. Returning to the initial question, in most cases, young witches and wizards unintentionally perform magic due to heightened emotions. This is considered a sign of possessing magical potential. However, displaying magic in a calm state, to unveil its wonders, proves to be not quite as easy. This relates to the growth stages of young wizards, generally between 6 and 10 years old. Your magical abilities will experience a significant surge. The activity of magic will be much higher than it is now, which makes it difficult to control your power, resulting in slight bouts of uncontrolled magic when emotions run high. Felix Harp paused for a moment, allowing them to grasp the meaning of his words, then continued, after starting school, you'll be exposed to numerous spells and magical practices, which to some extent, channels this process. And because your initial development has passed, your minds are more mature, and your magical abilities tend to stabilize, making it unlikely for instances of magical outbursts. Except for some exceptions. He glanced at Harry. Harry immediately understood what the professor meant. He had experienced a burst of magic just a few months ago, which Professor Harp had described as his magic being like a bunch of continuously leaping and burning flames. Hermione raised her hand. Professor? Is it because young wizards encounter regulated magical education after enrollment, which makes magic more controllable? That's one factor, indeed. In fact, during your second development stage between the third year and adulthood, you almost don't sense the restlessness of magic. This is the reason. Felix snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame from the fireplace, curling around his hand. Unconscious spell casting during childhood fundamentally means you unconsciously align with a certain spell. Your magic senses your strong emotions and operates spontaneously. Stable spell casting after enrollment, and the silent, wandless spell casting in adulthood, in a way, we are simply reclaiming the instinct of spell casting. Reclaiming instinct. The young wizards chewed on these words, an exploration into the essence of magic they had never experienced before. Felix smiled, you can try this process. He waved his hand, extinguishing the flame, and the teacup on the table duplicated itself into a pair, then a heap, landing in front of them. Harry stared at the teacup in front of him. I want to make it float, he thought. However, the process wasn't easy. The cup remained motionless. Professor Harp's voice seemed to come from beyond, carrying a certain allure and suggestion. It might have been a trick of the light, but Harry felt like he caught a fleeting glint of silver in the professor's eyes. Maintain focus, stay sensitive, keep confidence. Harry redirected his attention to the teacup before him. This time, it took little effort for the cup to levitate. A rush of immense joy surged within him, akin to when he first learned from Hagrid that he was a wizard, or the exhilaration of successfully casting a spell for the first time. I did it! I did it! He looked up at Professor Harp, realizing the professor was smiling at him. Harry surveyed the room, he seemed to be the only one who succeeded so quickly. But Draco also managed it quite soon after, looking at Harry with surprise, hesitating, "Potter. He did have a foundation in this area." Harry didn't pay him any mind, he turned to the others and noticed that everyone seemed to enter a state of intense concentration. They only emerged from it upon succeeding. Cho Chang was still trying, Hermione's face had turned red, Cedric Diggory's cup was dangerously wobbling but he managed it, barely. 1 minute, 2 minutes, success came one after another. Hermione was the 7th. She glanced at the others, oh. Her expression carried a hint of disappointment. Felix Harp smiled, this doesn't indicate the level of potential. You might be overly rational and rarely have experience in this aspect. He told the successful ones, you can keep practicing or observe others, feeling this transformation. More and more people succeeded. Throughout the process, Felix continued to suggest, focus. Sensitivity. Confidence. You can do it. When the last person made the cup float from a distance, half an hour had already passed, yet Harry hardly felt the passage of time. This chapter was quite challenging to write. Chapter 239, Dorothea Bopham. The first gathering of the Magical Text Society concluded in this manner. Young wizards and witches streamed out, their faces adorned with excited silence. Once they had walked a distance away, discussions erupted like a surging tide. Absolutely splendid. Did you see the flames? In Professor Harp's hands, they were like toys. It's all about instinctual spell casting. I wonder what the next meeting will entail. Harry and Ron stood in the corridor, Hermione stayed back to ask a few questions. After 5 minutes, she finally appeared. I inquired about a minor matter concerning Professor Lupin. Hermione looked visibly relieved, as if she had resolved a long-standing question buried within her heart. And Professor Harp knew the answer, just as I suspected. What are you talking about? Ron asked, puzzled. Oh, I promised not to divulge it. Hermione hesitated for a moment, to avoid unnecessary controversy. Harry and Ron seemed even more curious, but Hermione quickly shifted the topic. Professor Harp recommended a series of books to me, quite useful for our dueling study group. A series? Ron raised an eyebrow. Charms by Chauik, a set of instructional books written by Chauik Boot, one of the founders of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America. We can pair it with the textbook for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Forces of Darkness, a self-defense guide. Additionally, Practical Defensive Magic and its Counteraction Against the Dark Arts is quite good, and there's Curses and Counter-Curses by Wendick Winridian. Hermione said with a hint of regret, I shouldn't have wasted time on some of those random books before. Harry recollected, you mean that one, the one about degradation and immorality. It's the degradation of law, why werewolves don't deserve to live. Hermione rattled off the lengthy title. The book claims that all werewolves are morally corrupt, lawless individuals who ought to be eradicated. That sounds quite biased. Maybe there are some decent werewolves too, Ron shrugged, but Hermione, Professor Lupin already cancelled the werewolf-related essay assignment. I know, I just... A cold breeze swept down the corridor, causing them all to shiver. Let's hurry back to the common room, I'm about to freeze, Ron suggested, and they continued their discussion as they left. Inside a classroom, the firewood in the fireplace burned out and struggled for a moment before finally extinguishing. Felix Harp extended his right hand, and a small snake hanging in midair dropped suddenly, continuously shrinking until it coalesced into a serpent-shaped ring with its tail in its mouth on his right pinky. He calmly inspected it, then wiggled his finger, and the snake began to slither, coiling together until it transformed back into a coin. So, this was your intention, Severus, Felix Harp murmured softly. Snape had substituted a few lessons for Professor Lupin during his illness and taught the werewolf chapter ahead of schedule, ignoring the students' learning pace. Felix had initially thought Snape did it to taunt Lupin. But now it seemed Snape might have been anticipating that some young wizards would discover Lupin's werewolf identity, providing a logical reason to expel him from the school. Such a pity, Professor. Only Miss Grantham completed the assignment seriously. Back in his office, Felix Harp perused today's issue of the Prophet. On a secondary page, he came across an article by a self-proclaimed retired St. Mungo's healer, discussing his previous thesis on fishing. In pure theoretical terms, I find little to contest. Mr. Felix Harp's understanding of memory charms is awe-inspiring. I look forward to more theoretical research and experimental data. In my opinion, the true challenges are more than just two. Here is my perspective. At the end of his writing, I hope to meet with Mr. Harp. If his theories become reality, it would benefit countless wizards afflicted by memory injuries. However, I must also point out that the process will be extremely challenging. I hope to live long enough to witness the day this comes to fruition. Finally, a substantial healer has arrived, Felix Harp said with delight. Many of the viewpoints in the article coincided with his own, but he hadn't revealed these thoughts. As early as half a month ago, there had been occasional critical voices attempting to point out errors in Felix's theory. However, they probably hadn't even stepped through the threshold of memory charms, and their perspectives were quite naive, each one refuted by Felix. But this time was different. With Rita Skeeter's early warning, he quickly identified the identity of the elderly healer Dorothea Bopham. She was the former head of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, accomplished in various fields of healing. Furthermore, her surname was Bopham, the same as the founder of St. Mungo's, Mungo Bopham. She had been nominated for the position of head healer twice. However, when she was first nominated, she had adamantly refused to give up her hands-on healing work, rejecting the role of head healer. After 20 years passed, her prestige was incredibly high. Over half of the healers had been trained under her guidance. She reluctantly took on the title of head healer at St. Mungo's, but she never completely abandoned her work with patients until her retirement. This is a highly respected healer, my response in the letter must be cautious. Felix reread her article, smiled slightly, and picked up a quill. Over the next week, Felix and the self-proclaimed retired healer engaged in correspondence. He gradually revealed more details, and soon their discussion attracted the attention of numerous top-level healing experts. The name Felix Harp also gained considerable attention within the healing community. On the weekend, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Felix encountered Dorothea Bopham, surrounded by a group of healers. The woman was quite old, her face lined with wrinkles, but her eyes remained bright. Returning to the hospital, she changed into her healer robes. "Mr. Harp, it's not easy to meet you," Dorothea said with a smile, her teeth nearly all gone. "Mrs. Bopham, exchanging letters has its merits, doesn't it?" Dorothea said kindly, "I know that you are a professor at Hogwarts and are usually very busy. Using letters is indeed a good way. Come, tell me how you solved those problems." "Lately, I've been quite perplexed." Understanding her, Felix knew that the news about him secretly treating the Longbottoms had spread. He had foreseen it, even orchestrating the progress of events. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding healers, there was no intention to confront him. Even if there was, they could only suppress it. During the past few months, he had added the title of memory magic expert to himself. If the Longbottoms fully recovered, he would be the undisputed master of memory magic, the most outstanding memory injury healer of his time, without peer. With a smile, Felix said, "Mrs. Bopham, this might take a while. Let's first check on the condition of the Longbottoms." "All right, let's do that." Dorothea nodded. "They're both in much better shape now." On the 5th floor, the Janus Thicky ward remained locked. The patients within suffered from persistent curses. Merlin Jemming chanted Alohomora, and the door opened to reveal shelves filled with books, resembling a library in ruins. On the ground, rows of bookshelves stood, with scattered books placed upon them, some even damaged. Another day of hard work. Felix thought to himself. While piecing together memories might sound easy, the process was rather tedious. The healers outside stared at him blankly. Felix snapped his fingers, causing the Longbottoms to go into a trance. A moment later, they and Felix remained motionless. "Mr. Harp." A young healer attempted to pat Felix's shoulder. "August Thistle," Augusta Longbottom's scolding voice intervened, "don't touch him." But the next moment, a burst of light flung the healer away, sending him flying several meters and crashing into a wall. "August! Oh my, are you all right?" Mallory hurried over, patting the rash healer's head. She turned to address the others, "He just fainted." "Mallory, please take him away." Augusta Longbottom said sternly, "This is why I didn't want to inform you all in advance." After a careful look at Felix and her son and daughter-in-law, she felt a bit relieved to find no signs of abnormality. Dorothea Bopham apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Longbottom." She turned to the current head healer of St. Mungo's, I can't believe current healers can make such amateur mistakes. The current head healer awkwardly responded, this was an accident. August, he's lively, always full of novel ideas. However, he did act recklessly this time. I will certainly reprimand him. Dorothea Bopham nodded authoritatively. As the teacher of the current head healer, they had been taught by her hands 40 years ago. She surveyed the surroundings, do not disturb Mr. Harp in any way. Understand. The St. Mungo's healers nodded obediently. In the subsequent treatments, no more accidents occurred. In fact, Felix was fully aware of what had transpired outside. He could have ignored it, but he felt compelled to do something. There had already been several subtle magical probes on him. Could these be easily probed? Hence, he deliberately activated a protective magical item. After this interlude, Felix refocused his attention on the memory room. Today's treatment went exceptionally smoothly. Even as he pieced together the memories and condensed them into books, flickers of light were spontaneously drawn to them, blending into the shelves. Perhaps after 1 or 2 more treatments, their self-repairing abilities will be triggered. Felix thought to himself. At noon, when he opened his eyes, he was met with gazes of awe. 3,000 words, well, it looks like it won't reach 4,000 words. Merging them together, 2 updates for today. Chapter 240, The Refreshed L.C.A Publishing House. Felix Harp politely yet firmly declined the current headmaster's request for a meeting at St. Mungo's, saying, I'm sorry, but dedicating a morning each week is the utmost of my available time. Besides, I still need to spend time summarizing the treatment plans for the Longbottoms. Standing at the entrance of St. Mungo's Magical Maladies and Injuries, Felix shared the latest treatment progress with Madame Longbottom. After a maximum of 3 treatments, they will reach the threshold of recovery. At that point, I will use the bond formed by Frank and Alice's emotions to weave together the process of restoring their memories. As long as the self-recovery ability of one of them is triggered, the other will benefit as well. Madame Longbottom's hands were intertwined as she suppressed her excitement and sensibly asked, there won't be any unforeseen consequences, will there? Could this bond potentially burden the other? Felix smiled and reassured her, rest assured, Madame Longbottom. If they were strangers, this approach might indeed be unwise, but Frank and Alice are different. After such a long period of treatment, I am quite certain of one thing: they are the most important people in each other's lives. After parting ways with Madame Longbottom, he made his way to Diagon Alley. The LCA building had undergone a remarkable transformation, its worn-out facade now painted in vibrant rainbow colors, capturing the attention of passers-by. On the re-erected signboard, a young boy peeked out of a Ferris wheel-shaped window, his face lit up with joy. He could also see a few 7- or 8-year-old children beside him, pointing at the massive signboard, hanging from their parents' arms, and excitedly shouting. It seems Andis and Dobby have done a good job. The ground floor's foyer had been repurposed. As Felix entered the building, a young witch approached him. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? I'm here to see Andis, Felix said briefly. You are Felix Harp, a shareholder of this company. The young witch's eyes lit up. Mr. Harp, please follow me upstairs to the 3rd floor. Mr. Andis has already been informed. No matter the time, you can find him directly. Isn't his office on the 2nd floor? The 2nd floor has been converted into a production office, with 20 skilled artists inside. They were all former employees of L.C.A Comics Publishing, the witch explained. You seem well informed. My father used to work for Mr. Andis's grandfather, but later on, the publishing house faced difficulties, and many people left. Now, things have turned around, and the company is revitalized. A considerable number of people have been rehired, the witch said cheerfully. Felix nodded and was led to a narrow office on the 3rd floor. Andis, with stubble on his face, was engaged in an enthusiastic discussion with an elderly wizard. Andis's eyes brightened as Felix approached, and he opened his arms to embrace him tightly, saying with a hint of complaint, Oh, Merlin, our savior and major shareholder has finally graced us with a visit. Truth be told, when was the last time you took a bath? Felix Harp instinctively stepped back a pace, the smell was too overpowering. He cast a cleansing charm towards Andis. It's not that I'm indifferent, but we have Dobby, right? He can represent me. Speaking of which, where is he? Downstairs, wearing several hats, working tirelessly. Where did you find that domestic elf? Get me one as well, Andis replied. Don't jest. Felix shook his head. I'm here today to see if you've run into any trouble and whether you need assistance. As you can see, Andis shrugged, we're short on staff, and that's the biggest problem. Unless you can find a large number of employees. Do you have any specific requirements? Felix inquired. Experienced skilled artists would be best, of course. If not, we can train them ourselves, but they need to be diligent. After all, the job can get quite monotonous. Felix pondered for a moment and called Dobby over. Dobby was still dressed in his little suit, but his demeanor had changed significantly. Great and generous Mr. Harp! He exclaimed excitedly. Felix automatically translated his words into a greeting. Hello, Dobby. He then spoke earnestly, listen, Dobby, I have an idea that I need your input on. It's my honor to be of service, sir. Dobby is ready. Felix paused, he was still getting used to Dobby's manner of speaking. Currently, the publishing house is short-staffed. I want to ask you if you know any domestic elves, the kind without owners. Dobby looked at him hesitantly, his tennis ball-sized eyes full of uncertainty. He shifted uneasily. Yes, sir. Some, yes. Is there a hindrance? Felix asked calmly. Their condition isn't great. For domestic elves, losing an owner means losing everything. They often suffer greatly and struggle to recover. Dobby, can you persuade them to work for me? Dobby widened his eyes. Can I? Dobby has always wanted. Oh, Dobby is being too greedy. But Dobby has been hesitating whether to bring it up. Felix chuckled. They'll work for me, and I'll compensate them. It sounds fair. His idea didn't stop there. From his earlier conversation with Andis, he had noticed that Dobby's position was somewhat awkward. House elves found it difficult to directly command wizards, they were usually commanded. So Dobby mostly did auxiliary work or was occasionally brought out by Andis to interact with pure-blood wizarding families. That wasn't what he wanted. Dobby, Felix looked at him seriously, I want you to gather those free elves for me whether they're wild or cast out, I don't mind. You're responsible for convincing them. Once you gather a group, bring them to me. If everything is fine, they can have formal employment, and you'll manage them all. Dobby blinked his large eyes and nodded vigorously, his excitement almost bringing tears to his eyes. Dobby is honored beyond words. This reaction somewhat strangely puzzled Felix. It's merely an exchange of needs. For repetitive work, house elves are entirely capable. And having Dobby manage other domestic elves serves multiple purposes. At 3 in the afternoon, amidst the snowy landscape, Felix Harp arrived at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. This inn tucked away in a side alley didn't appear notable. Its signboard depicting a pig's head creaked and swayed in the chilly wind. Standing at the entrance, Felix, draped in a cloak and wearing a hood and mask, couldn't help but smile. Why did he always associate underground dealings with this place? Perhaps because many of the patrons here chose to hide their faces? The Hog's Head Inn functioned as a semi-public black market of sorts. The innkeeper didn't interfere much, he allowed discreet transactions to take place here. This leniency might even be seen as a way to attract customers. He also spotted the figures of dementors in the distance. They moved in pairs, patrolling continuously. Amusingly, some of the dementors were noticeably shorter than their companions. Who would have thought I'd encounter familiar creatures? Chapter 241, Montages. Felix Harp stepped into the grimy tavern, his eyes scanning the room. Inside, there were only a few scattered patrons, and one of them was a short, plump witch wrapped in a thick veil. Looks like he hasn't arrived yet. He settled into an obvious spot by the window. The barkeep approached with a sour expression. What'll it be? He grumbled. Felix smirked and replied in an androgynous voice, a glass of fire flame whiskey. Before long, the barkeep returned with a tall glass engulfed in bright flames, containing a shimmering blue liquid. Felix had no intention of drinking, not with suspicious stains on the glass. But fire flame whiskey was the secret signal he had arranged beforehand. Minutes later, the veiled witch rose from her seat. Felix initially thought she was leaving, but to his surprise, she took a seat across from him. Someone's here, madam, Felix frowned. It's me, the witch boasted in a deliberately deep voice, muffled and proud. Though I have no clue who sent you, the Hog's Head isn't exactly a prime meeting spot. I was banned from here over a decade ago. I have to keep up appearances. Felix stared in astonishment at the witch before him. He tapped the edge of the table, causing the area around them to blur, their voices confined to a narrow space. Returning to his normal voice, Felix curiously asked, "Montages Flay?" Montages muttered, "Who told you?" "I prefer my alias, Jack of all trades." With his back turned to the barkeep, he casually loosened his veil to reveal a scruffy face with bloodshot eyes and a drooping eyelid. He lifted the fire flame whiskey. "You won't be drinking, I presume? Too conspicuous, lad. In the real world, you're undoubtedly a person of status, one who values." He took a sip, "Unlike me." Hiss. He inhaled and exhaled, releasing a burst of heat from his mouth. Felix chuckled. "Consider it my treat, but if you haven't brought what I seek." "Oh, another threat." Montages has grown quite accustomed to those. Montages glanced around surreptitiously, an unnecessary habit that seemed deeply ingrained. He retrieved a flat package from beneath his robes, grinning slyly. "You'll be satisfied." Felix let the package unfold by itself, revealing its contents: a dust-covered silver dish. He lightly brushed his hand over it, causing the dust to vanish instantly. Montage's cautious gaze fixed on him. The dish revealed its true form: a shallow basin adorned with ancient runes and magical symbols. "A pensieve. It seems a bit worse for wear," Felix murmured, assessing its condition while discreetly evaluating the possibility of restoration. "Ha, quite fresh actually. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept it for 2 years." Montages took a swig of his drink, studying Felix. "Are you an alchemist? From Nocturne Alley, or perhaps over with Qanun? Or a rogue element?" "It's none of your concern, Montages." "Oh, don't mind me. I think we can establish a stable connection, no need for intermediaries. They charge a hefty fee for accurate information, you know." Montages grumbled, "It cost me 2 nuts, but if it weren't for hearing that you wanted a pensieve, I wouldn't have bothered coming." Felix grinned. "You'll earn even more. After all, smugglers are in it for the profits, aren't they?" "Had. In my youth, I aspired to grand accomplishments, fame. I nearly believed I had succeeded, got in good with a bigwig. I was loyal to him, but I realized these grey corners suited me better in the end. Or should I say, grey tombs?" Felix quipped, lifting the pensieve, studying its intricate magical etchings. Montages showed no trace of shame. "One must make a living 200 galleons at least. We lost 1 life and left another half dead to get this." Felix Harp glanced at him, skeptical that even if he handed over 200 galleons, Montages would honestly share with his supposed companions. In fact, Felix suspected those companions were nothing more than a makeshift team. He pondered for a moment. 200 galleons? Maybe 100 at most. I'm not a fool. In your hands, this thing is practically trash. I can't guarantee a perfect restoration either. You can have more if you want, but I need you to gather some information for me: ancient ruins, and ancient magical creations." "An intermediary? No problem. Old Montages is well connected," Montages proudly declared. However, Montages' bloodshot eyes widened. "I need a down payment." "A down payment?" Bang! A bag embroidered with green and blue patterns appeared on the table, emitting a pleasant clinking sound. Montages swallowed hard, opening the bag to reveal blinding golden light. "What a charming little thing, listen to their sounds." He reached out with his dirty hand. "You're truly generous. I'll take this job. You just wait patiently." "Oh, what's this?" As Montages reached into the bag, a grey-green snake suddenly emerged and bit him. The small snake wriggled its grey body and returned to Felix, transforming into a transparent glass vial. The vial still contained a few drops of blood. Montages stared at him with an unpleasant expression, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. "I've heard of your reputation, Montages Flay. A smuggler, cheat, thief, pilferer. I can't easily trust your words. To prevent any misconceptions, I think precautions are in order." Montages, who had been initially furious, seemed to have realized something, and his expression grew calm. "I never break my word. All those allegations outside are just slander against me. But, as you wish. Now, there won't be another snake popping out of the bag, will there?" He glanced at Felix, who made a welcoming gesture. Montages muttered, "Slytherin." He concealed the bag within his robes. Felix said, 100 galleons for a damaged Pensiev. Another 900 galleons to fund your collection and purchases of magical items or for information gathering, it's up to you. I don't want modern items, and don't try to fool me with dark magic artifacts. As long as I find it worthwhile, you'll have a steady stream of money from me. Montanges found Felix's black and white mask more agreeable. How do I contact you? He began to consider this seriously. Felix tossed him a stone, a variant of the heating charms. Infuse it with magic. As long as you're at Hogwarts, I'll be able to find you. I'm more convinced now that you're an alchemist. Montanges pocketed the stone, muttering, not fair, you know me, but I don't know you. Felix said, you will know, but we need time to build trust. Chapter 242, Umbridge Redux. Due to the influence of galleons, the two had formed a loose employment relationship. But for Mundungus Fletcher, who wandered between the lines of morality, such arrangements were commonplace. He had encountered many bigwigs, while they might be high and mighty, they could never truly distance themselves from the likes of him, a small-time player. Felix was quite curious as he inquired about the important figures Mundungus mentioned. However, Mundungus skillfully avoided the question, never revealing a thing from start to finish. Strangely, this made Felix develop a slight fondness for him. After a moment's hesitation, Felix ventured, Mundungus, have you ever heard of a time-turner? What's that? Mundungus asked with wide eyes. It's something, no, never mind, Felix dismissed the sudden thought. Even if some ancient families possessed time-turners, they wouldn't openly sell them. They guarded that secret tightly. Despite the stringent conditions for using a time-turner, it was undoubtedly one of the most magical items, and its origin remained one of the deepest secrets buried within the wizarding world. Mundungus looked at Felix with a puzzled expression, but he secretly noted down the name. To be mentioned by this mysterious wizard was surely a sign of something extraordinary. He would keep an eye out for any related information and sell it to Felix at a high price if he came across any. Oh, by the way, Mundungus said, I can also get my hands on other things, artworks, ancient bronzes, or some confiscated contraband by the ministry. Felix regarded him with an odd look. You've got quite the diverse connections. But it was Mundungus' next words that grabbed his attention. And there are some magical creatures and their eggs or offspring. Magical creatures? Felix interjected. Tell me more about this. Oh, Mundungus hesitated for a moment, they're creatures you're not allowed to keep privately, potentially dangerous ones. Like blast-ended scroots, sphinxes, and erumpents. You can get your hands on these dangerous creatures. Felix said incredulously. Well, it's all a matter of luck. Every few years, someone shows up to sell them. I've even seen fire dragon eggs and augurai chicks being sold. Mundungus continued, in recent years, they've become more common. You know, the Far Eastern superpower fell apart just a couple of years ago, and along with it, their wizarding world descended into chaos. A lot of valuable stuff started flowing out. Honestly, no one cares over there, they're practically begging to get rid of. Felix nodded slightly. He hadn't really paid much attention to these things in recent years. Even the black markets of various magical communities around the world had lost his interest. It had to be said that his travels in the first year after graduation were now a distant memory. After some thought, he told Mundungus that if there were any exceptionally rare magical creatures, he should inform him directly. Mundungus took another swig of his drink, his face sporting an odd flush, and began recounting his interesting escapades from all around. A couple of years ago, in the midst of a black market trade, Ministry Aurors suddenly barged in. They were well prepared. We scattered like birds and beasts, each making our own escape. I hid in a muddy ditch, and what do you know, another dark wizard panicked and also dived into the ditch, his backside facing me. I couldn't possibly pass up this opportunity. I threatened him to hand over everything in his pockets, or else I'd unleash the exploding charm on his rear end. Felix Harp was truly at a loss for words. Mundungus Fletcher had finally finished his drink, wiped his mouth, and put on the feminine veil again. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Those patrolling dementors are a real bother. Ding-a-ling. The bell at the entrance chimed, and a chilling air swept in. The Hogshead Inn fell silent instantly, several patrons fixing their gaze quietly on the dementor that had entered. A wizard, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, twitched and tumbled off his seat. The owner behind the bar suddenly raised his wand, emitting a silver-white light from its tip. Back off from my place, Dementor! He shouted roughly. His metallic grey hair and beard stood on end, resembling strands of wire, as they expanded outward. The cold stream within the pub diminished instantly. Felix noticed that Mundungus had lowered his head, shivering incessantly, and cast a wary glance at the bar's owner. He couldn't tell if he was more afraid of the Dementor or the irritable old man currently brandishing a wand. The Dementor hovered by the door, reluctant to leave. The old man grew even angrier. Tall and with bright blue eyes, the silver-white light at the tip of his wand had a tendency to solidify, with a pair of large antlers faintly visible. Felix guessed it might be some kind of creature with long horns, perhaps a goat or a deer. Given the lingering scent of goat in the room, it was probably a male goat. "No serious black here, you bunch of rotting dimwits!" he bellowed. Mundungus whispered, "It's been nearly 20 years, and he's still this volatile." The Dementor rose higher into the air, surveying the room's patrons as it glided past the old man. Their headscarves formed a hollow shape on their heads, presumably representing mouths, as a sound of rushing air emanated from within. When their gaze fell on Felix, they strangely froze, then, as if their necks were rusted, they slowly turned their heads away. Soon after, they floated away without a backward glance. "Have I been discovered?" Felix touched his mask-covered face. "Did they run away because they saw me? Was it due to scent or emotional perception?" Felix activated the concealment charm within his mind, simultaneously tapping his chest, casting various concealment spells upon himself. Stepping out of the Hogshead Inn, Felix spotted a few aurors on the street. They were clad in official combat robes, their eyes constantly scanning the passers-by. Among them, a plump, short witch in a pink dress stood out. She was scolding someone in her high-pitched, thin voice. It was none other than Dolores Umbridge. Felix had seen her once at the Slug Club's awards ceremony. Slughorn had commented that the one thing he was dissatisfied with about the entire event was having Umbridge as the host. Felix also remembered her sickly sweet smile and the pink bow she always wore, not to mention the unusually short wand she carried. What is she doing here? Isn't this woman in charge of monitoring magical law abuse? Felix pondered. Felix's gaze met Umbridge's, and behind his mask, he saw her scrutinizing him suspiciously. Her mouth stretched into a smile, like a giant toad ready to catch its prey. She extended her chubby finger and pointed it at Felix, while two young aurors, one on each side, approached cautiously. Felix recognized one of them, a Hufflepuff student who was 2 years junior to him. He remembered her because her ability was particularly convenient. She was a rare natural-born metamorphmagus who could alter her appearance at will. Beneath his mask, Felix's lips curled into a smirk. In the next moment, his figure vanished completely. He had a feeling they would meet again. Chapter 243, Remaining at School. The next morning, Felix Harp didn't expect his intuition to come true so quickly. He remembered that he wasn't particularly skilled in divination, right? Well, it's hard to say. He had dropped divination classes back then because Professor Sybil Trelawney always seemed to be playing tricks with the mystical. At that time, Professor Sybil Trelawney had only been teaching at Hogwarts for a few years and hadn't yet established her stable teaching style as she has now. Sometimes, she tended to go a bit overboard. And now Felix was in the limelight. His fame was immense and came with its fair share of troubles. It happened to be a good choice for her to make a name off him. Trelawney had once spouted a dozen prophecies for him in one breath, although not a single one turned out accurate. Felix saw Professor McGonagall and the toad-like Umbridge standing face to face by the spiral staircase. Professor McGonagall's expression was far from pleasant, her lips compressed into a thin line. "Umbridge, the Inquisitor. I must remind you that Dumbledore does not allow Dementors to enter the school. A little over a month ago, there was a dreadful incident when Dementors stormed the Quidditch pitch." Umbridge stepped up a stair, realizing she still wasn't quite tall enough. She took another step to stand a bit higher, looking down at Professor McGonagall with a falsely sweet smile. "Professor McGonagall, I have no intention of letting Dementors in. I despise those unsettling creatures as much as you do. To be honest, it reminds me of the unfair treatment I suffered in my early years when I was just an intern. But luckily, I proved my capabilities and earned my position, despite my distant relation to the Selwyn family. I've achieved what I have today through my own efforts." Professor McGonagall made a humph sound from her nose. "I only hope that once you've achieved your position, you won't seek revenge disproportionately. From what I know." She didn't continue. Umbridge seemed to not hear that part. She put on a saccharine smile. Considering the dangerous fugitive Sirius Black is still on the run, I hope on behalf of Minister Fudge that Hogwarts could host a small outpost, to signify the Ministry's concern for Hogwarts. Of course, there won't be Dementors, only myself and 2 Aurors. Professor McGonagall said dryly, I haven't received any notice from Dumbledore. I can wait, Umbridge said amiably, waving her hand. For the safety of those lovely, innocent little ones, I don't mind wasting a bit of time. Professor McGonagall stared at Umbridge, her chest heaving visibly, clearly infuriated. Excuse me, Miller. Felix descended the stairs and brushed past Umbridge. Professor McGonagall stepped back 2 paces, giving him room. Felix's tall frame conveniently stood between Umbridge and McGonagall. Felix winked at Professor McGonagall, and for a brief moment, a hint of a smile appeared on her face. But she quickly composed herself, growing more serious. A similar situation had occurred during last year's Christmas party when Filch used himself as an example to tell her a dwarf joke. Cough cough. Sorry, a pretentiously clear throat sounded behind him. Felix seemed to just notice her. You're still here? I thought your conversation had concluded. And who might this be? Umbridge's expression wasn't great. Professor McGonagall didn't show any intention to introduce her. Apologetically, she said to Felix, Felix, could you do me a favor? I need. She glanced at Umbridge. With Umbridge standing on a step, slightly taller than her, Professor McGonagall's gaze landed on the pink cardigan Umbridge was wearing, and the bow embroidered on her collar. She uncomfortably looked away. I need you to accompany this ministry investigator. What do you need me to do? Felix asked. Collect the list of students staying at school for Christmas. You only need to handle Gryffindor House, and Percy Weasley can assist you. Professor McGonagall handed him a piece of parchment. Just have the young wizards fill out the forms. If I can spare the time this afternoon, I will come over. No problem, Miller, Felix Harp said with ease. He inclined his head slightly to both of them, his gaze landing on Umbridge as he added, the outfit compliments you well, madam. Umbridge looked at him incredulously, pointing at his retreating figure with her chubby finger. Who is this person? Felix overheard Professor McGonagall say in a cheerful tone, clearly, he's a professor at Hogwarts. He followed the spiral staircase up and arrived at the common room of Gryffindor House. However, the entrance was blocked by the portrait of the plump lady. She had a stern expression. Password. Felix hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, luck is on your side. He recalled that Gryffindor's passwords often had something to do with luck. That's not it, the plump lady rolled her eyes. Though you're a professor, without the password, I can't let you in. It's a rule. Who knows if you're not black in disguise? Felix, quite interested, said, forgive me, madam, I've always wondered, do you remember anything about Black's time at school? The plump lady seemed insulted. She let out a shrill scream, of course, I remember. She rambled on, and Felix smiled, going along with her words, is that so? And such a troublemaker he was. After about 10 minutes, the door to the common room was pushed open from the inside, and Neville walked out, carrying his book bag. Neville, are you heading to the library for self-study? Neville seemed startled and stammered, Professor Harp? Yes, oh no, I'm going to the greenhouse, I mean, Professor Sprout's place. Felix nodded understandingly, right, what's the password for your house? As he spoke, the plump lady had already closed the door with a thud, showing an expression of someone enjoying a show. Neville's round face froze, and he very slowly glanced at Felix, then looked at the closed door to the common room. He helplessly stuck his hand into his pocket. Starting from the first pocket, he moved to the second, from his robes to his undershirt, from his cloak to his pants. Then he opened his book bag, which emitted a fresh earthy smell from within. From a corner, Neville found a small piece of paper. Excitedly, he read aloud, Lucky Star shines bright, it's Lucky Star shines bright. The plump lady pursed her lips. I wanted to chat a bit longer with you. She rotated, making way, and the door to the common room opened. Felix suddenly thought of something. Neville, are you staying at school for Christmas? No, my grandmother wrote to have me spend the holiday at home. Neville answered, unconsciously clutching his book bag. Understood, Neville. Felix stepped into the common room's door, where voices were bustling. Chapter 244, Trials and Warnings. In the center of the common room, a cleared space had been made, surrounded by chairs and sofas that the young wizards had moved into an irregular circle. In the midst of this circle, 2 enchanted puppets were engaged in a fierce duel. From one puppet's fist, crackling arcs of electricity and sparks shot out. It landed a punch on its opponent's face, freezing it in place. 4 enter the semifinals. The first to advance to the finals is Angelina Johnson. Let's give her a round of applause. Fred, acting as the referee, announced. At the same time, she will receive a coupon for the pairing spectacles and participate in the raffle for guessing the outcome of the matches. It's a lottery, George reminded him. Fred corrected himself, right, a lottery. Now then, next match. Professor Harp. Fred spotted Felix and gestured somewhat nervously toward George, who discreetly collected the parchment in front of him. You're placing bets? Felix looked at him. No, Fred explained, we're promoting the pairing spectacles, just having a bit of fun. Felix regarded him skeptically. Fred swore under his breath, absolutely not. Don't believe me? Ask them. Other young wizards nodded in agreement. Very well, and Percy? Felix didn't press further. He's not here, Professor. I suspect he's with Penelope, Fred replied without hesitation. I could give you a few of their favorite date spots. Cough, that won't be necessary, Felix said, feeling a headache coming on for Percy. He raised his voice and addressed the surrounding students. I'm here this time to collect the list of students staying over the Christmas holidays on behalf of Professor McGonagall. Come over and check the corresponding options. The forms are temporarily here. I'll come to collect them this afternoon if Professor McGonagall hasn't yet gotten rid of her little troubles. The young wizards gathered around one by one. Felix stood aside, surveying the Gryffindor common room. It was his first visit, and the layout here was different from Slytherin or Ravenclaw, primarily using gold and red as its main colors, forming a circular grand living room. In this room, there were plush armchairs and sofas as well as sturdy wooden chairs and tables. Notice boards were covered in various announcements, posters, and information written by the students themselves. Currently catching the eye were advertisements for the pairing spectacles by the Weasley twins and news of Ravenclaw defeating Hufflepuff on the Quidditch pitch at the end of November. Beneath this news was a line of handwritten, uplifting flashing text, "We still have a chance." The common room had both expansive open areas and smaller divided spaces with partitions in the corners. Except for a massive fireplace that occupied one entire wall, the other 3 walls were adorned with scarlet tapestries featuring portraits of numerous famous witches and wizards, as well as some creatures. Felix thought he recognized the majestic flame lion he saw there, very much resembling the one Professor McGonagall had demonstrated in her dueling class. Professor, Hermione, having just finished filling out the form, approached along with Harry and Ron. Felix smiled as he looked at them. I heard your dueling practice group is doing well. Harry couldn't help scratching his head. It's mainly the 3 of us practicing. Dean and Seamus occasionally join in. Felix said, Harry, I've read your paper on dueling techniques. It suits you very well. When you can seamlessly incorporate its principles into every fight, then you'll have truly mastered what's in the paper. Ron began, I think Harry is. Harry quickly cut him off. Felix looked at Ron and smiled as he asked, are you trying to say that Harry has already achieved the dueling system outlined in the paper? Seeing that the professor wasn't angry, Ron nodded with newfound courage. This was Ron's first-hand experience. Excluding disarming charms, he could still hold his own against Harry for a few rounds, having somewhat mastered spells like Impervious and Stunning Spell. But when faced with the full force of Harry's disarming charm, all his resistance became futile. His Impervious charm shattered like a comical biscuit, his wand flew out, and he was sent flying, without a second chance. Or perhaps Harry altered the trajectory of the disarming charm into a magical arc, in combination with the footwork learned in dueling class, always easily bypassing Ron's defenses. This made Ron secretly anxious. Even the meals in the Great Hall weren't as appetizing. He didn't want to fall too far behind. Felix considered for a moment and decided to test something. Look at me, Harry. His eyes turned silver white, and Harry met his gaze. He stared for a dozen seconds, then suddenly stumbled and nearly fell. Professor. Ron caught Harry, looking at Felix in astonishment. He almost thought the professor before him was an impersonation by Black. This thought crossed his mind because they had done something similar last school year. They had slipped into the Slytherin common room with the help of the Polyjuice potion, trying to gather information about the heir of Slytherin from Malfoy. They had discussed before that if Black wanted to infiltrate Hogwarts, the polyjuice potion was a good option. However, their final consensus was that it was unlikely, as it would be hard for Black to breach the mirrors at the castle entrance. "I'm fine," Harry said, panting. "Professor Harp, what was that?" "It's a unique magic of mine. While not entirely accurate, it serves to test your progress," Felix explained. Harry was greatly impressed. "I can't believe I was able to engage in a mental battle with you." Ron looked at him with shock. What did Harry say? A mental battle? Was it really what he thought? "Is it like the Room of Requirement, Professor?" Hermione guessed. She had practiced ancient runes in the Room of Requirement before, but she had never fought in there. Something like that. To be honest, I've been making rapid progress in the field of memory magic lately, discovering many novel techniques without giving them names yet," Felix said. He moved on from the topic, looking at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "From the recent test, it's clear that Harry hasn't fully mastered the dueling system he devised himself, especially in various details. There are still many issues. In fact, Harry's issues are your issues. Moving from theory to practice requires crossing not just one threshold, and turning it into an instinctive reaction that doesn't require thought takes even more time," he said solemnly. "For some, this time might be a lifetime. Of course, you three are all talented wizards. Your only enemy to defeat is complacency, as it will hold you back." Chapter 245, Approaching the Christmas Break. Felix Harp was relieved to notice that Harry, Ron, and Hermione's attitudes had become more serious. Speaking of this, a sudden thought popped into his mind, somewhat unclear but definitely related to the broken pensieve he had been studying all night without any progress. The pensieve, memory magic, the arena akin to a thought-filled room. What could happen if they were all combined? A scene flashed before Felix's eyes. In ancient runic lessons, young wizards lined up to jump into the pensieve one by one. The constructed Felix proceeded with the class as planned. Students could even pause, rewind, and accelerate the process at will, while their true selves enjoyed reading books and sipping tea. Or perhaps, he could design a complex maze-like terrain, a forbidden forest, a swamp. The location wasn't crucial, the point was that he could have young wizards team up in pairs or threes and engage in dueling practice fearlessly within the real scenes. Observing Professor Harp lost in thought, the trio shared a glance, and suddenly he mumbled, "We must prevent young wizards from teasing their teachers. They can be quite mischievous, capable of such things." Hermione blinked, wondering what the professor had just said. Felix decided that when he returned, he would ask nearly headless Nick. Besides Nick, he couldn't think of any contemporary alchemist who might have cracked the secret of the pensieve. It might be best to temporarily borrow Headmaster Dumbledore's pensieve again, yes. He could swear there would be no intention of prying into Dumbledore's memories. If my idea could be realized, this might become a magical item with even more potential than the magical phones. It could profoundly change the entire wizarding world. This thought flashed through his mind, swiftly taking root and growing wild. Felix hurriedly left. Before departing, he asked Hermione to keep an eye on the progress of the list of students staying for Christmas. She nodded responsibly. She was accustomed to assisting the professor with various matters. After he left, Harry muttered, "Thanks for staying behind with me," and both Ron and Hermione chose the option to remain at school. Ron mentioned that he didn't want to see Percy's face. "He's already got 3 internship offers. I can just imagine what the Christmas feast at home will be like." Percy boasting with his prefect badge, Dad passing him a glass of brandy, Mum smothering him in kisses. "Maybe I'll even catch a glimpse of Penelope." Hermione also felt burdened with many tasks. "I've only just gotten to the 3rd volume of Enchanting Encounters, and there's never enough time." But Harry's heart remained warm because he knew these were all excuses. "Let's go practice dueling," he suggested. Ron's expression immediately turned mournful, and with Harry and Hermione's laughter, they dragged him out of the common room. "Can I add an extra cushion? I mean, maybe more than one." Nearly headless Nick seemed preoccupied with other matters. Through the mouth of his younger self in the photo, he assured Felix that he would ask Dumbledore to bring some past research materials. Felix had initially thought of visiting Nick during the Christmas break, but since Nick was busy with other things, he had to let go of that idea. However, he still needed to give a Christmas gift. Felix had created a magically marvelous mirror, which Dumbledore could conveniently bring along. He was certain Nearly Headless Nick would be utterly delighted by this Christmas gift. Apart from Nearly Headless Nick, he had prepared a lengthy list of people to whom Christmas gifts needed to be sent. The list included Hogwarts professors and students, as well as some wizard pen pals he knew. Of course, ardent fans and enthusiasts were not left out. Since Felix Harp's debate with various wizards at the Daily Prophet, his identity as a Hogwarts professor had become well known to the public. Consequently, naturally, fans sent their letters here. When people multiplied, all sorts of odd letters came in, including bold and spicy declarations of love. Felix couldn't help scratching his head. "I've never even done a book signing, never shown my face. What if I turn out to be a messy old man?" He imagined himself in Andis's appearance, sending shivers down his spine. What surprised him was that many of these fans' letters came from young wizards who hadn't even started school yet. They were faithful readers of the Little Wizard Mix Adventures. The letters were directly sent to the LCA comic publications and one day delivered by the house elf Dobby. His galleon heated up at the time. Soon, several house elves appeared in his office carrying huge packages. Aside from Dobby, the other house elves were in tattered attire. Inside the packages were various letters and gifts, and it took him quite some time to handle the responses. As for the 5 house elves brought by Dobby, Felix had carefully examined them one by one, confirming that they were true free elves. With this assurance, he heartily welcomed them, and after some encouragement, let Dobby take them away. Their status would be somewhat similar to the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen, maybe a bit higher since they had holidays and wages. Of course, their number wasn't large. Felix had also considered arranging 7th-year Hogwarts students for internships at LCA comic publications. However, he eventually dismissed the idea as mastering the art of magical illustration wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period. Hogwarts students were oblivious to this magical branch, and a short internship wouldn't be very helpful. But he could serve as a mediator between Professor McGonagall and Andis, facilitating cooperation and directing the cultivation of a group of individuals skilled in magical illustration. All 5th-year Hogwarts students were required to participate in a brief discussion during the summer term with their heads of houses, discussing future employment prospects. During this time, pamphlets and brochures on various magical careers would flood in, with some larger companies like Red Books Publishing, the Daily Prophet, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and the Ministry of Magic sending representatives every few years to promote their opportunities. Felix remembered seeing the goblins from Gringotts while he was still at school. This was actually a rare occurrence, as such matters were usually handled by human Gringotts employees. The fairies weren't satisfied with the treatment they received and held strong caution and resentment toward wizards. Leaving aside the rebellions and riots instigated by fairies in history, during every International Confederation of Wizards meeting, they demanded that wizards release their monopoly on wands. Even though the fairies invariably concealed their magic and the secret of enchanting weapons. Felix speculated that their appearance on campus might be related to the recent war's conclusion. Someone had proposed taking back the goblins' operational rights over Gringotts at the time, treating them merely as workers for minting currency. Minister Millicent Bagnold at the time was a strong-willed leader. She took office during the height of the Wizarding War and approved the Auror's use of the unforgivable curses against Death Eaters. Being a resolute minister, it was hard to predict whether she would agree to this proposal. Therefore, after weighing their options, the fairies had no choice but to make some gestures, including permanent neutrality and a promise not to incite riots. Their visit to Hogwarts was just one of these gestures. Over the next few days, as the Christmas holiday approached, it was clear that the young wizards' minds weren't on their studies. Many were already planning to make the most of the last Hogsmeade visit before the break for some festive shopping. Meanwhile, Felix had more leisure time. During the last treatment, the Longbottoms had both entered a deep slumber as their brains underwent crucial self-repair and transformation. It could be a day or maybe a month before they woke up from their sleep. Yet, even on the day before the holiday, as the young wizards boarded the train back home, Felix hadn't received any joyful news from St. Mungo's. He felt a twinge of regret, but still he earnestly penned a note to Augusta Longbottom. The plan can begin. Chapter 246, Neville's Discovery. On the eve of Christmas, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was filled with the festive atmosphere. The light in the waiting room had been replaced with golden and red crystal bubbles that hung from the ceiling, resembling giant Christmas baubles that twinkled incessantly. Neville held his grandmother's hand with one hand, while tightly clutching his school bag with the other. They climbed up to the 5th floor, passing by every ward adorned with holly trees and colorful ribbons. "Neville, Hurry up! Madame Longbottom urged him, and Neville quickly caught up with her. They entered the Janus Thicky ward and made their way to the innermost beds. Drawing back the curtains, they revealed a young wizard and witch lying in the beds. Ignoring their pale faces and grey, withered hair, they looked like a young couple who had just overslept, with a natural smile gracing their lips. But Neville could only gaze at them with sadness, pulling out a bouquet of flowers from his bag and placing them in a vase on the bedside table. Neville was about to dispose of the withered flowers when his grandmother took them from his hand with a stern look. She gave him a complex glance and said, "I'll take care of it." Then, without another word, she left. Neville sat quietly for a while. He had tidied his mother's hair, adjusted his father's blanket, and neatly folded towels. Yet, after quite some time, his grandmother hadn't returned. After a moment of hesitation, he stood up and walked towards the door. As he passed two beds, a woman with a furry face suddenly barked at him, startling him so much that he almost collided with the opposite wall. Still shaken, Neville opened the door and looked left and right. There was still no sign of his grandmother. The golden stars atop the holly tree outside the door sparkled, making it hard for him to see down the corridor. Neville's expression wavered as he debated whether to turn back, but then he heard faint voices coming from the staircase. He recognized the gentle voice. It was his parents' healer, the aunt named Miriam. "Mr. Harp. Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom, 2 weeks." Upon hearing familiar names, Neville's curiosity got the better of him. He approached stealthily, trying not to make a sound. At the corner of the stairs, he saw Aunt Miriam with her back turned to him, engaged in conversation with another healer dressed in green robes. "No one can be sure when they'll wake up. Mr. Harp is quite confident, and Madame Longbottom believes him," Miriam said. The other young healer couldn't help but ask, "But isn't it said that this Harp only published some articles in the newspaper? Who knows how skilled he really is?" Miriam hesitated a bit before replying, "Madame Pomfrey also believes in him." The healer retorted, "But, as you mentioned, it's been 2 weeks since that Harp last visited, and Madame Longbottom has been in a coma for 2 full weeks. What if he caused trouble and can't handle the aftermath?" Miriam's expression grew more worried, but she still searched for reasons. "The patient's conditions are stable. Who can be clear about matters of memory? Perhaps it's simply a prolonged slumber. This Harp is at best a Hogwarts professor, not a professional healer." Seemingly convinced, Miriam conceded, "You make a valid point. Once Madame Longbottom arrives, I'll talk to her." The two of them left together. Neville leaned against the corner of the wall, his smile fading. He strained to process the news he had just heard. Hogwarts only had one Professor Harp, so a professor was treating his parents? But why hadn't he ever mentioned it to him? Neville thought, maybe he didn't want to worry me? But he recalled the conversation between the two healers just now. 2 weeks in a coma. His heart clenched suddenly. He hurriedly returned to the ward, opened the door, and rushed back to his parents' beds. They were still peacefully asleep. 2 weeks in a coma. Neville tentatively nudged his mother's arm, no response. He applied a bit more force, but she remained still, not even a change in the smile on her lips. Suddenly, he felt a sense of panic. The words of that unfamiliar healer echoed in his mind like a poison corroding his heart. Who can be clear about matters of memory? Perhaps it's simply a prolonged slumber. Neville muttered, "A prolonged slumber it can't be. The professor doesn't do things without certainty, he's so skilled and composed." Yet he couldn't help but think again, that healer's words did make sense. Professor Harp never displayed any healing abilities. Like Harry, excelling in defense against the dark arts but struggling in herbology. Footsteps sounded from a distance, his grandmother's and another. There was something familiar about it. Neville glanced through the crack in the door and saw a pair of exquisite black-brown shoes. It was Professor Harp. He belatedly realized he hadn't closed the door properly when he hurried in. Neville hunched over his school bag at the foot of the bed, feigning unawareness, but his ears were pricked up. "Professor Harp, we need to talk." That was his grandmother's voice, and she sounded anxious. What had happened exactly? "Nothing to discuss. I should have quit a long time ago. If you hadn't found Dumbledore, I wouldn't have come tonight," a man's voice said. It was Professor Harp. Neville thought, why does the professor feel a bit strange to me, a bit indifferent? "Oh, Frank and Alice haven't woken up yet." They. Neville heard his grandmother choke back tears. His heart tightened. The words of the healer in green robes reverberated in his ears again, impossible to ignore. The conversation outside the door grew quieter. Neville couldn't resist lifting his head. Through the window on the door, he could only see his grandmother's silhouette. She looked deeply saddened, a look he had never seen on her before. In his mind, his grandmother had always been stern and proud. "Don't cry. Someone might see. Let's find a secluded place and talk all at once." The man's voice sounded impatient. A shadow passed across the window, and footsteps receded. Neville's heart thudded, and he found it hard to believe the conversation he had just overheard. The man's voice sounded like that of a villain. He leaped up suddenly, not even noticing. He grabbed his bag, and tiptoed to the door. He peeked through the crack and caught sight of their backs as they turned at the end of the corridor. Neville took a deep breath and hurriedly dashed out, locking the barking woman inside the ward. His face turned an unusual shade of red. It wasn't until he reached the end of the corridor that he realized his footsteps had been too loud, they might have heard. He leaned against the wall, waiting in silence for a few seconds. No footsteps returned. He let out a sigh of relief. Like a thief, he peeked around and saw an empty row of rooms. The corridor was dimly lit. Summoning his courage, Neville walked over. He didn't know which room his grandmother and the professor were in, he could only search one by one. He pressed his ear against the first room's door, causing his ear to ache, but there was no sound from within. He tiptoed to the second room's door. Before he could get close, he heard clear voices coming from inside. Chapter 247, Magical Outburst. "What do you want in the end? I've told you, every treatment comes with risks," said the man's voice. "But you assured me so solemnly. What did you say at that time?" "Everything was fine, yet now Frank and Alice have been in a coma for 2 weeks, and there's coughing up of blood," Grandma's voice replied. "What can I do? Think from my perspective. Those experts in the newspapers are constantly targeting me. I have to get hold of the experimental data urgently." "Experimental data? Those are 2 lives. They are my son and daughter-in-law, and the parents of little Neville." "Felix Harp, you are Neville's teacher." Neville's heart felt like it had been soaked in cold water, devoid of warmth, and his stomach churned relentlessly. His fists clenched involuntarily. The sinister man said, "I too wish for everything to go smoothly, but accidents are unavoidable. Think about it, they were just moving bodies, now they're lifeless bodies, not much of a difference, is there?" Neville's eyes reddened, his teeth ground together. How dare he speak of his parents like that, how dare he? But then his grandmother's voice, filled with sorrow, came through. "I'm begging you, just confirm it again. You caused all of this, only you know the truth." The malicious man responded, "I'm sorry, precisely because I know the truth, I don't want to waste time." Grandmother's voice turned firm, "I was wrong to ask you, I will expose your actions, reveal what you've done." The man chuckled, "Madam, let me remind you, your son and daughter-in-law were already sentenced by the ministry. I just had the notion to try something out. If it succeeds, many will be grateful to me." "Is that so?" Grandma's voice dripped with sarcasm, "You care about reputation, that's your weakness, but soon the public will see through your aid, and you will lose everything." The man's voice became hesitant, "Speaking that way, you're not entirely wrong. Reputation is like fine wine, and it's also an alluring poison. I'm always drawn to its fragrance. So, how should I deal with you? Obliviate? Too simple. I've come up with a better idea. Honestly, your persistent meddling over this long period has thoroughly annoyed me. There are some spells I've been wanting to try. Sectum sempra." "No, no." Neville widened his eyes, his knuckles went white, his face filled with fear. He heard the thud as his grandmother fell to the ground and her pained groans, "Ah, ah. No." Rage shattered his rationality, and the door to the room exploded open. He saw 2 figures in the ward, surprise etched across the man's face. The hand holding the wand froze midway, and an elderly woman lay on the ground, her pointed hat lifeless by her side. "Grandma!" Neville rushed over, attempting to lift his grandmother's head, but she winced in pain. He stood there, lost, torn between tending to her and confronting the source of all this. The man, his wand still aimed, said urgently, "Stop. Professor. Stop." The man's face remained shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. "Why?" Neville looked at him in disbelief, engulfed by an immense absurdity that rendered reality surreal. as if trapped in a dream. What are you saying? You're a professor. Why would you use that curse? The Cruciatus curse. The man's voice said, causing Neville to tremble. The man chuckled softly, or perhaps the Imperious curse. Or, the other two unforgivable curses. He continued in a calm manner, almost as if conducting a lesson, Neville, my association with the unforgivable curses goes back a long way. During my schooling, I mastered these 3 spells: the Cruciatus curse, the Dementor's kiss, and the killing curse. I always wanted to test them on someone, but my conscience was too soft. Now, in hindsight, what curse can't end a life? Clear water is as deadly as a spring. Neville trembled as he stared at him, as if for the first time truly seeing the man's face. Don't look at me like that. Learn to respect your professor, shouldn't you? The man said. You're not my professor. Neville shouted, pulling his wand from his pocket and pointing it at him, but the next moment, his wand was disarmed. The silencing disarmament curse, the one I taught you, Neville. Maybe you should try being angrier. The man suggested. Instantly, Neville pulled out a second wand from behind. He always carried 2 wands, his father's and his own. Fueled by anger, he cast a nonverbal stunning spell, but it was blocked by a wave of the man's hand. Too weak, Neville. You're not angry enough. A thin layer of magical shield flew towards Neville, sending him crashing back. Neville got up from the ground, his gaze unwavering and defiant. I dislike your gaze, thus, sectum sempra. Sectum sempra. Grandma let out a cry of pain. Neville's eyes widened in terror as he positioned himself in front of her, the expected agony not materializing. He had no time to discern, he had to do something, stall for time. Yes, stall for time. He wanted to witness this man being apprehended, just like those Death Eaters. Neville strained his mind. He had never thought so fast before. I believed in you so much. I saw you as a role model. He recited without hesitation, the freshest story in his mind, a tale derived from this man himself. Gnarl was a clumsy man. This clumsiness was something others told him, and over time, he came to believe it himself. Gnarl enjoyed crafting clay dolls. He had a natural sensitivity to the distinct properties of different kinds of clay. He relished watching as black, red, brown, white, and grey clay transformed in his hands, gradually taking shape, forming delicate and charming figures. This enjoyment brought him solace amid moments of sadness. His parents were busy, rarely spending time with him. Even during the most significant event, Christmas, they only managed a fleeting encounter. His biggest wish was for them to spend more time with him. Neville continued to recite, his gaze fixed on the now lowered wand on the other side. Beside him, he heard his grandmother's low voice, "That's enough, Mr. Harp, that's enough." Neville stared blankly as his grandmother got up from the ground, and the professor emerged from the shadows. Several minutes later, Neville sat in silence, upset. Professor Longbottom was trying to console him while Felix Harp looked at him awkwardly. Neville. Neville turned his face away, not looking at him, gripping his robe tightly. "Why did you deceive me?" he said, anger evident in his voice. "It was part of the plan," Professor Longbottom said, "for—" "Allow me to explain, Professor Longbottom," Felix interjected, looking at Neville. "This originated from a ludicrous idea I had during my schooling. I experienced several magical outbursts, which brought significant benefits. I contemplated whether it was possible to induce a magical outburst intentionally. But I had never seen an instance of this in anyone else until a few months ago, in Diagon Alley, where I encountered Potter." "Harry?" Neville asked abruptly. "Exactly, he underwent a very painful experience at that time, which triggered a magical outburst. I persuaded him to test with me, until I discovered you again. I deduced that your magical activity during childhood was relatively low, which means you were inherently inert, leading to great difficulty in learning magic. Same goes for you, doesn't it?" Neville said harshly. "Same goes for what?" Felix looked at him. "What you were talking about, the magical outburst." Neville spoke, his tone chillingly composed. "It seems it requires a substantial stimulus. You were trying to enrage me repeatedly. So I ask you, were you in a similar situation?" Felix gazed calmly at him. "You're right, I was." Neville stood up with a stern expression. "So, Auntie Mellum's words were also part of your arrangement?" "It was all an act. No, Neville. Mrs. Longbottom began. Neville stubbornly fixed his eyes on Felix. I want you to tell me yourself. I didn't make that arrangement, but Felix started to explain. Let me clarify, Mrs. Longbottom. Felix interjected. I was present when they were discussing it. Suddenly, Neville said, I'm going back to my ward. I need some time alone. He picked up his bag from the floor, pushed the door open, and walked out of the room. The room descended into a deathly silence. After a long while, Felix confessed, in that moment when he blasted the door open, I thought we had succeeded. Exhausted, Mrs. Longbottom mumbled, perhaps we shouldn't have, from the beginning. She pursed her lips. I expected too much from him in the past. I wanted that child to be like his father, a proud warrior, but in reality, being ordinary would have been just fine. I disagree, ma'am. Dumbledore warned me not to toy with people's hearts, Felix said. But who can escape the control of their own heart? I don't accept this failure. We were so close to succeeding. If only we had done better. Mrs. Longbottom looked at him, hesitating, and said, Mr. Harp. I didn't believe there was an issue with my approach, from the initial design to... Suddenly, Felix stopped. His eyes bulged as he turned to the air to his side, incredulously. Then, he sprinted out of the room, rounded a corner, and fixed his gaze on a ward at the far end of the corridor. Felix tapped his own forehead, and under the monochrome vision, a potent and gentle surge of magic emanated from within him. The pure white light was free of impurities, continually challenging his preconceptions. This is what's happening. Mrs. Longbottom followed after him, her voice anxious. Felix didn't answer. Step by step, he approached the ward where the Longbottoms were. He flung open the door and saw Neville, sobbing in the embrace of a woman. A kind-hearted man held the woman and Neville. They looked tired, still in their hospital gowns, but their eyes overflowed with love. Various scattered trinkets in the room floated in the air, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Several patients in adjacent beds basked in a warm light, the perfect punctuation to answer Felix's questions. A magical outburst. He said, each word deliberate. Chapter 248, The Power of Love. 10 minutes ago. Neville returned to the hospital room with an expressionless face. Seeing his parents still peacefully asleep on the bed, his heart softened. Mom. Dad. He called softly. He knew he wouldn't get a response, so he just opened his backpack and took out a clay figurine. This is Dad. He took out another figurine. This is Mom. The third figurine. This is me. The fourth figurine. This is Grandma. Neville arranged the 4 figurines together and looked at them with satisfaction. In truth, there was another figurine in his backpack, but he didn't want to take it out now, nor did he want to look at it. His gaze was fixed on these 4 figurines. As he looked at them, he smiled, tears streaming down his face. Mom. Dad. He whispered again and again. On the hospital bed, Alice Longbottom's fingers twitched slightly, as if awakening from a long slumber. She opened her eyes and the first thing she saw in her line of sight was the round-faced boy, tears streaming down his cheeks. She also noticed the clay figurines on the table and heard the boy's soft calls. Nar? Is it Nar? Something deep within her was touched, a surge of strong emotion welling up. She remembered the little baby in the cradle, and how she used to call him like that. Neville looked up, tears still glistening on his face, making his vision slightly blurry. He wiped his tears away with the back of his hand, blinking hard. Mom. Neville felt that today, his mother seemed different, her gaze so tender it could engulf him. Is it my Nar? Alice Longbottom said excitedly. It's me, Mom. You've regained your memories. Neville said in a daze. If the first part was a nightmare, then the second part was undoubtedly a dream. He wished he could experience this every day. Alice Longbottom looked at the hospital room in her own clothes, understanding dawning on her. Tears welled up uncontrollably. All these years, was it just you? I've been living with Grandma. Neville blurted out, a long-buried confession. I've been doing well, made many friends, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Dean, Seamus, and the professors like me too, even though I'm a bit clumsy and forgetful. Alice listened quietly, her fingers trembling. Soon, Frank Longbottom also woke up. He shook his groggy head and the first thing he saw was his wife. Then his gaze shifted to a chattering, teary-eyed boy. His wife had grown thin, her face pale, as if recovering from a serious illness. Her hair had lost its luster. His heart ached. A reserved memory was triggered. He saw a young man with black hair and blue eyes speaking to him. "Mr. Longbottom, I need to introduce myself." Half a minute later, he understood everything, including how they had been tortured 12 years ago by 4 Death Eaters to reveal Voldemort's whereabouts, how they were driven insane, treated at St. Mungo's, and some of the major events of these years. He murmured softly, "Alice, is this Nar?" He looked at Neville, who resembled his mother greatly. "He's our Nar," Alice said, using Neville's nickname. "Father." Neville wiped his eyes. Not only had his mother recovered, but his father had too? Was this really not a dream? He felt the surreal sensation once again. He pinched himself hard. Ouch, it hurt. But he was enveloped in immense joy, a powerful emotion that drowned out the pain. He felt like he might burst with happiness. Frank Longbottom smiled gently, embracing his wife and extending his arms to Neville. "Nar." Neville rushed into his arms, crying loudly. He didn't want to hold back, instead, he shouted out his joy, as if he had reached a certain limit. Boom! A surge of magic erupted. Felix Harp's emotions were incredibly complex. Despite his elaborate plans, it seemed that unforeseen factors had led to the success of this event. He quietly slipped away. Longbottom Sr. appeared at the doorway, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she witnessed the scene inside. "Frank, Alice, this is truly wonderful." Felix watched from a distance, his expression becoming quite peculiar. He resisted the urge to flee, instead inching away step by step, until he saw Dumbledore's figure. "Headmaster? What brings you here?" Dumbledore spoke casually. "Dilys has her portrait at St. Mungo's. She informed me." "Oh, I haven't introduced her properly. Before Dilys Derwent became the headmistress of Hogwarts, she served as a healer at St. Mungo's." Felix nodded in silence. Each Hogwarts headmaster was an accomplished wizard, their portraits were hung in more than one location. In theory, any Hogwarts portrait was Dumbledore's informant. Dumbledore observed the hospital room with interest. "When Dilys told me, she sounded as though the sky was falling. Forgive my phrasing. I believe healers from St. Mungo's possess a sensitive heart. But I arrived at the right time, didn't I? Do you wish to go in, Dumbledore? The Longbottoms are awake, and I'm sure you have much to say to them." Felix now only wanted to leave, to be alone. "No, Felix." Dumbledore blinked his sapphire eyes. "I won't intrude at a time like this. Today, and the entire Christmas break, belong to them. But you, Felix. I was somewhat concerned about you," Dumbledore said. "Concerned about me?" Felix looked at him with surprise. "On my way here, I wondered, if you were to fail, would you make another attempt? You're not one to easily give up. Young and full of spirit, wouldn't you turn your focus to Potter? Or the Weasleys? Granger? Malfoy? I won't. Because you succeeded, and that's one of the best outcomes I hoped for," Dumbledore remarked. "You mean?" Longbottom's activation of latent magic was driven by love, not hatred, Dumbledore explained. "I don't see much of a difference. Felix, love is the greatest power, but few wizards truly understand this. Voldemort did not, and thus he was defeated by an infant." "You sound like you came here specifically to give me a lesson," Felix remarked. "Felix, I just believe that you will come to understand the power of love," Dumbledore said. "Hatred might make you stronger, but love and the belief in protection will take you much further." Dumbledore soon left, saying he was going to visit Nicholas Flamel. Felix suddenly remembered the gift he held in his hand. He took out a small box from a ring. "Headmaster Dumbledore, please give this to Nicholas Flamel." Dumbledore's expression grew complex. He said with a touch of sadness, "Nicholas isn't in the mood for Christmas, or even receiving gifts, at the moment. Felix, find another time." "What's happened? Is there something I can do?" Felix asked. Nicholas Flamel had communicated with him much less over the past month. "Nicholas's wife Pernell, her health isn't good. She might not make it through this winter." Dumbledore said, "We were prepared for this, but when it actually happens, it's hard not to feel sorrow." Chapter 249, The Origin of Names. In the old district of London, within the city cemetery, the evening sun stubbornly clung to the horizon, refusing to descend. Felix Harp, draped in a dark overcoat, stood before a tombstone. Lock, Felix murmured, you must be quite curious about what happened today. Only in front of you can I truly open up. I did a good deed, saved a pair of war heroes, but it seems I also did something not so good. I meticulously schemed, thinking I could manipulate hearts, but the results went against my expectations. I understand what Dumbledore meant, it's all about the influence of negative and positive emotions on magic, and he said it so cryptically. Felix shrugged. In my younger years, I advanced in dark magic fueled by negative emotions. Even though I later abandoned it, I found it never truly left me. Seeing Neville, I couldn't help but envy him. He has parents to accompany him, classmates who care for him. Even though his talent isn't outstanding, he has friendly peers to help and encourage him. When bullied by students from other houses, there are those who stand up for him. Felix spoke softly, I know I should be happy, as I played a hand in this, but, Locke, I feel lonely. Why wasn't I this lucky back in the day? His overcoat swirled without wind, the deep black magic naturally emanating from him, fanged and clawed, yet bound within a certain range. Despite Felix's self-proclaimed composure and reason, he couldn't escape the impact. Among those he knew, only Snape understood him best. Snape once asked him, has someone truly entered your heart? He had deflected the topic at the time. The answer, of course, was no. The sky gradually darkened, people occasionally passed through the cemetery. They would lay down bouquets, stay silent for a few minutes, and then quietly depart, until... Felix? Felix Harp. A stranger's voice came from behind him. Felix turned around in surprise. He wasn't surprised to see a young couple, but rather that they knew his name. They were clearly ordinary people. Felix scrutinized the man who had spoken for a moment and tentatively said, Jim. The man smiled, impressive that you remember me. I left the orphanage when you were only 9, right? My memory has always been good, Felix shrugged, how did you recognize me? Jim explained, black hair, standing by Evelyn's tombstone, the age matches. I guessed and it turned out right. He introduced the woman beside him, this is my wife, Rebecca. Rebecca was a cheerful redhead. She appraised Felix with her eyes and playfully tapped Jim's chest, you never mentioned you had such a handsome friend. Jim complained, it's been so long since we've seen each other. Back then, he was just a little troublemaker, full of mischief. A little troublemaker, hey. Rebecca grinned. In the London Old District, within the city cemetery, evening cast its last defiant rays as the sun lingered. Felix Harp, draped in a dark overcoat, stood before a tombstone. Cough cough, what I mean is, mischievous and spirited, he started setting traps to deal with bullies when he was quite young. He was quite famous for that at the orphanage back then. Felix looked at them with a playful expression, you two seem to have a great relationship. What brings you here today? Jim said, I just returned to London and accompanied Rebecca to visit a grave. When we came out, we saw you. I wasn't entirely sure, so I circled around. The light on the other side was a bit dim. Felix immediately retracted the magic he had unconsciously dispersed. Jim shook his head. Was it just an illusion? It seemed like the light brightened ever so slightly. Jim extended an invitation to Felix, we're planning to pay a visit to the old headmaster. Rebecca hasn't met him yet. Care to join us? Of course, Felix agreed readily. The three of them got into a taxi, traversing streets and alleys. Felix gazed at the cityscape with curiosity, some warm orange lights had already come to life. Felix, I haven't asked you. Where are you working? I was at Neil & Co in London before, but now I've moved to Scotland. I can come back once a year. Rebecca exclaimed, surprised, Neil & Co, that emerging company, it's quite well known now. Why did you leave? Felix smiled, I found a more suitable opportunity. The taxi stopped in front of an old house in the old district. Shadows streaked across the walls, and the courtyard was covered in snow. Headmaster, we've come to visit you. Jim called out excitedly. After a moment, a small, white-haired old man emerged. The old man put on the glasses hanging on his chest and scrutinized them, Jim, then he looked at Felix and laughed, lucky Felix, it's you. Didn't you visit a few months ago? Had some business this time, ran into Jim, so we came together, Felix said, changing the subject, let's chat inside. Jim has brought his wife along. Sitting on an old brown sofa, Felix almost reached for the beer in the refrigerator but stopped himself just in time. Close call, almost blew my cover. The four of them enjoyed chilled beers and chatted casually. Soon, they got to talking about Felix's recent life. Felix presented himself as a professional manager, his company in Scotland, but he travelled all over the world. He happened to have a wealth of experiences, no risk of exposing himself. Jim asked a question, "Headmaster, why do you always call him Lucky Felix?" The old headmaster grinned widely, "Ah, when we found him as a baby, he was in a large water tank, 3 feet deep. He wasn't drowned, but instead, he swam joyfully. Isn't that lucky?" Felix in English does indeed carry the meaning of luck. "And what about my last name?" Felix couldn't help but ask. Let me think." The old headmaster pondered, "You were different from the other children. You would call out when hungry or thirsty, but you wouldn't when there was nothing wrong. Also, when other kids soiled their pants, you were always eager to alert someone." Felix's face darkened. Wasn't it because the smell was overpowering and he couldn't stand it? He quickly called someone over to deal with it. "So, the caregivers at that time started calling you helper, as in someone who offers help." The old headmaster laughed. Felix was hearing for the first time that his name had come about this way. Indeed, back then, some people called him helper, but the pronunciation of helper and his surname were quite different. Transliteration, you know. Can't be too straightforward, might make me seem unrefined. The old headmaster defended himself, though he later admitted when he was tipsy that he never had much education. Jim summarized, "So, the meaning of Felix's name is Lucky Helper? And mine. You." The old headmaster shot him a glance, "You didn't stand out at the time, so we just picked one casually." Jim pouted, looking hurt, and sought refuge in Rebecca's embrace, prompting her to push him away repeatedly. The old headmaster treated them to a meal and promptly sent them on their way. "It's good that you came to see me. Now off you go, tend to your own business." Leaving the old headmaster's place, Felix bid Jim farewell and walked into a dim alley, his figure fading away. As he returned to his office, he saw a figure standing at the door. He suddenly remembered he forgot to cancel today's magical writing tutoring. "Professor Harp." Hermione greeted enthusiastically. Chapter 250, Chestnutwood Plate. In the ancient magical text office, Hermione gazed curiously around. Professor's office appeared rather cluttered, with 2 piles of Christmas presents in the corner, one of which had partially unpacked boxes strewn about. On the spacious work table were various odd items in disarray: silver plates the size of palms, adorned with magical symbols around the edges, a dozen emerald green coins with a heavy metallic sheen, disassembled magical puppets, a stack of parchment, several chestnut-wood plate-like ornaments and runic knives, along with 2 or 3 books. Felix Harp noticed Hermione's gaze. "It's all recent work, some of which you've also been involved in." Hermione nodded. The silver plates were meditation basins the professor had acquired and needed repairing. As for the coins, she had seen them transform into a serpent with a tail at the Magical Script Club meeting. She just hadn't expected so many all at once. Could they be new teaching materials? Or perhaps, they were prepared for the Magical Script Club? "Have a seat for a moment. I'll change into a different coat," Felix said, walking into the bedroom and emerging in a loose, sea blue sweater. Upon returning, he found Hermione cradling a small emerald snake in her hands, absent-mindedly toying with it. Upon hearing footsteps, she explained a bit flustered, "Professor, it's the coin you placed on the table. I tried sensing it with magic and it transformed like this." Felix chuckled. "You can touch it with your wand's tip and silently say, 'Infinite.'" Hermione looked down at the small snake in her hand. It didn't seem threatening, lacking the slimy sensation of a real serpent. Instead, it resembled a kind of metallic craftsmanship with its layers of emerald scales extending all the way to the tip of its tail. The snake's eyes were black and bright, following her gaze as they moved. Drawing her wand, she gently tapped the snake's head and softly uttered, "Infinite." The snake nodded in a rather human-like manner and immediately began swimming. Her palm started to itch, and then it connected at the tip of her right pinky, forming a stationary ring. "This is the Serpent Crest Ring. Indeed, it's a symbol of the Magical Script Club. You'll receive them after Christmas for the meeting. It has 2 forms, the coin and the Serpent Crest Ring, and can serve as a substitute for feverfew." Felix joked, more than one person has told me that feverfew is too easily mistaken for a coin, making them careful not to spend it every time. Hermione examined the snake ring in her hand with great interest. She soon figured out the trick. With a wave of her hand, the ring came to life, transforming back into the snake, which then coiled and turned into the original coin. Hermione placed the coin back on the worktable and pointed to the chestnut wood plate-like ornament. "What's this? It looks somewhat like the meditation basin." "We're getting close." The process of studying the meditation basin wasn't smooth, but I managed to create some small playthings in imitation. Of course, they can't compare to the basin, but for some people, they might find them quite amusing. Felix gestured for her to give it a try. Many times, as an assistant in ancient magical texts class, Hermione was the first to try out the magical script creations he made. Hermione approached, carefully inspecting the plate-like ornament made of chestnut wood. It bore a striking resemblance to the meditation basin, just slightly smaller, with intricate magical runes etched around the edges, layers upon layers interlocking and forming complex circuits. Something she hadn't noticed before was the thin layer of silver sand covering the chestnut wood. Gently shaking it, the silver sand flowed like liquid mercury. "These silver things. They're blank fragments of memory. You can think of them as necessary filling material." After a moment's thought, Hermione touched the edge of the chestnut wood plate with her wand. The runic circuits around the plate lit up one by one, and the silver sand invisibly knitted together, floating to about a foot high and forming a slowly rotating cloud. She suddenly remembered Professor Flitwick demonstrating bronze-colored smoke in a dueling class, a magical feat that could also take various shapes, but required manual control. However, the silver, sand-made cloud before her seemed more delicate, like liquid silver light, stretching and floating gracefully. "What should I do?" Hermione asked. "Imagine a memory, just a reminder, nothing too private, as it can access your thoughts." Hermione was startled, but since it was a creation based on the meditation basin, it must be related to memories. She recalled a memory in her mind, then extended a finger, tapping on the silver cloud. The cloud began to surge, and silver sand fell like rain. Gradually, they piled up on the silver plate, forming a three-dimensional model. It was the scene from their second year, when she, Harry, and Ron battled the serpent in the Chamber of Secrets. Resting her head on the table, Hermione peered closely at the tiny Hermione on the chestnut wood plate, not even half an inch tall. The sense of oddity she felt was difficult to put into words. Similarly, Harry and Ron were only minuscule, the serpent about half a foot long, thrashing its body and smashing a large rock with its tail, appearing vividly lifelike. The chamber's architecture was replicated as well, including the Slytherin statue, the open space in front of it, the serpentine columns. Everything looked so small. Everything on the chestnut wood plate resembled a pocket-sized sand model, but one that was animated. From this perspective, even the initially dangerous scene became somewhat endearing. Hermione stared wide-eyed as the story unfolded exactly as it did in her memory, right up to the point where Harry leaped off the Slytherin statue and thrust the delicate Gryffindor sword into the serpent's head, freezing the scene. Hermione stared blankly at the slowly rotating sand on the chestnut wood plate, taking quite a while to come back to reality. This is. She struggled to find words to convey her feelings, ultimately managing to say, "It's truly magical." Felix Harp shook his head, not entirely satisfied. This thing didn't serve much purpose for him, at most helping him brainstorm. "That's because you haven't used a meditation basin. It can recreate every detail in your subconscious. If you experience it, you'd be surprised to find your memories hold such richness, yet you remained oblivious. What you just saw is essentially the chestnut wood plate reading your memories and displaying them. Many parts are not clear." Hermione recalled the scenes she had seen and gradually understood the professor's intent. "Indeed, that's right. I didn't see you, Professor Snape, or Headmaster Dumbledore, but you were all in the chamber. Additionally, some parts were blurry, but they were so small that I didn't notice, like the Slytherin statue." Felix Harp nodded with a smile. "You'll realize that you, Harry, and Ron are the most distinct because you're most familiar with them. Next is the serpent, as it left a strong impression on you. Finally, the surroundings. In a sense, your memory is already quite remarkable. For someone with a less robust memory, the environment might appear as vast blurry areas, or they might not manifest at all." Hermione summarized, "So, it merely extracts content we can already recall and then presents it, unable to access the subconscious." You've grasped the essence, Miss Granger, Felix Harp praised.